hearing. I declare open the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee of the National Disability Insurance Scheme for the committee's inquiry into its first annual report of the 48th Parliament. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here today or online. We'll be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference, and I have Deputy Chair Senator Kovacic, Miss Berry and Senator Steele-John joining us via video conference, as well as committee member Senator Mulholland with me here in person. These are public proceedings being video streamed live with captions via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I do remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the grounds upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. But in my time on this committee, that hasn't happened. So I think we will be fine. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking, if you could please mute your microphones. And could I please remind those providing evidence today that you should not divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. If you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, you can please forward it to the Secretariat after this hearing. So I do ask everyone to ensure they have switched off or turned their mobile phones to silent. And if witnesses take any questions on notice, the committee would request that information be provided within 2 weeks by the 5th of November 25. And please liaise with the Secretariat if you would need extra time. Now, we have witnesses here today. I would like to welcome Miss Louise Gates and Mr Sam Chambers from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and thank you so much for making time to be with us today. I understand that information on the parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate inquiries, committees, has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your names, and also if you have an opening statement, feel welcome to give it. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Gates, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. I don't have an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Chambers, I'm the head of our disability unit at the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and also no opening statement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please proceed. Do you have an opening statement?
No.
No.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
We'll make a short one if you want, but
look, it might be of value for people who are online, particularly, and to the committee members, if you would like to give just a very brief summary of the work you do, and then we can move into questions.
Okay, I'll start, and then Sam, if you want to add any, Mr Chambers can add anything.
Thanks,
if you'd
Ms.
like.
Gates.
Yeah, so the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare welcomes the opportunity to provide a submission to this inquiry, and we'll talk about some of the work that we do relevant to the disability space. Our legislation requires us to report on disability services and health and welfare of people with a disability at a population level. And we do a range of ways that we do that. Recently we released Australia's Welfare, which had reporting on people with a disability. We also produce reports on people with disability in Australia and Australia's Disability Strategy Outcomes Framework. Some of the work that we do in relation to the NDIS is mostly reporting data that they have also published. However, recently we have acquired the use of the NDIS to use in some of our linkage projects to enable us to understand how those people interact across other government services.
Thank you.
But I'll see if Mr Chambers has anything to add.
Certainly. So thank you, Ms Gates, and thank you, Senators and members of the committee, for inviting us here today. I'd like to start by acknowledging a few limitations in relation to our work that are worth keeping in mind. Firstly, AHW's role in relation to the scope of activities of interest to this committee is quite narrow. We're a data agency whose work program is not self-determined, by which I mean the disability analysis and reporting that we take on is generally determined in negotiation with others, and primarily those are through contracts or memorandums of understanding with our portfolio departments. So that is the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Department of Social Services. More recently and positively, our work program, or parts of our work program, are being determined through co-governance with members of the disability community, and that is under the National Disability Data Asset Project, although a government funding source is still behind our capacity to do that work. Secondly, Australia does not have a prevalence data source for disability. While we have world-leading surveys, such as the ABS Survey of Disability, Ageing and Carers, that provides really valuable insights into what prevalence might look like in this space, we don't have true prevalence data. This means that the reporting and analytical work that is funded to be undertaken by the Institute does not represent all people with disability, and is either restricted by this caveat when we're looking at population level analysis, or our work is targeted to specific cohorts such as NDIS participants. And it's important that our findings are always interpreted with caution and that caveat in mind. A relevant example here relates to the increasing proportion of NDIS participants with autism as a primary disability. While we have administrative data that helps us track over time this kind of trend, we're limited in our ability to prescribe a root cause for that trend. The NDIS data only captures a small proportion of Australia's disability population. It is likely that the trend in autism, for example, is driven by a range of factors, including better diagnostic tools, willingness to seek diagnosis due to increasing social awareness, improved access, at least in non-rural and remote areas, to receiving a diagnosis, eligibility criteria and considerations within the NDIS itself, and potentially other factors. And available data don't allow us to reliably say how each of these factors are determining or contributing to that trend. Australia also does not have a consistent definition of disability in the data space. Disability that is in scope or captured by the different data systems that we use is often determined by the limitations or parameters set by those systems. At one end, anti-discrimination legislation is necessarily very broad in its definitions of disability, and at the other extreme, targeted services such as the NDIS have narrower definitions that are determined by their scope of activity and, as we are hearing currently, the sustainability of their funding in some instances. As a result, we're unlikely to ever have a universal definition of disability to use in administrative systems. So when we bring data together from different administrative systems or compare population groups across systems, this needs to be done with the transparency that the underlying differences of who's in and who's out of that analysis is acknowledged and apparent. Those limitations acknowledged, I'd like the committee to know that from our perspective, things are largely headed in a positive direction in the data space as part of the bigger considerations of this committee. Over the last couple of years, AHW, as Ms Gates has mentioned, has developed stronger relationships with disability stakeholders. We've increased our involvement, leadership and direction that we receive from people with disability. We've developed new data sharing arrangements with key stakeholders such as the NDIA that are allowing greater and more efficient and transparent access to data. We've taken significant steps in the disability data integration space to provide the ability for us and other authorised researchers to use linked data to explore what is happening for people with disability across key life domains such as health, employment, housing and justice. We are working closely with non-government stakeholders such as the National Disability Research Partnership and DROs to ensure that we're engaging in best practice inclusive research and that our outputs are accessible, particularly to those about whom the data is about. We've begun an ongoing significant piece of work to develop and make available composite disability flags under the NDDA, the National Disability Data Asset, that are designed to reflect how people with disability consider different cohorts of people with disability should be described within the limits of available data.
Thank you. That was quite comprehensive, and I would like to acknowledge that data is really important to ensure that we can monitor our reforms, but also to ensure that we get the best outcomes for people with disability. And having said that, I wanted to ask you about key trends that you may be noticing due to the latest data regarding the outcomes for people with disability. And the second part of the question is, you were established in 2019, you've got those, have you seen any of the reforms that we have put in place? What is the response from people with disability? Are they working? I know that's a very broad question.
It's quite a broad question. So the AHW has been around for, I think it's 36 years now, and our disability program goes back, I think, almost to our inception as an agency.
Right.
The work on the National Disability Data Asset has been happening since 2019.
Yes, it was the data asset I was referring to.
That's right.
Yep.
And so that started with a series of pilot test cases that involved state and territory governments to look at how linked data in particular could be used to generate insights of value in this space. One of our key areas of reporting, as Ms Gates mentioned, is Australia's Disability Strategy Outcomes Framework, which is the 10-year governing kind of strategy for all Australian governments on how Australia will become more inclusive and improve the outcomes for people with disability. So we're responsible through a WCAG compliant and accessible dashboard for producing quarterly reporting against, I think it's around 88 different measures under that framework, of which I believe about 64 currently have data available to report against them. It's a mixed story in that space. We see, and we have an annual report that is due for release each year, with the latest one will be due in the first quarter of next year, the fourth annual report under that scheme. And it shows a mixed message as to how things are progressing. A number of the measures under that outcomes framework are seeing improvement over time in terms of the direction of change that the government desires for those measures. Others are not seeing movement yet in that space, and some are seeing regress. I don't have all of the details, I'm afraid, of which measures are across that, but it is publicly available, and we could certainly provide that in an update to our submission.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add anything, Ms Gates?
No, I think that's right. There is a lot of information that is publicly available and describes some of those trends, and certainly happy to supply that.
So would you say your role is to collate data, but is it also to form recommendations using that data about future reform to the NDIS?
So our role is primarily to collate data and present that to other organisations, policy organisations, etc., who might make those recommendations. So really it's to make sure that the data is of a sufficient standard and consistent across different sources to enable those decisions.
Okay, and in terms of the data you collect, what would be the main categories of data that you are looking at?
So we don't directly collect data ourselves. We tend to use administrative data that is collected by services and provided to the AHW for our reporting purposes, as well as survey data. So the People with Disability in Australia report, which is one of our major publications out of my area of the Institute, draws on data from, I believe it's 21 to 26 different sources of data across the country. The NDIS data is a critical component of that, which is why the recent work with the NDIA to improve access to those data has been very important. So the NDIS data is quite a crucial part of our reporting. The Domino data asset that is held by the Department of Social Services that provides data on social support payments is also a critical part. Some of our large national surveys, such as the Survey of Disability, Ageing and Carers, is a very informative part of the data that we use. We also, with linked data, are very interested in the non-disability data components of data. So the National Health Data Hub, which is AHW's linkage asset, brings together data from our hospitals and health systems, as well as aged care data, and now the NDIS data is in there. And so the power of being able to bring all of those data sources together is an emerging area that will significantly improve our ability to be responsive, I think, to both the policy needs of other government departments, but also the interests of the community and areas where they would like government to know more about what's happening for them.
And you were talking about autism and data in that field, which is obviously of real interest to government at the moment, and making sure that we use that data effectively to get best outcomes for people with autism. Is there any key data that you have that you find is revealing in any way about the NDIS system or the reforms that we're putting in place?
Maybe I might just start by just reiterating some of the things that Mr Chambers mentioned earlier, that with the exception of the survey data, all of these administrative data systems are collected for other purposes, like to monitor payments or that sort of thing. And so things like identifying people with autism or other things are not necessarily as easy as they could be, because that's not kind of the primary purpose. And so really our role is around reporting what we can see in the data, and identifying where there is information that could be better collected, for example, as well. But I'll hand to Mr Chambers to see if he has anything to add.
So one of the areas in relation to autism that we're seeing improved work but don't yet have the kind of fruits of that work is under the National Disability Data Asset. One of the priority work programs that the NDDA Council has given to the ABS and AHW in a cooperative team is to develop these disability flags, which are composite collections of data that will bring data from across different administrative systems into a linked asset that allows cohort analysis. One of the priority areas under that work program at the moment is autism. So we are currently working with the ABS and with DROs to run workshops to determine of the available data, what are the robust indicators of autism that can be brought together in a flag that could be used by analysts to look at outcomes for people with autism. So we expect that work to continue over the next year, and for those kind of resources to be available to researchers by the end of 2026.
Oh, well, that's very interesting. So congratulations on the work you do. And if it can help us improve the NDIS, the system and our supports, that is really valuable. So thank you. I'd now like to hand over to the Deputy Chair, to Senator Kovacic. Good to see you online, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Gates and Mr Chambers, for your evidence so far. I'm quite interested to sort of weave into the questions that the Chair has asked around the data. I think that this is probably a really significant element for us. I note the comments that the AHW collates data and then presents that data. Could you tell me what you do in terms of identifying the gaps in that data and how perhaps a clearer picture could be presented if you had that data and if you have a clear process in talking to the NDIA and other agencies in terms of how they could better provide you with data that is easier for you to work with.
Do you want to start? I mean, maybe I'll just start by saying that I guess the acquisition of the data from the NDIA recently is a significant improvement, because before really we were only looking at sort of aggregate data. So now being able to link that to other things will open up a lot of opportunities. The work that's happening through the National Disability Data Asset, which is still underway to link in data from other sectors such as housing and homelessness, justice and things like that, will help that as well. I guess saying that is kind of a bit glib, because it's not as easy as it sounds, and there are a lot of, I guess, legislative and data governance issues in sort of working through those things. So while that is the intention, it is a fairly complex process, and I guess thinking about the permissions to enable this sort of research to inform is quite considerable. But Mr. Chambers can add anything to that.
No, I think that's pretty much covers off what we're doing at the moment. I think we certainly have, particularly recently, been improving our relationships with other departments, and particularly departments that hold data that can be of use to us. So we have a very good working relationship with the National Disability Insurance Scheme Quality and Safeguards Commission, and we're supporting some of the work that they do at the moment, looking into mortality, looking into restrictive practices in that space, particularly as a partial response to one of the Royal Commission recommendations. So in that space, AHW does have opportunity to use our expertise in data to feed into those conversations what robust data metrics look like, what sorts of data are necessary in order to answer the questions or the requirements for those agencies. So we do have avenues to have those conversations, and we're continuing to improve the relationships with the relevant organisations that will be responsible for actually using the data to inform policy.
Yeah, thank you, because that's sort of, I've been thinking about the different answers to the different questions, and I guess we had the final report into the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation of people with a disability, and that made a number of recommendations in relation to data. So I'm interested in terms of how you guys respond to that, given you now have access to the NDIA data, but then also into sort of more streamlined data sets, particularly, say, around, you know, homelessness and housing, and how even the absence of the data that you need, if you can go back and go, well, actually, we can't give you that information because only X, Y, Z has been collected and not A, B and C. Is that something that you're sort of getting traction with? So where actually you're actually getting the data that better serves the work that you're meant to be doing, and the work that you are doing already?
So, yeah, I think we're getting more than we have had in the past. There's still, I guess, a lot of other sources of information. So I guess we're talking primarily around government-collected data here. Some of the community data is also of interest, that we're thinking through how that can be linked in. And I guess it's probably worth pointing out that actually having the data is one step, and then the ability and thinking through the analysis and how that works, and consulting with people with a disability and the time and resources to do that. And Mr. Chambers mentioned before, for example, the National Disability Research Partnership, which has some funding to go to people with a disability to inform disability-led research, but a reasonably small amount and only for a limited time at this point. So I guess, yeah, having the data is one step, being able to use it, and then actually using it and driving, kind of all of those things, yeah, need to play a part.
Do you actually have data on housing and homelessness at the moment? Is that part of the information that you're receiving, or is that something that you're still waiting to get access to?
So the AHW collates the Specialist Homelessness Services collection. So that is all people who access a specialist homelessness service across Australia. That is in the process of being linked to other data such as the NDIS, but it's not at the moment. There is other data in the housing space that we have some access to, but limited data, for example, around social housing and things like that.
How far off is the linkage of that data, do you believe?
So I guess the stage we're at the moment is engaging with the custodians in terms of the legislative process and establishing data sharing agreements, which is a not necessarily measurable piece of time, but the data sharing agreements have been written and have been shared with the custodians. So we do anticipate that process will be over the next in early 2026.
Gotcha. So we're in the early stages of formalising that at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, great. With the overall data sets that you are now starting to see, are there any key trends that you're seeing in the data regarding the experiences and outcomes for people with a disability, and anything in particular that you'd be interested to point out to us, or that perhaps triggering you guys to look for further information or dig a little bit deeper or seek some more information? Anything jumping out in particular to you?
So there's a range of work that we're looking at the moment. We're particularly interested in looking at the health outcomes for people with disability. So that's guided by the NDDA Council's work program that they've provided to us. So looking at health outcomes and also employment outcomes a little further down the track are two areas of current work that my unit will be responsible for going forwards. We also have some early insights in that space under Australia's Disability Strategy Outcomes Framework, where we've looked at potentially avoidable deaths of people with disability, and that builds on some work that we did with the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission that looked into all-cause mortality in that space and highlighted that the rates of potentially avoidable death among the disability population are substantively higher than the general population. So that work is ongoing. We're also looking at GP-type presentations as part of our health analytics, mental health service use as part of that analytical program. So those results are not yet available, and the work is ongoing at the moment, but we anticipate that they will be findings of interest in this space.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. I'm going to have to get your name pronounced correct. I do apologise. Kovacic.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Kovacic. Thank you very much, Deputy. And now we're over to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you for that, Chair. We've had a bit of discussion this morning about the particular data sets that you're bringing online and you're drilling into. Is it possible to talk about, I know the Deputy Chair and the Chair have sort of asked this question about trends, but is there any headline data that you're able to talk us through today that would be, I think, of benefit for the community? I suppose, we've heard figures in the past around a proportion of people living in the community, 1 in 10 people living in the community have a disability. That's been a figure that's been thrown around before. Is there a a headline data set that you're seeing, if that's still a relevant figure, if there's a headline data figure around the proportion of people living in the community with some form of disability, and whether that over your data set period is trending upwards, if we're seeing proportion moving from 1 to 2 or 3, or could you talk us through what data you might have that talks about the prevalence of disability in the community over your data set period?
We do have that information. I don't know that I personally have it to hand, so I'm just looking to Mr. Chambers to see if he does.
No, I don't think I have it on hand, I'm afraid.
Okay. Would that be something that you might be able to come back to the committee on?
Definitely. I mean, that definitely is available. I do recall releasing it recently as part of our Australia's welfare and looking also, for example, at the different shifts in types of disability and different types of disability by age groups and things like that. So all of that is available, and we can send you a link to that.
Yeah, that would be helpful, I suppose, because that was going to be one of my next questions. Is, are there particular categories of disability that we're seeing growth in, whether it be mobility or neurological or psychological? So that would be helpful as well. I did have some questions about housing, but I think the Deputy Chair has gone to those. So I just wanted to talk about employment and whether or not there is data around the current employment rate of persons with a disability, and whether that's something that you're tracking through your data sets.
There is, again, I don't have the figures on hand, but they are publicly available, and we can send them through. There is certainly data on employment around at the moment. Some of the agreed measures under Australia's Disability Strategy Outcomes Framework are focused on that particular area or life domain to do with employment. And so we do collate that data as data sources are updated and publish that through our dashboard in that space.
Okay, and would that look at data sets would the data sets look at potentially underemployment or insecure employment, or would it just be sort of fairly straight whether someone has identified as having employment, or would it drill into any further detail about the level of underemployment or the security of which a person with a disability might be employed?
I do have some additional information in a submission that we're preparing at the moment for the economic inclusion of people with disability. So we know around labour force participation that people with disability was higher in 2022 than it was in 2018, but still below that of people without disability. Labour force participation is a measure of the working age population who is either employed or actively seeking employment. So in 2022, we know that around 61% of people aged 15 to 64 with disability living in households were in the labour force, and that was up just over 7 percentage points from 2018. Around 85% of people with disability were in the labour force. The labour force gap between people with and without disability is around 24.4 percentage points, which is down from around 31 percentage points in 2018. So the gap is narrowing, but still significant. People with severe and profound disability, though, had the lowest labour force participation rates of around 39%. And this gap compared to the non-disability cohort was around 46 percentage points in difference. People with disability are less likely to be employed or working full-time than those without disability. When we look at the data from 2022, we see people in that age group, over half, 56%, were employed compared to 82% of people without disability. 1/3 were in full-time employment compared to 58% of those without disability. And around 7 to 8% were unemployed compared to a 3% unemployment rate at the time for people without disability. We know in 2022 that around 280,000 people with disability were on income support participants in the Disability Employment Services or DES, and that number was down from around 247,000 people, to 247,000 people in 2025. We have information on income equality and the role of payment supports within that population, as well as some additional measures of inequality in relation to determinants of employment, such as levels of education and other barriers to accessing the workforce as well. So we do have a wealth of data, and that data is, as we've said, it is in our public reports, but we can collate that and update our submission to this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland, and that data will be very interesting. So thank you for offering to send that through to us. I'd now like to hand over to Ms Berry, who's online. Hi, how are you, Ms Berry?
Good, thank you very much, Chair. I just have some questions in relation to the fact that you obviously have had this data shared from the NDIA back in October 2023, and you have, as part of your plans to analyse data in relation to younger people in residential aged care who are NDIS participants. I wondered if you could talk, and I know that's forthcoming, but I wondered if you could talk to us about that. I hope my vision's okay, Chair. I can see myself flashing on and off. I hope that's working okay.
No, you're looking good at this end, Ms. Berry.
Fantastic. Good to hear. So yes, if we could get some more detail around what that vision or that plan is in relation to that data set.
Trying to find it in my notes. My apologies. I don't think I have the full details of that project in front of me right now, but that work is being driven by the government aim to reduce and eliminate young people in residential aged care. They've been tracking the decline of the number of young people in residential aged care, I think since 2018, but I don't have the exact scope of that work at the moment. The intention of using the NDIS data in that space is I think they have a number of questions of research questions that they're looking at there, but with the intention of basically using that to help look at the intersection between disability and people's participation or need for residential aged care, or why they're presenting to residential aged care. So that project, that's one of the primary goals of that project is to look at that kind of intersection between what's happening and whether that is an underlying determinant.
Okay, thank you. And just with the National Health Data Hub, you refer to the fact that you're looking at the intersection between the NDIS and other systems like health and aged care, and you've referenced that in your submissions already. Just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit more about that work and how you hope to use the Data Hub to make some observations in that space.
Certainly. So this will be part of the work of the inclusive research team that I mentioned, which consists of the AHW, ABS, as well as members of the disability community and other experts in disability research and data. The work program and the analytical questions that we'll be looking at there are determined through that inclusive practice and under the guidance of the NDDA Council. So we're hoping basically to look at some data that we haven't really, or some outcomes that we haven't really had access to before. So looking at how people with disability present to different health services, what are their pathways through health service use, what does their stay in health services look like, particularly in hospitals, what do hospital stays and episodes look like for people with disability, potentially where do people with disability get discharged to, what were their living arrangements prior to coming into hospital. It's a really rich opportunity for us to answer questions where data has previously been siloed into particular administrative systems, and we can now bring that together and tell much more of a holistic story about the experience of the person.
Thank you. I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Ms. Berry, and thank you very much for your time today. There has been a couple of requests for further information, and if you could provide that to the Secretariat would be very much appreciated. Once again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Dr. Sam Bennett and Mr. Alistair McEwen from the Grattan Institute, who are joining us via video conferencing today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to this committee has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could state your names and the capacity in which you are attending today. Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. I am Sam Bennett and I am the Programme Director for the Grattan Institute's Disability Programme. Before I hand to Al, I should say we're having some issues with the captioning here, and Alistair does require that. So I think there may be some challenges in his involvement in the discussion today. Alistair, can you introduce yourself?
Good morning. Alistair McEwen here. I'm Senior Fellow at the Grattan Institute, and I'm nuclear backup captain in facility offline, so I'm hoping to be able to follow the interview.
Well, thank you very much. We are having a few challenges, Mr. McEwen, in hearing you, but we can see you very well. So let's hope that we can continue on and have a very good discussion today. Thank you very much for your time. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, Chair. Thank you. And I commend the committee members for the important work that you do and appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. Grattan is an independent public policy think tank, and disability is the newest addition to our research portfolio. Our independence is our strength. We take the side of the public interest rather than in any particular interest group. We receive no ongoing government funding and do not accept commissioned work. Our reports are evidence-based and freely available to inform better public policy across key areas of Australian life. Grattan's disability programme was established in late 2023 with support from the Summer Foundation. Our work is guided by 3 enduring themes developed in consultation with our programme reference group, which brings lived expertise of disability to our research choices and design. These themes are the sustainability of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, improving disability supports outside the NDIS, and enhancing economic participation for Australians with disability. We've published 2 major reports to date, both addressing different aspects of NDIS sustainability. Our first report, Better, Safer, More Sustainable, released in September 2024, examined how the NDIS could better meet the needs of people with the highest support needs, particularly those living in overly restrictive or institutional settings. We showed that better outcomes could be achieved within existing funding by offering more flexible and person-centred housing and support alternatives. Although subsequent research has reinforced our findings, we remain concerned that reform in this area has not yet received sufficient priority. Our most recent report, Saving the NDIS, published in June this year, looked more broadly at the long-standing design and governance challenges that have beset the scheme since its inception. It outlined practical reforms to access, planning and oversight to strengthen the scheme's sustainability and fairness. We wrote this report because we believe the NDIS is worth saving. It remains a potentially world-leading model that has transformed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians with disability and their families and supported a large and growing workforce. The NDIS is now a vital part of Australia's social fabric and it must endure for future generations. Our intention was not to repeat the work of the independent review, but to provide a sharper narrative on reform priorities and a realistic plan for implementation. In our judgment, the risk of ineffective or piecemeal policy responses is high, given the system's complexity and the challenge of aligning budgetary imperatives with community expectations. We remain concerned that without the right reforms in place, government risks hitting the target but missing the point, meaning that growth moderation is achieved, but at the expense of people's experience and outcomes from the scheme. Our key message is while the historical growth rates are unsustainable, the solution cannot be to simply spend less. Spending on disability across all governments has grown to record levels. That is a good thing, but that investment is not yet delivering optimal results. Disability services have become an all-or-nothing proposition in Australia. Either you get an NDIS plan or you get minimal mainstream support. And the NDIS design is poorly suited to what some people who are currently eligible actually need. The original vision for the NDIS was for a multi-tiered scheme with individualised packages as one component, not the sole focus. That vision has not been fully realised. The absence of a strong system of foundational supports has left many people missing out altogether. Foundational supports are a critical aspect of sustainability and the right way to provide support for many Australians who either miss out entirely or are poorly served by the NDIS today. The NDIS has not proved a good vehicle for delivering many of the supports that build people's capacity. Quality supports for decision-making, peer support, mentoring and programs that build skills and confidence, things that the NDIS review called general foundational supports, have not emerged strongly from a market-based model. The scheme is also not delivering good early intervention results for children with disability or developmental delay. Its design does not generally enable timely access to evidence-based supports in the places where children live, learn and play. And in the case of psychosocial disability, almost all government funding for support now sits within the NDIS. This concentration means that while some people receive extensive and valuable assistance, many others with serious and persistent mental health issues receive little or none, contributing to poorer outcomes and increased pressure on state health systems. In Saving the NDIS, we argued that by managing individualised funding more effectively and redirecting part of existing NDIS budgetary commitments to build a robust system of foundational supports, governments could achieve both fiscal sustainability and better results. This is not about cutting the scheme. It is about restoring its design and integrity and ensuring that more Australians get the right level of support in the right way at the right time. Our proposals deliver these reforms while further moderating growth beyond existing budget estimates. We've been encouraged by momentum around the Thriving Kids programme in recent months, which, if well designed and funded, could be a step towards a more balanced system of support for children and families needing effective intervention, with the NDIS remaining available for children with the highest needs. A similar level of ambition is now needed for the broader suite of foundational supports that governments have committed to develop. The NDIS was a bold and ambitious response to long-standing inequity built on decades of advocacy by people with disability. We want to see that vision protected and enduring long into the future. We're confident that the reforms we proposed will help governments deliver a scheme that is both financially sustainable and true to its original purpose. Thank you. We'd be pleased to take the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Did Mr McEwen want to add anything to those opening remarks?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions for you, Dr Bennett. You talk about the foundational supports, and as you know and have mentioned, the Thriving Kids program has recently been announced. Can you provide me with feedback about the Thriving Kids program? As you would know, there is an inquiry going on at the moment about the Thriving Kids program before it commences. I'm interested to hear your feedback on what you know of the Thriving Kids program that we have announced so far, and what other foundation supports would the Institute recommend being implemented, and how do you see those additional supports being funded?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm aware of the parallel inquiry on Thriving Kids. Clearly, it's very early days as it relates to that programme, so it's difficult to make specific judgments on the appropriateness of its design and its funding arrangements. But certainly in our research, we looked at the way that early intervention is delivered for children with developmental delay and disability through the NDIS at the moment, and we concluded that it wasn't really delivering good results. Consecutive reviews of the NDIS have concluded that as well. What families need is timely access to evidence-based support that's available in the places that their children live, learn and play. And what they tend to get from the NDIS at the moment is a budget to navigate a complex system, not enough support to do that, and then the requirement to determine for themselves what's likely to work for their child, often under pressure from providers, and where support is quite commonly delivered in clinical rather than natural settings, and rarely reflects early intervention best practice, which should focus as much on building family capacity. So we concluded it's not doing the job it was intended to do. From an operational perspective, that's also fairly clear. The fact that very few people actually leave a service that by definition is supposed to be time limited tells you quite a lot. And the NDIA's own outcomes reporting shows a pretty mixed bag and some worrying trends in terms of deterioration of families feeling supported and being able to understand their child's needs and get the support that they need. So we feel there is a strong justification for taking a different approach. We also think it's proved very challenging for the NDIA to implement two very different pathways through the NDIS, now with such large volumes within them, and that foundational supports is a better approach to delivering early intervention for children that need that time-limited support, so miss some developmental milestones or whatever that might be. Thriving Kids, as I understand, is government's name for foundational supports for kids 0 to 8 that fall into those categories. There are aspects of what we know about its design that we think are good. It is trying to build on and leverage existing services that are working well, as we can see from the announcements. I think that is a good thing. We do want to see children receiving services that are integrated into natural settings, which also seems to be the intention. We're a little unsure at the moment about the level of funding and whether that is likely to be adequate in the context of our own research. We felt a programme that could provide robust support of varying intensities for the number of children that would need it would need to be rather better funded than the current government plan. So there are good things and bad things, and then lots that we don't currently know that I'm sure will be to be worked through in design of the programme in the next sort of number of months through to July, when I understand it will commence. To the second part of your question, I mean, we tend to agree with the NDIS reviews conclusions that the two other really key areas for foundational supports outside of the NDIS are supports for people with psychosocial disability. We know from the department's own modelling and estimates that the unmet need for people with psychosocial support needs outside the NDIS, including people with pretty severe mental health concerns, is huge. So there is a pressing need for supports for that group. And then what the review called general foundational supports, so information, advice, peer support, supports for decision making that primarily benefit people with intellectual disability and cognitive impairment, are things that we don't see sort of thriving within this market-based model, as I said within my opening statement. And we think it's really important that momentum is not lost on making those supports more widely available as well.
Well, thank you for that comprehensive response. Can I ask you, you do talk about a range of reforms. And it is a very complex system. We are now looking at using AI to help with the plans as is done in other sectors. Have you focused at all on plans that are created for people with disability, and we've had in the past a challenge with the I suppose the subjective nature of plans and making sure that they are sufficient, they are comprehensive, and that there is consistency throughout the scheme in terms of what people's disability and the plans and the supports that are provided. Have you got any comment to make or suggestions around how do we do this better? Because it is a source of ongoing challenge, and it does lead to people needing to go to the tribunal. And of course, we all want to ensure that the scheme is more targeted, and that people do not need to go through a tribunal process. Have you got any suggestions or thoughts?
Certainly, Chair. I won't offer any commentary on the technical attributes of the specific assessment instrument that's been chosen by government, but we did look specifically at planning and how that needed to change in our most recent research. And we concluded, as I think you were alluding to, Chair, that the current NDIS planning process is notoriously disempowering. It's, I think, the biggest design flaw in the current NDIS. And it is that way because it conflates planning with a process of resource allocation. It's not really planning at all. It's an administratively complex process that itemises a list of permissible expenditure for an individual. And that's one of the only cost controls in the way the scheme was originally designed. But that process invites conflict, dispute, inequity, inflationary pressure, and it is highly subjective, as you said. And it means, in reality, that the financial performance of the NDIS today rests on the sum total of thousands of decisions made by well-meaning junior public servants working with pretty vague instructions under our current legislation. So we think that delivering a support budget derived from a standardised process of assessment is a sensible idea, and that if it's designed and implemented well, it would be a significant improvement on the current practice. The Productivity Commission, way back in 2011, envisaged a more standardised assessment playing an important role. We just never have got around to doing the work to develop and implement one. And we think in future a person's funding entitlement based on that assessment process should reflect the expected costs of providing a reasonable and necessary package of support for someone that has a similar level of function, support need, environmental and personal context. That needs to be a more objective process. It should identify and measure need in all of the domains in the NDIS Act, and it needs to be valid for a wide range of age groups and disabilities. So none of that's straightforward to deliver, but I do think it's important to think about the assessment as really a means to an end, regardless of the specific tool that's chosen. It should be about providing an eligible person with an early indication of the funding available to meet their needs before the planning process actually starts. And that's how individualised funding systems in other jurisdictions internationally tend to work. The NDIS is a bit of an anomaly in the way that it's run its planning up to now.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your feedback on that. And Mr McEwen, did you want to add anything to that response?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. Thank you both, Mr Bennett and Mr McEwen, for your time. Dr Bennett and Mr McEwen, for your time this morning. Listening to your evidence, it's sort of creating a number of questions in my mind, and one of the ones, Dr Bennett, you spoke about, families needing timely evidence-based information. Is it sort of your view that this is probably one of the primary sort of failures of the system as it is now, that families don't have the information for their children, and that's why we're seeing this particular sort of intensity or increase in numbers in that 0 to 8 group?
I think, Senator, that sort of information is definitely part of the problem. Evidence as part of that information is an important thing as well. And yes, it's an area within disability where there is a reasonable amount of evidence for what works. There's a lot of work still to do in that regard, and hopefully Government's Evidence Advisory Committee can continue to build that evidence base around the therapies and supports that work best for children in particular circumstances. But at the moment, yes, you have a market-based model where families are given this bucket of money and need to work a lot of things out for themselves that really, in a system that was optimally designed, would be ensuring that they had that expert advice from a trusted source in a natural setting that their child was already in, whether that's sort of school or local community groups. That isn't what we have at the moment, so information's certainly part of the problem. But our sense is that the experience of implementing the scheme over the last decade or more, and the consecutive conclusions made by various reviews, including our own research, that early intervention isn't shaping up well, suggests that individualised funding and a market-based model perhaps isn't the one that is going to ensure the most effective and efficient use of public resources in enabling children and families to get the results that they really want. So we did pose some pretty sort of significant overhauls of how that aspect should work.
Do you think that those same problems exist across the broad spectrum of the NDIS as well, and not just with children? And the reason I ask that question is I'm reflecting on some of the evidence that I've read for this inquiry, and one particular submission, where somebody spoke about the fact that, they needed some particular things, but their plan or what was proposed to them came back offering something completely different, including thousands of dollars worth of expenditure on assessments that they had already done less than 6 months prior. So what I'm trying to understand is how are we actually missing the mark so significantly? And I note that you said that, the NDIS isn't doing the job that it's meant to do. I think they were your words. What are the mechanisms that you can sort of point us to ensure that it, we can take some immediate steps to ensure that it does start doing the job that it's meant to do, and that we don't have people coming to us who are desperate to get support but are being offered, substantial amounts of money for support they neither want nor need? How have we missed the mark so significantly?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I think really in our work we've diagnosed the problem as being the consequence of some reasonably predictable and unfortunate design and governance failures that were baked into the NDIS legislation from the outset. You'll be very familiar, I'm sure, with the original design for the scheme having intended to have various tiers within it, not relying solely on individualised packages of support, having various other services and supports available. And as was made clear in the NDIS review, a lot of those largely state-based services have fallen away in the intervening period. So you do have this high concentration of funding and demand on the NDIS, which is only got one way of delivering support, and that's an individualised funding package. We've talked about children. We think there's a better way of delivering support to children when they have a need for early intervention. The NDIS should still certainly be there for any age where there's a lifelong need for support, but we think supports for children can better be delivered where early intervention is the goal in different ways as commissioned services, and Thriving Kids could well be that approach. One of the benefits of that is it would enable the remaining scheme to only have one paradigm for delivering support, which is a lifetime support pathway, within which we would definitely say that the prominent design features need to remain. People with disability having choice and control over the funding that they have, and be able to have more flexibility, in fact, than they do today in how that funding is used on the supports that will help them live an ordinary life day to day. In that context, there are still information issues which are not just specific to children, and there is a whole question of how people within the NDIS get the support to navigate that system more effectively than they currently can. The current plan is that navigators will fill that vacuum. I think that could be a good development, but certainly there's every indication that navigating a complex marketplace is not something that's worked for many people within the NDIS today. As far as some of the other things you mentioned, Senator, I think there are other sort of challenges in the planning process that might account for those points, but we have looked at that in some detail in our research as well.
Thank you. Your Saving the NDIS report suggests that foundational supports could be fully funded from within the current NDIS, within the budget envelope, that is. In your view, then, what trade-offs, if any, would that entail for participants who are currently on the scheme? And, you know, does that mean that we're looking at plan level reductions, or is it a reallocation of projected growth? How would that work? How do you see that sort of, you know, being implemented practically?
Certainly, Senator. And you're right. I mean, essentially, we concluded in our work that the amount of money in the system today is not the problem. It's how poorly targeted it is. And to my previous comments, it's the total concentration of that funding within the NDIS and the absence of things outside of it. The current funding for the NDIS is, you know, more than 3 times what was envisaged it would be at this point in time, and we can certainly debate the accuracy of modelling at the beginning of the scheme around numbers and costs, but I don't think to that extent. So our view is that it is possible to deliver a more targeted and effective individualised funding of the NDIS and a sufficiently ambitious programme of foundational supports outside of the scheme within that existing funding envelope. For children, we see that working by essentially the funding following children into foundational supports. So rather than the funding that is currently spent on about 160,000 children that get early intervention through the NDIS, we would see that funding transition over a managed timeframe into a commissioning budget that would establish services for that group and see them transition to those services over a period of time. We also think the economies of scale that would be gained from commissioning those services directly would enable more people to benefit from those supports within the existing funding envelope. For general foundational supports, it's a similar point we're making. There's about 400 million or so of spending within individualised plans at the moment, which we don't think is optimally used and isn't ensuring that people get access to the best quality support from the organisations best placed to deliver it. And I would mean DPOs and disability sensitive organisations in that respect. Again, we think moving that funding to a commissioning budget so that we can commission an ongoing set of services and ensure that the right people get them is a better approach for that. But that is a very small part of the current NDIS. And then for people with psychosocial disability, we are suggesting, again, a managed transition in our proposals whereby a proportion of the funding currently spent on packages for people within the NDIS, particularly where it's spent on 83% of the funding goes on funding for practical support at home. There isn't a strong evidence base that supports personal recovery, which is an important concept in terms of supporting people with psychosocial disability. We think, given the very significant unmet need outside the system for people in that group, there's a strong argument for moving some of that funding, again, over a managed period into a commissioning budget to ensure those supports are established. We can't see a viable alternative to that in the current fiscal environment, and governments have not been finding it easy to find new money to establish these services in the last 22 months or so since they were agreed. So we don't think any of those things are easy to do, but we do think they're necessary and that they fix important design flaws in our current scheme, and that they're actually no more difficult to do than finding billions of dollars that governments don't have.
Thank you.
If I can just add one point, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Bennett's point about repurposing money from the NDI into foundational support, a well-resourced and well-designed general and targeted foundational support will long-term benefit everybody by making a more disability inclusive setting such as education, health, and so forth. So that's why our suggestion is take that balance of a high-functioning, well-designed NDIS and, of course, a high-functioning general and targeted foundational support system for the balance long-term to work out.
Yeah, it's effectively the return on investment, right, that you get down the track, which we often don't account for. I think that sort of leads me to think about, you've talked about the 5-year transition and the shift to shift a modest proportion of individualised funding into these foundational supports and for that to be in place by 2031. Have you got any specific modelling that you've done that underpins that sort of 5-year timeline? If you could share that with us, and also how you determined the quantum that could be safely reallocated without destabilising participant outcomes in the interim, and sort of noting that there is this. The problem isn't the money's there, it's how the money is being spent in terms of delivering outcomes.
Thanks, Senator. There is quite a detailed technical appendix to the report. It was quite a significant task in terms of the costing of these proposals and how that transition would be managed for the different sort of buckets of money that we're talking moving. So in answer to that part, we did a detailed costing piece.
Excellent. I'll have a look into that then in the appendix, yeah.
Yeah, and we sort of modelled that directly into the current sort of forward estimates with a number of assumptions that we're clear about in that sort of technical appendix. So please have a look at further questions and a deeper conversation sort of out of session you would value on that, then I'm more than happy to have a follow-up conversation with you about that. We did see from our proposals that there was a further moderating effect on the growth of the scheme beyond the savings that are already baked into the forward estimates. And the reason for that was twofold. One, that by moving, as you said, a modest proportion of individualised funding into a commissioning budget for foundational supports and contracting those services directly, you can ensure that the rate of inflation applied to that particular proportion of the budget is more aligned with inflation and wage growth rather than the rather higher levels of inflation that we've historically seen for NDIS plans. So that has quite a moderating impact over a sort of 10-year period. There's also the fact that by funding foundational supports in this way, you don't need to find new money. We don't know exactly what the intention is from government in terms of the quantum of resources that they're trying to negotiate for this programme, but we estimated in our work that for a robust and comprehensive programme, you'd need around 6.5 billion per annum. So again, there is not so much a saving, but certainly it's a cost to government that would be avoided if we're able to move some of the existing funding and rebalance the system in the way that Alistair was talking about and that we outline in our reports. We thought quite long and hard about how to do that transition in a way that was least disruptive to people on the scheme at the moment. I think if you think about that in the context of children, the current concern that you hear a lot in the community is that people are sort of reassessed for their eligibility and are moving out of the scheme to supports that don't exist. Under our plan, as I said, we're sort of seeing the money following the person, not as an individual budget, but slowly building up a commissioning pool that would ensure that services were available for them if they still needed sort of early intervention support when they left the NDIS. So we have looked at that transition for the different cohorts that we're talking about. And it would need to be very sensitively managed, but we think it's a viable proposition.
Thank you. And one last question, if possible, Chair. It relates to that comment around eligibility criteria. A lot of the calls that I get from members of the community around challenges that they face is this ongoing, proving that your impairment or is considered permanent. I think they're the technical words. How do we navigate that? I have, families with children with Down syndrome and I think one of the others, related to cerebral palsy, where they're being asked, in subsequent and ongoing assessments to prove that their child still has these same medical conditions. how do we navigate that, and why is that still such a problem within the system in determining eligibility? One would assume that it's a very practical and simple measure to deal with that would actually stop a lot of the, I guess, rework and duplication that occurs within the assessments.
Thank you, Senator. Well, I certainly recognise the problem. It's a long-standing one, as you've outlined. Unfortunately, the current work that's being progressed to develop a new assessment approach that we've talked about only really deals with the question of determining funding in a plan. It doesn't actually address the question of eligibility. That's because there are different criteria for determining eligibility to the scheme, and those criteria have been pretty vague and not well defined since the inception of the scheme. And one of the key criteria is that someone needs to have substantially reduced functional capacity as a result of their impairment resulting from a permanent disability. It's actually quite complicated to measure that. The scheme has had about 18 different approaches that are diagnostically specific in place for quite a number of years, because there isn't any single functional measure that works across the diversity of disabilities in the scheme. The challenge is that we've known that for an awfully long time, and the answer, I think, is to develop an NDIS-specific tool that can do that job far better, and that shouldn't be something that participants need to purchase for themselves. It should be provided by government, and that would make the whole system a lot more streamlined and effective. We propose in our report that the current work on the planning assessment should therefore incorporate functional assessment, pending expert input from people that understand the sort of technical detail around that, so that people can have a single assessment approach that both determines their eligibility and their planned budget, rather than forcing them through two separate processes, which we think is unnecessarily burdensome and sort of highly bureaucratic.
Is it, just to finish off though, but is there a view though that there are certain permanent conditions that we shouldn't have to keep ongoing, every year, every 2 years, whatever it is, an ongoing assessment of eligibility? Surely that is a very practical first step in cutting out the red tape and the needless assessments that occur. There are absolutely those that should occur, but I'm talking about ones that are, why are we even doing this? Why is a family with a child with Down syndrome being asked to, reconfirm that their child has Down syndrome?
Yeah, well, you're right. That obviously shouldn't happen.
But it does, doesn't it, for every child?
It does happen at the moment. I can't speak to the sort of the frequency or universality of that, but it certainly does happen at the moment. I do think it's important that the agency has functional information about people when they come into the scheme, not least because that's really useful when you're developing a plan. And now and again, even if your disability is obviously permanent and lifelong, there might be a need to check in to make sure that there haven't been changes of circumstances.
Oh, of course, yeah. But I mean, actually proving the condition
needing to prove
over again.
Yeah, needing to prove your eligibility when you clearly have a lifelong permanent disability shouldn't need to occur.
Yeah, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just wanted to actually mention in relation to the Thriving Kids program, we have had Minister Butler speak about the funding that the federal government will allocate $2 billion of a budget allocation towards supporting the Thriving Kids program, with additional support coming from the states and territories, and to commence in July 26 and be ramped up the following 12 months to 2027, and that this would mean that there can be a real focus on providing additional supports things like a new Medicare item for bulk billed 3-year-olds, which I think is of value, but also to look at improving the decision-making tools for health professionals and to improve workforce training for child development. And there are a number of other points that Minister Butler made in when the announcement of Thriving Kids was made. And I think that there is going to be an expectation that the states will become key partners in the funding and the implementation of the program. So I just thought that is worth noting, but it's been a very interesting discussion. I would now like to hand over to Ms Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your report, which I read with real interest. There's obviously a number of strategies that you're envisaging in order to suggest that your plan could see a reduction in NDIS payments of about $12 billion over 10 years. You also talk about a further saving of $34 billion over the same period. So that's quite ambitious. And I wanted to talk to you about some of your strategies on that front. So you have suggested some commissioning in relation to foundational supports, which you've talked about. You've talked about clarifying who is eligible for the scheme and really looking at the concept of permanent impairment. You've also talked about some greater flexibility for people that are given packages, and I just wondered if you could talk about that a little bit more, how you envisage, what do you mean by that? Do you mean increased self-management of participants' plans? So that's my first question. My second question is around, you talk about standardisation of plans or packages, so it'd be great to hear a little bit more about your vision on that front and how you think that could be part of a saving strategy. And I also wondered, and I've got a couple of other questions as well, one in relation to, you talk about improved claims management, so it'd be great to hear more about your thoughts in that space. And then finally, you talk about the need for greater innovation in SIL. So you point out in your report that about 7% of participants cost about 40% of the scheme, with the average package for supported independent living or individualised accommodation supports of around $430,000 per annum. And I wondered what you envisage in relation to further innovation which could save money in that space. So sorry, I've got lots of questions, but I was really interested in your report, so thank you very much.
No, thanks so much for those questions, Senator. I might need to come back to you for a prompt here and there if I forget what the next one was, but I'll start at the beginning. And just to clarify on your initial statement regarding the sort of savings that result from the proposals in our report, I did want to just be very clear that the proposals in our report still see the NDIS continuing to grow well above inflation every year, not just over the forward estimates, but beyond that. We're not talking about reducing expenditure, we're actually talking about moderating growth. So it's just that this thing gets bigger at a slower rate than it's currently expected to. So that's how I would frame it. It's certainly not about cuts to the scheme. The scheme would continue to grow at a much higher rate than, say, Medicare or aged care at the moment under our proposals. Whether that's tenable in the long term is a matter for government. The other chunk of savings, the 36, is really, it's not a saving to the NDIS, but it is a saving to government, because at the moment they're saying that our estimates are that that's what they'd need to spend over a sort of 5-year period to deliver a programme of foundational supports. We're saying there's a better way to do that. So I just wanted to clarify that. But to your point on flexibility, you're absolutely right. We do want to see a sort of greater degree of flexibility than exists in the scheme today. In my view, if you have a standardised assessment process that derives a budget that government can be confident is the right one, that is based on objective inputs, and that fits within the overall funding envelope for the scheme, then you really don't also need to barricade the back door by strongly codifying all of the things that you're able to spend that funding on. So we make a case in our report, and this is also to your point around claims management, that really one of the issues for NDIS as an insurance scheme is it's had pretty poor sort of policy and process levers for setting predictable and consistent budgets. So we all know that they've been wildly unpredictable, highly inequitable, and that people with very similar levels of need can end up with very different funding outcomes, really just on the basis of which planner they talk to on any given day, and how well equipped they are to sort of advocate for themselves or their family is on their behalf. We need to see that improved, and that's the intention with the assessment process, is that that would derive not a standardised plan, which is not what we talk about in the report actually, but a budget allocation that ensures that there is some consistency in the system. So if you are someone that has a particular level of function, particular environmental kind of context, a certain level of informal support, living in a remote part of Australia, then you would get not dissimilar funding allocation to someone for whom those features were also the case. That's really what we're talking about in terms of claims management, is having a much better process of resource allocation that ensures that what people get is actually a reflection of need, and that there is a golden thread between that allocation at an individual level and the overall budget for the scheme that's determined sort of through the actuarial projections and the budget that is set by government. So that's what we're calling for, and that's what a well-equipped insurance scheme would have to manage its liabilities. But back to the flexibility point, it's one of the things we're not keen on in terms of current reforms is the recent sort of consultation on the Section 10 lists, as they're called, which are really sort of defining quite closely what people can spend their supports on. I can understand the reasons why people want to go down that route with such a strong focus on fraud and rorts that people will be very familiar with picking up a newspaper on any given day. But the reality is that for most people that have a lifelong need for support, they are the experts in their life and their condition, and they should be afforded the opportunity to use the funding allocation flexibly in ways that make sense to them day to day. So more of a principles-based approach to that, we feel, would be appropriate, as and when you're confident in the way you're setting your budgets. That should be the trade-off. And I think I've missed some things. It was housing, wasn't it? Supported.
Yeah, that's right. You talk about innovation in SIL.
Yeah, so we do think that's a critical area where reform is needed. And this is the subject of the first report we wrote in September 2024. There's a group of around 40,000 people, as you said there. These are folks for whom the NDIS was supposed to be transformational, but in reality, very little has changed for them. These people are still living in overly restrictive institutional settings, often sort of quite old group homes. Many of those people haven't seen any change in their support since the NDIS was introduced. And that's despite the fact that we know from copious evidence at the Disability Royal Commission that incidents of violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation are much higher in those settings. And as you said, the costs are also sky high. So we looked at international sort of benchmarks around what good looks like in delivering more innovative community-based support for people with intensive needs, as well as pockets of really good practice that do exist in Australia, particularly in Western Australia, interestingly. And we called those individualised living arrangements. And those tend to be sort of models of support where people are able to choose who they live with, importantly, and the support that they receive. And they don't tend to rely solely on paid labour, which is why these packages cost so much, the sort of round-the-clock support from support workers mean we've got packages I don't know what the most recent figure is, but certainly in excess of $440,000 a year when we looked at this just about sort of 12 months or so ago. By taking a sort of more innovative approach to how that support works in those arrangements, enabling people to live in ordinary homes in the community with the support they need, perhaps with the support of a housemate or a host family, but there are many other sort of arrangements as well. It's very possible to deliver a sort of more cost-effective and more effective support for people with intensive needs. So we don't think that's an area for big savings necessarily in the NDIS. There is some research that's been done subsequently that does show that there is the prospect of making savings in those packages. But what we certainly do need to ensure is that with the level of funding committed in those packages, we need to be seeing a lot better results than we are today. And we do think that's very possible. It just hasn't been a major focus in the reforms to date.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Berry. Good discussion. I'd like to now hand over to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Bennett, thank you very much for the work that you've put into the Saving the NDIS report. Similar to Ms Berry, I really appreciated reading through that report. I just wanted to round out on a couple of items. So some of the interesting figures in the report, you've got that the NDIS costs around $41.8 billion for the 23-24 year, making it one of the fastest growing areas of public spending. And I think in the report it said something along the lines of it's about the third largest expense in the federal budget at the moment, and it's expected to grow to around $58 billion over the next 3 years. There's been a lot of talk, obviously, in the public debate at the moment about cost, but in reading through your report, the themes that hit me was that it's not, I think cost is just a very narrow way of looking at things. This is about experience for people as well and the sustainability of the system, and that, at the moment there's a really strong focus on administrative burden for families and participants, and jumping through a lot of hoops. And the experience at the moment is also a very difficult experience for people to go through. So can you talk me through a little bit about your findings in the report, particularly around claims management as well, and some of the improvements there?
Certainly, Senator, and thanks for the question. I mean, to your initial point, we would totally agree that it's disappointing that it is often the case that discussions around NDIS sustainability do tend to disproportionately focus on questions of cost at the moment. I think, that is on one level appropriate just from a purely fiscal perspective. But on the other hand, it occurs because it's also at the moment incredibly difficult to pin down what the actual sort of well-being and broader economic benefits of the NDIS are, because the sort of outcomes reporting and the data on that is pretty deficient at the moment. So I don't think that changes the need for reform at all in our view, but it does clearly point to an area where there needs to be a lot more work done to make the outcomes reporting in particular fit for purpose, and to get a better sense of return on investment for government's very significant contributions into the NDIS. I think your question then was about sort of participant experience in the scheme. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I think I would observe that, if we're at a stage now where the amount of money in the system at this point is more than 4 times more than it was when the NDIS was introduced, one would expect that that there would be some positivity and an abundance of good news stories about the scheme, and we think that there are. But at the same time, I don't think it's likely that the committee is going to hear too many of those today. So I think that points to, as I've alluded to in my other comments, it's a question of design of the scheme, which has not been optimal from the scheme's inception, and for a variety of reasons, reform hasn't been forthcoming in as substantial a way in the intervening period as we think it should have been. Planning, which we've talked about, is a real case in point. The legislated design for that puts participants in a sort of fundamentally sort of adversarial position of having to negotiate line by line each support with a government bureaucrat that they would like to have in their plan. And then that support is either confirmed or denied, and often the plan, at least historically, hasn't tended to closely reflect people's sort of memory and experience of the planning conversation. That process doesn't need to be that way. It's quite an antiquated design in a way. It's sort of like a professional knows best type of model, and it doesn't reflect the way that models of self-directed support, which the NDIS purports to be, work internationally, which tend to have an assessment process providing you with a budget upfront at the same time as any government bureaucrat has that knowledge, and then provide you with support to use that funding flexibly in ways that make sense to you day to day, with knowledge of your disability, and to use that funding not just on disability supports, but on sort of everyday things that can help you to live a good life in the community. So I think my main point is that I think it comes down to some failures in design, added on to the fact that the scheme is now so big that the agency administering the scheme, the staff numbers haven't kept pace with participant growth. And what that means is that there's fewer and fewer minutes for a planner to make a complex decision for a participant that sat with them. And that is an inherently challenging and adversarial type of engagement as it happens in the NDIS today. I think planners probably have the hardest job in the APS. It's a very difficult job, and I think mostly they're very well-meaning in doing it, but it doesn't lead to good experience for participants, and it doesn't lead to predictable funding outcomes for government.
Thank you. I'll just quickly on, so we've just touched on about the plans, and obviously they're very, that process, you know, you talk in your report about there being the need to collect copious amounts of information, and then they're just the inability for planners to actually read through all the evidence that's collected, and they're making decisions without really being able to have a look at all of that evidence. What tools are available sort of in this, you know, this modern time to be able to assist planners in summarising some of that evidence and making sure they're drawing down and that evidence that families and participants are going to really long efforts to go and collect and go around and see lots of people, they're making sure that planners are actually able to consider that evidence. What tools are available at their disposal to make that more effective?
Very few, to be honest, in the current system, Senator, and that therein lies the problem. The agency clearly has its operational guidance, but a planner is sat there with the legislation, with any relevant rules, many of which have quite vague and undefined criteria in them, together with a host of reports and other supporting evidence, with the clock ticking, essentially. So I completely understand why that is a point of considerable frustration for people in the community, but I can also see it from an operational standpoint, where you have more than 10,000 decisions a week to make, and all of them have an impact on a person at the end of the day, but you don't have the time in the day and the number of staff to do that particularly well. I don't think the answer is armies of more bureaucrats, thousands more planners, which is what you would need to deal with the volumes that we're currently talking about. I think the answer is to develop those tools that you're asking about, and that's the intention with the new planning framework and the assessment that's being developed. And again, I completely appreciate that's causing anxiety in the community as well, because change is challenging. But all I would say on that is that it is the way that many other systems internationally work. It can be done. So a more streamlined approach to getting both eligibility to the scheme, but a planned budget agreed is I think what we need to strive towards. So getting the design of those tools right over the next period, including with the involvement of the disability community, will be critical. But I think that's the right direction of travel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was your response there was very interesting, and I just wanted to mention that the needs-based assessment tool, which we've announced, the ICANN, it is going to be trialled and piloted, and there will be opportunity for people with disability to have direct input into that program and how it evolves. So that is worth noting as well. So look, thank you so much for your time today. It's been a very interesting discussion and some great questions asked as well. We're going to wrap up very briefly and we will reconvene at 10:45. And if there's any further information that you would like to provide to the Secretariat, that would be greatly appreciated. If there was anything from the discussion that you think would be worthwhile, we would welcome further input. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you.
to this NDIS hearing. I would just like to mention that I have Senator Mulholland with me in person today. Deputy Chair Maria Kovacic is online, along with Miss Berry and Senator Steele-John. Welcome to you, Senator Steele-John. And we also, importantly, have with us Mr. Mark Peach. Hope I Peach.
Well,
thank you very much. Who is appearing in a private capacity, as well as representatives from Nobody Worse Off Coalition, who are in the room with us today, and representatives from Every Australian Counts, who are joining us by video conferencing. I understand that the parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'd like to thank you for your time today and coming along, and ask that for the Hansard record, if you could each state your full name and capacity in which you appear today, and if we can start with Mr. Peach.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the committee for having me today. I'm Mark Peach. I'm the Vice President of Physical Disability Australia. I also sit on the Every Australian Counts Steering Committee with my colleagues George and Nick. And I'm here speaking in an independent capacity today in my experience as both a participant, as a director of a registered provider that's gone through the audit process multiple times, and as someone that assists many other people with a disability to navigate the scheme.
Well, thank you very much for your attendance. And can we now ask Nobody Worse Off Coalition, would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Hello, my name is Sarah Langston, and I am one of the founding organisers of the Nobody Worse Off Coalition. I'm also the president of the Australian Neurodivergent Parents Association. We're a grassroots collective of neurodivergent parents, about 200 members, and we have joined together with allied health, about up to 8,000 allied health workers across Australia, their union, Professionals Australia, other grassroots DPROs, so Regional Autistic Engagement Network, so many acronyms, and Darawal Disability Action Network, as well as Disabled People Against Cuts and Advocacy for Inclusion, ACT. So together we are the Nobody Worse Off Coalition, and we formed around the 1st of July when the pricing arrangements were released, and it's a response to harm and neglect in our community of disabled people.
Thank you.
And I am Philippa Cullen, or Pip Cullen. I am a neurodivergent occupational therapist and NDIS provider, and have joined the Nobody Worse Coalition as one of the founders, and have been heavily involved in the Harm Tracker project.
Well, thank you very much. You obviously represent a significant number of people with disability from various sectors, so thank you for being here today. We also have representatives, as I mentioned, from Every Australian Counts. Just before I ask for introductions there, I just wanted to note that your organisation did send through a number of documents late yesterday, and I just wanted to note that we will consider those documents at a committee meeting in the near future. And now, if I can ask Every Australian Counts, would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. George Talbot-Forrest, and I am the independent chair of Every Australian Counts. Every Australian Counts was the grassroots movement that established the NDIS and campaigned for the establishment back in the beginning. Thank you. And I'm here with my colleague and steering committee member Nick Avery, who can introduce herself.
Thanks, George. Thank you, Chair. My name is Nick Avery. I'm the representative for Every Australian Counts in systemic advocacy to the NDIA and to the government, as well as a steering committee member.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we have a few organisations but wanting to know, would you like to make an opening statement before we begin? And perhaps, Mr. Peach, did you want to make an opening statement?
Yeah, briefly, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, again, thank you for having me here today. It was quite a trek. The last year has been quite an ordeal for many people with a disability, and changes have been quite difficult to navigate for many in the sector, including people with a disability and providers. I myself sort of cross into a number of cohorts. I live with a musculoskeletal movement disorder, and I'm also on the autism spectrum. So in those cases, having multiple disabilities can be quite complex, and in those cases it often means when these changes happen, it can be quite difficult to consider those complexities in regards to changes, but it's also often quite difficult to capture those changes and manage the risks associated with that. I must acknowledge that the NDIS has been life-changing for many people, including myself. For me, it meant being able to continue to work and to help people. I run an organisation in the Illawarra that is in Carol Berry's electorate, and she's been great in representing us. Me and my team, we have approximately 20 team members that either have a disability or a family member with a disability, and we support multiple people with a disability, and I know that these changes put us at risk. In regards to my own continued employment, changes and the current planning processes often fail to capture the need for meaningful community inclusion. I've got an example here today. I'm unofficially sponsored by Bunnings in that I had a blowout on the way here in that I broke my walking stick. Looking at the current S10 rules, if I was to go to Bunnings and use my funding to buy the $5 brass pipe fitting and the bit of super glue, which costs $7 in total, it would have been considered misuse of funding. I paid for that out of my own box, but when looking at the alternative and using NDIS funding, going to a disability-specific store, it would have been looking at rather unfashionable, old medical-looking walking stick for maybe $50. There are many practical ways that we can help to improve the scheme and to deliver it in ways that is more financially sustainable for government, improves participant outcomes, and can help protect the NDIS going forward. One of the fundamental changes that we've noted in these reforms is struggles in relation to communication between stakeholders, assumptions over what information can and can't be shared, presumed secrecy over reforms and changes and gatekeeping of information, and also looking at misinterpretations across stakeholders in relation to key terms of reference, including what is the definition of a disability and what is the definition of an impairment and what is a diagnosis. Myself, thankfully I've regained my eyesight recently. If you note, my eye looks like it's run into a doorknob. I haven't experienced any violence there, but it's as a result of a autoimmune condition which saw inflammation occur that has to be managed by corticosteroids, which unfortunately increase weight gain and water retention, in which case over 12 months I've gained 60 kilos. I'm currently funded for about 2 hours of daily activity support, in terms of like assistance with daily life activities, which has meant that I don't have adequate funding to go to my place of employment and to engage with my team, because when this started to occur and a plan review occurred within the hospital setting, my employment support funding was removed without me being able to discuss this matter or to have that plan explained to me. I think that we have seen strain with the growth associated with the NDIS. I've been involved with the scheme since approximately 2017. Early days, we had more engagement at a community level, which saw local knowledge provided and inputted into the supports that were afforded. And when issues like broken equipment or other life issues that happen, they were able to be dealt with in a timely manner. So we could just call the 1-800 number or go into a local office and be afforded funding to be able to hire equipment or to replace equipment timely. Now, with current wait times, that process can take upwards of 3 months to 12 months or longer. And the reporting and box ticking that's involved is incredibly burdensome, both on participants and on providers. As a registered provider, I note that the current registration process doesn't equate to quality. The audit process as a compliance action that's essentially a snapshot of a point in time. It's not a continual engagement process. And it actually often creates a barrier to participants engaging with providers in a meaningful way. But that's pretty much a summary of my experience. But to be colloquial, I'm a little bit of a NDIS nerd and walking encyclopedia in regards to the scheme, and I like to try and be a peacemaker to sit between the various stakeholders and welcome any engagement from government to try and find solutions that work for everyone.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Peach. Obviously, your knowledge and your experience is much valued in this setting, and we'll come back to you and tease a few things out as we move along. I'm just wondering, Mrs. Cullen or Ms. Langston, do you have some opening remarks you'd like to make?
Yeah, so Pip has just asked a first statement to read on behalf of the coalition.
Go ahead. We have a copy of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before reading that, I actually just wanted to acknowledge country from where I'm coming from. So I'm from Susan Templeman's electorate in Macquarie, and it's Gundungurra and Darug country. So all the work that I've done towards this has been on Gundungurra and Darug country, and I want to acknowledge the elders from the country I'm from. And hi to Susan, who's an amazing federal MP.
Yes, well done.
She's good. I wanted to also note that I am a participant as well, and I'm also the parent of a 9-year-old participant, Ripley, who's at home watching this probably.
Hello, Ripley.
Hi, little man. Okay, so this is really an impact statement that I wanted to read. It's very direct, and it's just very plain language. It's no stats and fanciness. It's just how we're all feeling, I guess, in my portion of the community. Okay. Why we are writing. We are parents of NDIS participants ourselves, and advocates in the neurodivergent community. We live inside the system, not outside of it. We are writing to tell you that people are being harmed by the speed, number, and handling of NDIS changes. These changes are causing fear, mental health breakdown, exhaustion, illness, and family dysfunction. They are impacting people's sleep, eating, capacity to parent, work, and sustain relationships. What we are seeing now is not ordinary distress in the neurodivergent community. It is, in our view, collective burnout across our community. What is happening? So many NDIS rules and pricing updates have happened so fast that people can no longer keep up. Even small neutral changes now cause panic because every announcement feels like another cut or threat, regardless of what it is about. People's nervous systems are overloaded, which is very important for neurodivergent people. We now all live on high alert. Many are now too frightened to use their funding because they don't trust that they understand the rules. There is no help in the community to explain changes properly, especially for people with learning or processing differences, such as dyslexia, ADHD or autism. And I would say that would also include people with intellectual disabilities as well, and cognitive disabilities. Loss of safety and rights. The new laws have removed the minister's power to quickly step in when a decision is clearly causing harm. There is no longer an emergency stop button. There is no way to quickly fix dangerous or life-threatening mistakes. That is not safe. There is now no brake the minister can use to keep someone alive by ensuring supports stay in place. At the same time, participants have lost or are losing basic civil rights, including the right to appeal some decisions and the right to an independent review when something goes wrong. Without these safeguards, people can lose vital supports, their health, their housing, even their lives, and have no way to stop it. The powerlessness and resignation to harm we are seeing induced in our peers is extremely worrying. People feel trapped and hopeless, and I will say a lot of people have given up on engaging in these processes. And as someone who's passionately committed to the political process and democracy, I find that especially heartbreaking. And as a law student, I find that so depressing. This breaches Australia's duties under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which guarantees the right to fairness, remedy and protection from harm. A system with no safety valve is unsafe by design. Who is being heard? Government keeps saying it is consulting, but the people being listened to most are mostly large charities and service providers, not disabled people or our representative groups. These organisations are not run by us and often make money from the NDIS. They have access to ministers and senior staff that community organisations like ours do not. This means the reforms are often being shaped by those with financial or institutional interests, not by the people whose lives are most affected. We and other DPROs have taken part in almost every consultation in good faith, but it seems our input has often been ignored. This breaks Australia's obligations under Article 4.3 and General Comment Number 7 of the UN Convention, which clearly say that disabled people must lead decisions about our own lives. And one of the documents I sent through last night is that the AMPA have now, after a couple of months of back and forth, have now put in a formal complaint with the UN CRPD committee in Geneva due to the last 12 months. So we have that formal complaint now underway. The economic reality. The NDIS is not a drain on the economy. It is not an unsustainable cost nor a burden. The government and opposition must stop saying this because, frankly, it's a lie. Every dollar spent returns about $2.25 in wider economic value through jobs, productivity and lower health and welfare costs, which is from the Per Capita Report 2021, which Bill Shorten proudly tabled then. Cutting the NDIS hurts everyone. It slows national growth and reduces GDP. It increases costs in hospitals, housing and crisis services. It pushes families and carers to breaking point. These cuts are unnecessary, uneconomic and deeply harmful to our community, our families and the nation. What we are asking We, as in the AMPA and NWO, we call on this inquiry to compel the government and NDIA to stop all further NDIS cuts, including stopping all eligibility reassessments. Pause the new laws and pricing changes. Bring back a ministerial emergency stop power so dangerous decisions can be fixed fast. Guarantee the right of appeal for all decisions and independent review. Work directly with DPROs as required by the UN Convention and make sure that we have the most influence. Until these steps are taken, harm will keep growing and trust will keep breaking down between community and government. In closing, our fundamental civil and human rights are being stripped away. The right to appeal, to safety and to fair treatment are being taken from us. We have worked in good faith. We have shown evidence. We have warned of harm. But the government has not listened, neither has the agency. Therefore, we have lost confidence in the ministers responsible for the NDIS and in the Albanese Cabinet's ability to manage our community's affairs safely and fairly. This is not about politics, it's about human safety, lawful governance and dignity. We ask you to pause the cuts. We ask you to pause the cuts, restore safety measures and rebuild trust before more lives are damaged or lost. Our community cannot survive another year like this. What you are doing to us is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I think I have a few questions, but I might give you a moment to take your time, and we'll come back to you. And I was going to ask if we have Every Australian Counts online. Did Dr. Talaporis or Ms Avery wish to make some opening remarks?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do want to. Lots of our remarks echo what was just shared. When the NDIS was promised to us, it was founded on the promise of genuine choice and control and reasonable and necessary individualised support for people with significant and permanent disability. But over the past year, we've learnt through our engagement with thousands of community members that there's growing concern and feeling and experience that this promise is being eroded. We conducted a national survey to understand the early impacts of the NDIS Amendment Bill. In that survey, 63% said that they were already experiencing more problems, losing essential support and having less choice and control over their funding. Participants described confusion, fear, and exhaustion. One said, "I'm terrified of losing the supports that keep me alive." And another wrote, "I don't feel like I have any control over my supports anymore." Our community is telling us that recent changes to the NDIS, including inflexible funding periods and restrictive support lists, are having serious impacts on their lives. People are telling us that it's making their lives harder, and this is particularly true for people with complex needs. I want to share the story of Elisa Gibson and her daughter, Koa. They can't be here today, but they've asked that we share their story, and I have a photo here of Cora and Alicia on my phone that you probably can't see, but I wanted to hold that up to honour them and to say that they have asked that I share their story.
Right. It's difficult to see the image, but please continue.
When sort of funding periods were imposed on Cora's plan, her funding was divided in a way that left no flexibility when her mother became ill with the flu. Without enough funding to arrange the extra support that Cora needed to avoid exposure to the illness, she contracted the flu and tragically passed away. This is a statement to Alicia that she asked us to read out loud on her behalf, and I'm going to ask Nick to read this statement now. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, George.
Can I ask you, how long is that statement for?
It's a very short statement.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. I'm just aware of our time restraints. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a story of what happens when a plan is inflexible. As Coa's mother, I was blessed to bring my daughter into the world and deeply traumatised to witness her preventable death. Coa was 4 years old. She loved music, the ocean, her family, Disney movies, and the park. Yes, she had profound disabilities. Every part of her body was affected, but she did her best to thrive. And yet, despite her courage and our constant advocacy, the NDIS failed to understand or acknowledge her needs, even after we submitted 15 supporting letters from specialists and professionals. Coa was discriminated against because she was disabled. The very system designed to support her became the barrier to her survival. Rigid funding blocks and the loss of flexibility in her NDIS plan ultimately became a death sentence. What was meant to sustain her life ended up denying her the chance to live a future. Today, Coa's voice will be heard. Freedom and control were taken from her. Children with complex needs can experience dramatic changes, not just over months, but in a single day. A disabled person can live many lifetimes in one. NDIS claims to be needs-based, but we provided the exact evidence and it was still ignored. I fought through every available avenue only to be handballed, dismissed and denied. Over 8 NDIS representatives turned us away. And at 4 years old, Coa was left without the support she so urgently needed. If Coa had been granted access to her full NDIS plan, she would still be alive today. Coa's life was precious and her death was preventable. The question for the committee today is, what are we going to do to ensure that further precious lives are not lost and that the erosion of choice and control does not continue? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that very emotional, of those words. That is something that I think we should take offline and have a discussion separately with you about that. And there is opportunities for us to talk through with the NDIS that particular case. So, look, I do really appreciate that you've read that out. I can see your emotion. So, thank you for your heartfelt words and for sharing that with us. It's definitely not an easy thing for you to do. So, thank you. So I wanted to go back to asking some questions relating to the letter that you've put forward, Ms Langston, but I'm not sure, are you up to taking some questions?
I'm autistic, I just cry all the time.
Yeah, no, look, and good on you for stepping up and putting it to us. We do appreciate your words. I wanted to just ask you, you talk about that there is no help in the community to explain the changes that have occurred. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me the key changes that you're referring to, and what help do you think would should be provided that isn't currently, that would make the process of change easier?
Before I answer that, I just wanted to also acknowledge Koa, and I wanted to acknowledge her mum and thank Nick for reading that out, and just express solidarity with all the disabled people here today. It's really hard. So what changes? All of them. There have been so many, and it's been unrelenting.
Is there anything, the key ones, is there anything particularly that stands out for you?
No. Yeah.
So I can list just a few. Within even the last few months, we've had changes to funding periods, which means that funding is only released at certain increments, whereas previously funding was allocated per plan or it was rolled over per year. And unfortunately, this has not been discussed. I work with children, so a lot of the families that I work with have really poor understanding of what the changes and funding periods means, which leaves them at great risk of being vulnerable to having to pay privately or have invoices generated against them that they can't claim for the NDIS. So, for example, if I had a child that wanted to come in for a block of therapeutic supports and we booked in for that block of supports and the family went, yeah, look, we have enough money in our therapeutic budget, that's great. And they came in and saw us, and then we got to about, if it was a six weeks of therapy, in that fourth week, if we submitted an invoice and that was declined by the plan manager because of a lack of insufficient funds within that funding period, it would be the responsibility of the family to pay that invoice.
So how is that? So in order for a family and for a person with a disability to not be placed in that position, what information needs to be provided to help?
It needs to be broken down as to, how much is available per period, sitting down and discussing these with families for a start. Most families still believe that the money that they have within their plan is accessible at any time. They don't understand that you only have a smaller amount per quarter or per month, and if you use that funding, then there is nothing the NDIA will do to help.
And do you think that participants are aware of why that change has occurred?
So I think a lot of participants aren't even aware that that change has occurred.
Yeah.
So something, I think, stepping right back, I think it's very important to take a really macro view of who these families are. One of the most essential keys to a safe reform is understanding the demographic you're working with. So demographics is something I'm particularly passionate about. Having a deep understanding of the community that you are engaging with is essential. That is something I have seen absent from these reforms. And when that happens, it causes harm. I wanted to describe a bit about this community. So the disability community is incredibly complex. There are so many different disability types. People have very different support needs. I can speak to the neurodivergent community who I was speaking about in that letter in particular. So I want to stay in my lane and in my scope. So the most important thing is to understand is that neurodivergence, especially when we're talking about autism and ADHD and learning disabilities, things like that, are intergenerational. This is a key thing that is missed. And if we had that understanding at a system level, things would be so different. If we had that understanding and then reformed in partnership, then it would be different. So when I say it's intergenerational, autism and ADHD are the most heritable forms of neurodivergence. So it's something like 80 to 90%. So when you have a child who's on the NDIS, it is incredibly likely that they have an undiagnosed parent, who, one or both, who is autistic or has ADHD, may also have complex learning disabilities. Some of those learning disabilities include dyslexia, and then also developmental differences like dyspraxia. So that can affect reading, cognition, listening, attention, focus, all of these things. Processing, how fast you can process things, how fast you can form your thoughts, express your thoughts, what you can cope with. There's also, and this is often not talked about at all, very high sensory load. So people are often, like I'm talking about parents who are parenting these kids, they are often experiencing an inaccessible world in the same way their children are, but they have no support. And yet these people, these parents, are tasked with interacting with a administratively heavy, complex, to them inscrutable system so their children can have the support they need. And I have a lot of friends who don't know how to access their child's plan, who don't know how to get onto the portal. Even if they do understand, they can't. And it can't is such an incredibly important concept in neurodivergence to understand, because quite a lot of the things we can't do are perceived by non-neurodivergent people as things we won't do. And it is so important to understand that for neurodivergent parents navigating these systems for their children who want the best for their kids, they can't interact with these systems. And I think that reframe is important. So as to the question of how do we support them, we're not there yet. We're not at the point of reaching for strategies, because the first thing we need to do is understand. So, you know that saying, first seek to understand? That needs to happen first. And I would love to see that effort from government, a real engagement with the parents of these children and recognising intergenerational disability, and that these families have really specific needs as a whole family.
Now,
And there are big. I just want to say there's huge consequences also when parents can't interact with these systems, because there is a key link between federal disability supports and state child protection systems. And when parents can't keep that scaffolding around their children because they can't go to tribunal, or they can't open letters or read emails or answer phone calls, which often happens, and the scaffolding collapses or is cut, frequently we see notifications to child protection, because their system is based on a whole bunch of flow charts and ticky boxes, and one of the key things is when a child is disabled and does not have adequate scaffolding around them, that risk increases in child protection systems, and it's often not the fault of the parent. So it's a very complex intersection that is not well understood, and that I am so passionate about and have not seen really represented in the NDIS review or any of these discussions. And it's putting our families in the line of fire in terms of state-based monitoring, surveillance and engagement with the child protection system, which is completely preventable.
Well, thank you for that. And I think it's really valuable, your words, and they are in the Hansard record.
Thank you.
But for me, the point of our inquiries is to actually look at actions, solutions, how do we do better? Yep. And while I understand that what you're saying is we need to be more aware and understand what you've just said about neurodivergent people and the consequences of certain actions. But it would be of value to know from you, what do you think is a starting point? What can we do in terms of helping? Is it to do with, as you say, sitting down with the families in a face-to-face process to support families in understanding the changes?
I think before we can sit down and talk to the families individually, we need to look broader in the design of and the implementation without the NDIS, and that needs to be completed in co-design and consultation with disabled people and DPROs.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point.
If it helps, and just from a practical standpoint, a lot of this is a challenge in how the information is communicated and lack of certainty. There's been an incredible amount of anxiety within the community in relation to key elements of reforms, especially the implementation of funding periods. The advice provided to government or provided in the representative forums diverges quite greatly from what was delivered, and what was delivered was quite rushed. It was announced on a Friday, and then
in relation to the period of funding periods.
It was the section 33.
Something that you would like to see, that if something is to be implemented,
well, in this
more
case,
consultation and more time frame for to ensure that people have enough time to understand it.
Give a practical example of in relation to the funding periods, like when you change managing in a corporate setting, generally you provide training in relation to that change before you press go on an irreversible update to the computer system. And you'd also make sure that interfacing software, like in terms of how providers bill, that those software pieces are compatible with those changes, and that all of those stakeholders would discuss things collaboratively to make sure that things aren't missed in relation to risk. And when you're looking at like invoices being submitted in relation to these new funding periods, you may have delays in how long, like in terms of when invoices are submitted, which means that a provider might be invoicing in line with their agreement, and another provider may have been late on their billing period or something. So when a family's making like an agreement with a provider, they may not have an accurate understanding as to what funds are already committed to an agreement. So it makes budgeting a little bit harder because you can't see what you've sort of already sort of promised to someone else. Or
Okay. So
There is okay if I jump in.
yes, I am wanting to allow questions from the other members of the committee, but it is of value.
What I had to say relates to funding periods, because EAC did a lot of work with the government to try and help the government understand the issues. And what we discovered is that the operational guideline that the NDIA has developed is not consistent with the NDIS Act and the determination in the rules. So the rule essentially says that you need to develop a funding period that is specific to that person's situation. That is not what the NDIA has done. The NDIA has brought in 1 month funding periods as a standard. A 1 month funding periods mean that if someone becomes unwell and needs more support in that month, they are in a situation similar to what we described in terms of Alicia and co-op. So a very practical change would be for the NDIA to ensure that their own guidelines are consistent with the NDIS Act. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. It's a point that we appreciate you've made. Now,
I think there's one more hand from Nick Avery as well online.
My apologies. Nick, did you want to make a further comment?
Thank you, Chair. It's also regarding funding periods. all of the disability representative organisations, the Independent Advisory Committee and the participants who were consulted about funding periods before they were introduced gave advice to the NDIA that funding periods should be set to default of 12 months and made shorter if the participant wanted them, or if there was the NDIA were concerned that the participant's plan would likely be overspent. That didn't occur. Instead, the NDIA introduced funding periods of 1 month or for certain things and 3 months for everything else as default through policy and through operational guidelines and through PACE. And it was made worse by not communicating the changes to participants and the wider community. The disability representative and carer organisations, the IAC, were also not advised before funding periods were released. And there's further issues around this, which is that while funding periods are a reviewable decision, people are in fact being told that it's not a reviewable decision because there's no information anywhere to say that you can seek a review of your funding periods. So we are hearing all the time from people and from providers that they're being told by NDIS representatives that it's 3 months, too bad, or it's 1 month, too bad. There's no reviewing this. It is what it is, which is really alarming because people are missing out on critical supports and don't have sufficient funding available to gather the evidence they need to appeal poor decisions as well.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that it should be a longer period, but there should be some red flags that alert the NDIA when someone's plan is low in dollars and gives someone time to understand that. And is that what you're saying?
Funding periods need to suit the participant. We recommended longer funding periods, the maximum, the 12 months, and discuss with the participant for shorter funding periods because it's quite easy for a delegate to be conservative and to assess risk in that direction, but they're not assessing risk of harm to the participant if the funding periods are too short, if they don't have access to flexible funding. And that was our advice, and unfortunately that advice was ignored by the agency.
Okay, well, look, thank you for that. And look, I do need to move on and hand over for others to ask questions. So, look, I will move to Senator Steele-John, who has joined us more recently. Have you got some questions you would like to ask Mr. Steele-John?
Certainly do. Thank you, Chair. And let me lead out by thanking the witnesses for their evidence today. I want to acknowledge the emotional labour involved inherently in sharing these pieces of evidence with us, both as experts and advocates and as disabled people yourselves. I want to go first to evidence training counts. I note that your submission was made to the committee before the government announcement of Thriving Kids, and wanted to ask you whether there's anything additional you wanted to add in relation to that announcement.
Nick, this is your area.
Thank you, Senator. Every Australian Counts also ran a survey with more than 1,000 responses regarding Thriving Kids, and overwhelmingly the community is not supportive of Thriving Kids, and we strongly advocate that there be no changes to NDIS eligibility. We are supportive of there being foundational supports for children who do not meet eligibility criteria for the NDIS, and that support should be in the form of both individual and group-based supports that are locally available to people, but the eligibility for NDIS should remain as is.
Thank you. And can you share from your perspective, I might go to the No Worse Off Coalition because every Australian Counts, I think you've stepped this out quite clearly for us. But is there anything that you would like to expand on in relation to funding periods and what you are hearing from the community in terms of the impact of the imposition of these 3 month or 1 month funding period and the the gap between what was promised in terms of flexibility and what appears to have occurred in terms of just a baseline. This is how much you get starting point.
Yeah, so I think that the biggest issue within the neurodivergent parent community, but more broadly, is, again, as Pip has said, that the knowledge is not getting through. It's not translating into the community. And when that happens, I think the most important thing we should ask is why. And usually when you're talking about neurodivergent people, it's because the information has not been made accessible. So I think there's issues around the accessibility of communication and translation of change into the community. I think there is a canyon of room between what the community can grasp and process and what has happened. And I would say with funding periods, one of the biggest impacts that I see is definitely acknowledge what every Australian Counts has said around risks to life and severe injury and harm for people with complex physical disabilities. It is a little different in the neurodivergent community. I think one of the biggest risks actually is the risk of incurring debt. The risk of incurring debt, very substantial debt, can accrue for families without them having any idea that that's happening. Again, that is because of the accessibility of information and these systems. They are largely inaccessible for neurodivergent parents. And I was asked before what I think would help. It takes me a little time to process questions.
Almost take your time.
So the thing that I think that actually would help is the thing that's not happening, which is co-design with DPROs. Real co-design, meaningful co-design. Co-design that actually changes the outcome. Because what we've seen over the last 12 to 24 months is co-design theatre, honestly. And I'm sorry if that's blunt, but that's what's happened. And this is what General Comment number 7 to the UNCRPD committee addressed, was the risk of that. It directly spoke to that. So that comment was made in 2018. It is probably one of the most important documents that this government could read right now. And it talked about the danger in outcomes when co-design does not happen meaningfully and we can't lead policy and law, the impact of it. And funding periods are a perfect example. They're impractical, they're dangerous, and they cause all sorts of harm. And the government would know that, and the agency would know that if our DPROs had been allowed to lead and our efforts to lead had been embraced and actually observed. So I think the fact that we have funding periods is a great example that co-design is not happening.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that Ms Avery's put their hand up, and then I will come to Mr Peach, but go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. To carry on from what Sarah was just saying, we have a perfect storm currently. We have overly prescriptive NDIS plans being issued, and the legislation requires that participants spend in accordance with our plans. We have overly restrictive Section 10 rules, and we have funding very, very short funding periods. The result of that is that particularly in regional and remote areas where there are extensive wait times, you are being issued an NDIS plan that in many cases you cannot use, particularly for children. If you have a plan that says speech pathology and occupational therapy are funded, you can't do anything else. You can't access parent training. While you're waiting 18 months to access speech therapy and occupational therapy, you can't access psychology or physiotherapy if they're available. So you've been issued a plan that you can't use. You can't, if you try to appeal it, typically you are waiting several months to appeal it. With funding periods, you can't gather more evidence because you don't have enough funding available to get a functional capacity assessment report, to do a change of circumstances request and seek funding, the other types of funding that you might need. And even when you do that, if you've waited 6 months or 9 months for sufficient funding to be available to organise that functional capacity assessment report, you're then waiting anywhere up to 8 to 12 months for the change of circumstances request to be processed. So we have this perfect storm of harm that's occurring at the moment, unfortunately.
Agreed.
Thank you. Mr. Peach, could you tell the committee more about what you see as you said in your opening statement, the risks the community to the community that you are seeing right now from some of both the legislative changes that have been passed and the way they're being operationalised. Can you tell us more about what that tangibly looks like for the people that are talking to you?
I think ultimately, Senator Steele-John, it's the lack of ability for people to raise risk and to have those risks addressed in meaningful ways that helps to prevent harm and death. There's nothing more soul-wrenching working in this sector and having lived experience and being helpless to see people left in situations where they're basically, these changes are enabling neglect, and there doesn't exist supports outside of the scheme to ensure that essential services continue to keep people alive. Unfortunately, I've experienced situations with people close to me where people have passed away, unfortunately, where risks have been raised to the NDIA, to the Quality and Safeguards Commission, and from a practical standpoint, a lot of those avoidable deaths, when they're investigated, there's no data collection in relation to whether there's any contributing factors in terms of how the scheme's being administered. When we're looking at that data, it's not provided in a way that I've spoken to people within the Quality and Safeguards Commission that advised me that the Oracle database system that was used historically to store this information, it's often quite impractical to be able to pull out individual cases to then be able to look more systemically and to trace people's journeys so that we can go back and, like, if this was a project in IT, you follow the data back and you identify the points where things went wrong, and then you iterate, you improve. And that involves communication. And these communication challenges and the breakdowns in communication occurs as we involve different stakeholders. For instance, looking at the gaps between our representative bodies and providers and participants, with people sitting at different tables and not discussing some of these issues practically, and the overlap points with, like, state partners, with the NDIA, and even looking at overlapping legislation, we're unable to fill those gaps and fill those cracks. And I'm seeing practically right now those gaps are getting wider, and there's no one other than people with a disability and those working frontline within the scheme, and that's providers. And I've been on phone calls with delegates from the NDIA, speaking to them for hours, almost counselling them on how to raise issues internally and how to access support and engage, like, their union representation to raise some of these concerns. But ultimately...
Thank you, Mr. Pincher. I'm just conscious of time, my friend, and I just want to ask you if you wouldn't mind, because I think you've just raised something that could be very useful for the committee. Would you mind taking on notice for us the observations you have or have heard about in relation to the Oracle system and the role that it's playing in this issue? And if you could provide that to us as an additional piece of evidence, I think that would be incredibly useful. For my final question, I just want to go to Dr. Talapouros. It appears to me from listening to your evidence today that when it comes to funding periods, you feel as though Every Australian Counts gave very clear feedback to the government as to how funding periods should be implemented, and indeed attempted to guide them back to the content of their actual explanatory memorandum of the legislation, which pointed to this being a change which would be implemented flexibly on a needs basis with reference to the individual circumstance. Can you just clarify for me the gap that you see between what you said to the government around the implementation of this process and what has in fact played out?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So essentially, we made it very clear that there is inconsistency between the legislation and the operational guideline that the planners are using to set and that the delegates are using to set funding periods. And that the Section 7, Part 2 of the determination of the NDIS Act outlines very clearly what the delegate needs to consider. And it says that it needs to ensure that all of those aspects are tailored to the person and not set as a one-size-fits-all. So when we saw that the guideline says that the guideline itself says that you will get 3 months or 1 month for home and living, that is not matching up. So we took this to the CEO and made this very clear. The CEO responded by saying, we've had no complaints, so it must be working well.
Excuse me, just to clarify, Doctor, sorry to interrupt you. You informed the CEO, which would have been Miss Falkingham.
No, it was the current acting CEO, sorry.
Yeah. Yes. So you informed him that his operational guidelines were inconsistent with the foundational piece of legislation,
yes.
And their response was, well, we've had no complaints.
Yes, and Nick was at that meeting. Is that how you recall that meeting, Nick?
Yes, the NDIA are tracking internal review of decision requests regarding funding periods, but there was no information to advise people that funding periods are a reviewable decision, so nobody had requested a review of that decision.
And on what date did you make this? You remember the date that you informed the CEO of this information?
It was in July, early July, around the 3rd of July.
3rd of July, okay. And to your understanding, has the NDIA in any way changed its operational guideline based on that feedback, or provided any clarification as to the way in which it believes its operational guideline is in fact in line with what they are empowered to do under their legislation?
Yes. Nick, do you want to take this?
They made some minor changes to the operational guidelines. Initially, the guidelines stated that you had to meet all of the criteria in the legislation where funding periods would be different. They changed, and the legislation doesn't state that, so they did amend that bit, but they also told us that there would be further amendments, such as lifting the bracket for funding periods to be 1 month from $200,000 home and living budget to $400,000 home and living budget, and they've walked back from that. The other changes that we were advised would occur, I checked last week, and they have not yet occurred. And we were told, I believe in July, that these changes would be made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Look, I'm conscious of time and other witnesses appearing, but I want to thank you all again for your evidence today, for your ceaseless advocacy in relation to your communities. If there is any additional information that you leave the stand and believe you wish you would have provided the committee with, then please do so. I think you've got a 2-week window to provide us with that additional information, and we very much value it. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. So, look, thank you very much for your time. It's really been a very valuable discussion, and as I know for all of us, it is challenging to hear, you know, the emotion and the impact that you are feeling, and we've certainly, it's in Hansard, we're listening. And, you know, this is what these inquiries are about. They're about actually hearing from you, giving you a voice, and to actually then look at what we can do in terms of recommendations moving forward. Your comments regarding the funding periods is certainly of value. And we do have an NDIA officer who will be here very shortly, and that there is an opportunity to discuss specific cases and, you know, with the officer. So once again, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to the recommendations that come from this inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may also, Chair, just make a comment and thank the witnesses for their candid testimony, and also I just wanted to make a very brief comment that we recognise each of the comments that you've made and the impacts that this process has had on you, and that the evidence that you've provided will help affect change. So if there's one thing I would like you to take from this is that whatever powerlessness you have felt, that what you have said today has had an impact and it has been heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. It's what point well made. So I would now like to invite First Peoples Disability Network, Mr. Rhys Howard, to come forward. We may need a moment or two just to transition across. Thank you. So welcome to you, Mr. Howard, and from First Peoples Disability Network. We are running a tad behind, and I appreciate your patience, but I think the testimony and the comments of our previous witnesses was worth hearing. So could you please state for the Hansard record your name and the purpose of your involvement, participation here today?
Yes, certainly. My name is Rhys Howard, and I'm here appearing on behalf of the First Peoples Disability Network.
Well, thank you very much. And would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, if you have the time.
Please go ahead.
Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity to appear on behalf of the First Peoples Disability Network. I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples as the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to their elders past and present, and acknowledge their continuing connection to country. I'd also extend that respect to any First Nations people joining us in person here today or online as well. FPDN is the national peak body for and governed by First Nations people with disability. We deliver systemic advocacy, policy and research, on-country engagement, cultural safety and disability training, capacity building for ACOs and individual advocacy. Through the Coalition of Peaks and the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, we embed shared decision-making, strengthen the community-controlled sector, drive transformation of mainstream systems, as well as upholding community-controlled data governance. For First Nations people, I'd like to be really clear. NDIS reform is not just about policy, but it's really about saving lives. Recent cases, including Kumanjai White and Clinton Austin, show that preventable deaths in and outside of custody are repeatedly a result of systemic inequality, and we must get this continuing reform right. We also need to reset the public narrative. A narrow focus on cost burden risks further disenfranchising people who already face the highest systemic barriers to entry. System integrity matters, but concerns about provider fraud must not be conflated with participant behaviour. People are navigating a complex system to access lawful supports, and they must not be punished for doing so. Reform must be co-designed and led by First Nations people, and we support the full implementation of the Disability Royal Commission Recommendation 9.10 to establish an independent First Nations Disability Forum so that communities are at the decision-making table in all matters that affect them. This will help address the underutilised plan funds and the severe lack of supported housing in remote communities. The Australian Government has accepted the recommendation in principle, and all governments have committed to the priority reforms. We ask the committee to hold the government accountable to these commitments. Co-design must also shape the new planning framework. The agency has licensed the ICANN V6 tool. That is an opportunity only if it is independently validated for First Nations context and co-designed in its use as well. Validations should test across diverse communities, check cultural assumptions against First Nations worldviews, and publicly report whether funding outcomes are equitable. Assessments must be culturally safe, the reasons transparent, and draft plans provided in plain English and independent advocates and interpreters offered as standard. Pilots must also show that no one is worse off under this assessment tool. Foundational supports are delayed, as we know. We cautiously welcome the ambitious agenda of Thriving Kids only if it can prove that it leaves no one worse off. We believe it could succeed if done the right way, but given it does not commence until the 1st of July in 2026, 9 months away, action is needed now. We want to see funding locked in through intergovernmental agreements and guarantee continuity so that no First Nations person has supports reduced or removed until culturally appropriate community-led alternatives are operating. Navigation of the system must be local, it must be relationship-based, and it must be embedded in the community itself. Funding for ACCO-led navigators, including specialist roles for justice, mental health and remote communities, are essential. Bringing together the Remote Community Connector and the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer functions into a properly resourced community-led navigator workforce will help improve outcomes across the system. In remote Australia, we are not dealing with thin markets. We are seeing market failure. Recent pricing settings remove loadings and lower some therapy caps, and in August, data showed that 92% of occupational therapy providers had cut remote services due to pricing pressure. Without a provider of last resort policy in place before further changes, service voids will become permanent. We ask the agency and the committee to move now to alternative commissioning and block funding in those areas and pause price reductions and related reforms until there is a provider of last resort coverage and active market stewardship. Quality and safeguards must centre First Nations communities as well. We ask for investment in Indigenous positive behaviour support workforces and require Indigenous First Nations input into behaviour plans for First Nations participants to reduce restrictive practices. In terms of appeals and litigation conduct, an August 2025 Administrative Review Tribunal matter concerning a young Aboriginal man found repeated agency non-compliance with tribunal directions and was referred to the Attorney General's Office of Legal Services Coordination. The agency's Chief Counsel has ordered an independent review. Model litigant obligations require complete propriety and fairness, and we ask that the committee seek a report from the AG on NDIA compliance with those obligations, as well as scrutinising NDIA compliance and legal spend patterns in the ART era, and ensure that the ART itself is accessible, trauma-informed and culturally safe as well. Justice and custody interfaces are also failing people. The Clinton Austin inquest heard that he waited more than 2 years for NDIS support before being found unresponsive in his jail cell. If day-to-day support in custody is a justice responsibility, it must be delivered in action, not just words. We ask that a national protocol to identify needs at entry, plan supports for release, and the inclusion of families be established within a national protocol. Critically, there's no national data set that tracks First Nations people with disability in custody. We ask for a coordinated justice disability data set so that the problem is visible and it's also accountable. NDIS-supported housing must also reflect choice and culture and not default to communal or institutional settings. This requires co-design which is transparent. This co-design requires transparent, disaggregated and community-controlled data. The First Nations Disability Forum should have real-time access to data on access planning and appeals, disaggregated by First Nation status, language, geography and intersectional identity, consistent with Indigenous data sovereignty. In August, FPDN released a 10-point plan to reform the NDIS for First Nations people, including culturally safe assessment and planning, new commissioning models to fix market failure, and closing the deadly gaps at the justice interface. And we would be pleased to provide that to the committee if it would assist the inquiry. These steps will deliver fairness, rebuild trust, and improve outcomes, and we believe they will also save lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive, Mr. Howard. I'd like to now hand over to Ms. Berry.
Thank you very much, and just really want to thank you for your evidence today. And I think it would be fantastic if the committee was able to get a copy of that 10-point plan that you just referred to. I think that would be very helpful. We've heard really great evidence today, and particularly in relation to the need for deeper and more effective consultation. And I just wondered if you could reference how the engagement process has been going for the First Persons Disability Network in relation to the NDIA. Have you had that engagement? How could it be improved? You've obviously talked about the need for it to be improved, but could you just speak to that a little bit further?
Yeah, certainly. Perhaps if I could talk about a couple of specific examples which concern some of the recent reforms. So obviously we have foundational supports and thriving kids, two very big reforms that are currently ongoing. There is, as we know, an advisory committee which is assisting with the design of Thriving Kids, and there's also an internal departmental group which is working on that as well. We weren't invited to join that committee, which I think is a lack of foresight in terms of the aims of that committee, which I'm sure encompass making sure that the scheme works best for First Nations people with disability. We had a similar, so far we've had difficulty engaging on the Thriving Kids. That committee may actually be Thriving Kids, my apologies. But there are also similar working groups on foundational supports, and in both those instances we haven't been invited to the table to make sure that there is cultural safety in the way those programs are implemented. I would say that in general it won't come as a surprise to the committee or anyone listening that as with most other disability representative organisations, our ask to the NDIA as well as the DHDA is that we have longer consultation periods, that consultation is not just consultative or performative, but it actually does seek to share power as per the first priority reform. And I think that those are aims which certainly some in the department are working towards, but we probably don't see them in action in the way that we would like to make real change.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Howard. That was great.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Can we now hand over to Ms. Mulholland?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Howard. I just wanted to ask whether or not there are any examples of best practice when it comes to engaging with and co-designing and implementing with First Nations people for a disability lens. Is there anywhere in the country, even on a small scale, where that has been done well, that we could look at as a good example? And it's okay if the answer is no, but I just wondered if there were, in your experience off the top of your head, any places where that's been done in a small or a localised way that we could point to as a good example to think about and consider.
It's a great question, and I may have to take on notice if whether I can consult internally with FPDN. Unfortunately, our CEO wasn't able to be here today, just to make sure that we don't miss any of the great examples that do exist out there. One that I might put forward that I've been personally involved with currently is actually a working group that FPDN is in with the NIAA and with previously the DSS, but now the DHDA, which actually is a working group on implementing the recommendation 9.10 on the First Nations Disability Forum. Part of why I think that one is a good example is that those two agencies actually invited FPDN in to be part of the internal work that they're doing on developing that proposal, which will eventually go up to the Minister. And I think actually having staff from an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation as part of the working group, rather than just coming in at certain points to consult, either right at the start or at the end or sporadically, makes a big difference to the direction that consultation goes over time. And I would say that while there is still a long way to go to implement priority reforms, as we all know, that I feel is a step in the right direction. There are also certainly community-based programs which show great First Nations disability leadership, but if it's possible, I may come back to you on those answers.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John, are you online at the moment? No.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, very good. Well, over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for your evidence so far today. I'm just looking at your submission, and I'd like to ask about the 10-point plan for First Nation-centred NDIS reform that you published, I think, in August.
Yes.
You put that into the world. Now, several points touch on the importance of service being delivered on country, including recommendations for yarning buses that have diagnostic facilities, telehealth, therapy capability, and for the piloting of community-based rehabilitation, and on-country service models more broadly. With the travel allowance and therapy prices being cut, we've heard that many providers are struggling to provide services outside of the metro area. How has this been, in fact, impacting First Nations communities and the ability for First Nations participants to access the services that currently exist on country?
Sure. Thank you so much, Senator, for that question. I don't think really that we need to look far past the NDIA's own published data to see how that has landed, and in fact it's been a problem far preceding the current price reductions that you're talking about. So we know that First Nations NDIS participants are underrepresentative of the need in communities to begin with. So access barriers such as the cost of diagnosis, access to diagnosis, some of the other concerns that my colleagues in the session previously talked about as well, in terms of just the difficulty of accessing the system in general, the complex and nuanced understanding you need to have to actually go in and advocate for yourself if you do have that ability, which not all people do. I think following on from that, the data shows that, First Nations people are not only underrepresented in the NDIA as participants, but those who are participants have chronically underused plan funds. So to be clear, those are participants who have funds in their NDIS plan which are approved for use, but which they can't use for many different factors. A lot of those specifically have to do with access to the services where they are. And so the other thing we know is that as a participant becomes more and more remote, their underutilisation of their plan funds becomes greater and greater as a percentage. On top of the fact that already as a First Nations participant, they're less likely to be able to utilise their full funds. So the data is there, and I think what we need to do is look at solutions like some of those you highlighted. Thanks, Senator.
No worries at all, thank you. Can I just ask, the points in your plan that you released in August, how do you see that they would improve the accessibility of services for First Nations communities?
I think part of the purpose of the 10-point plan was to look at attacking this sort of a wicked problem, obviously, from many different angles, not just one. So often we see that services might focus on training in cultural safety, to greater or lesser effectiveness. We might see that they have an emphasis on outreach or working or partnering with ACCOs. We might see that they invest in local community connections, outreach to different events or that kind of thing, and to differing levels of success. And certainly there are many providers that do none of those things. And what we wanted to do with our 10-point plan was to come in with something which was a little more holistic to attack the problems from different angles. And so in aggregate, we hope that the sum of those 10 different steps will be more than the sum of its parts in terms of its effect. And I think, in the current discussion about cost burden, it is sometimes feels a little perverse for our stakeholders to be talking about reducing costs when they have approved money within their plans that they can't actually utilise effectively.
Yeah, I would imagine it does. How would, in your view, the proposal for mandatory registration affect the ability of First Nations community to access culturally safe services?
Yeah, obviously that's a reform which has been talked about a lot in the provider side of the NDIS. I think it's something which doesn't have a simple answer. Obviously, from FPN's point of view, the need for providers to be absolutely safe and compliant with the regulations of the market is really critical, and safety is something we're not willing to compromise on. We've seen examples where First Nations people have died because of poor training and poor regulation. There was a case that's public in New South Wales about an Aboriginal woman who died because of scalding burns in a bath by someone who was found not to be trained correctly. And those kind of tragic cases really undermine community trust in the ability of the NDIS to keep them safe. On the other side, sorry, Senator, I'll finish quickly. On the other side, obviously there's a balance to be had. A lot of providers to First Nations people are sole traders, and so they're disproportionately affected by a registration regime that's overly onerous. So balancing those two things is difficult, and we do support a scaled model for those regulations.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify your evidence earlier, so the government has established, and we spoke about this quite extensively at Estimates, a working group to develop the Thriving Kids proposal more fulsomely. And we also heard clearly that the focus area for this program will be children with autism and developmental delay.
Yes.
Highly relevant cohorts to First Nation community, but you have not been invited, you were not invited by the government to participate in that working group.
Yes, that's correct. I don't want to say that there's been absolutely no engagement, Senator. I think we have had some engagement through the NDIA and their recently established policy advisory group, which met for the first time last week. But in terms of that advisory committee, we were not invited to participate.
Can I just step in there and just acknowledge that what you're saying there, and I will follow up on your behalf, but also to check if there is an Indigenous representation on that working group. At this, I can't actually confirm or if that is the case, but I will certainly be following up and we'll get back to you on that point.
I really appreciate that, Chair, and I'm afraid I can't answer that question either. I'm right. So sorry.
So we will find that out because there may well be Indigenous First Nations representation, but there may be an opportunity for you to be involved, and I will follow that up via the Secretariat.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
But regardless, Mr. Howard, it would be strange if the peak body for First Nations disabled people in this country was excluded from that group on the basis that there was one First Nations person with other expertise, on that group, wouldn't it?
I think our position would be that more representation is always better, and a more thorough and broad representation usually brings better outcomes in those settings.
Thank you, and I
yes, indeed, it does. Finally, Chair, my final question. Point 10 of your plan recommends, among other things, the embedding of NDIS screening and exit planning within justice pathways. Can you just step out for us and describe what this would actually look like for someone currently within the justice system and how it would improve outcomes for First Nations people?
Certainly, and I think at the start of this question, it's a great point to emphasise is that obviously there are different changes in various jurisdictions which are putting a focus on youth justice. Those include things like lowering the age of criminal responsibility. The evidence, of course, is against that, but we do see that occurring, as well as more punitive measures on youth justice in general. And for us, one of the main points that we would like to make is that First Nations people obviously are tremendously overrepresented in the youth justice system for various reasons, and people with a disability are even far very disproportionately represented among that First Nations cohort. So there are certainly studies which I can provide which show that there's a huge burden of psychosocial disability for people who come into contact with the youth justice system. So I think in general we understand that the NDIS should, in theory, be available for people who are in justice settings and custodial settings. That's my understanding. But in practice we find that absolutely that is not the case, especially where someone has a psychosocial disability, an invisible disability, and certainly I can talk to some specific examples of that. Someone I was speaking to a few weeks ago mentioned a woman in a prison who was hearing impaired, and it had been 2 weeks that she'd been in that prison without any kind of hearing assistance, so she wasn't able to communicate effectively. Another example would be an incident which has been publicly reported in Darwin, in Darwin, where a man was forcibly taken from his wheelchair and thrown into a police van and taken into custody. That man was then denied the use of his wheelchair at the place of custody at the police station, and then when his requests for his preferred method of being allowed to sit on the floor of his cell were also denied. So that's all public, and what I think is really important to take out of that is if you had appropriate screening, that gentleman certainly didn't need screening. He had an acknowledged and visible disability, but for other people who are entering the justice system via whatever means, and I have to also mention that children who have been within the out-of-home care system are also overrepresented in that cohort. At first contact with the justice system, wherever that might be, the court system, with police, any other kind of justice interface, they should be recommended to be assessed, and that should be a timely assessment. It should not drag out for months. They should get the appropriate disability support that they need within justice settings, and that I want to emphasise that that's separate to their health needs as well. And that's separate to their psychological needs. That's disability-specific support. And then finally, as they exit the justice system, again, in whatever capacity that is for them, they also need a plan that manages the transition of their disability supports, because if they're relying on custodial support within the prison system or within a different system, that can easily fall away and be mismanaged if they leave without a plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Howard. Appreciate your time and your evidence today. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John, and thank you, Mr. Howard. Very revealing, your comments and your points made around the prison system. While the NDIS is available to people, it is obvious from your perspective that there are people who are falling through the cracks and not getting the supports that they require. That is something that we as a committee do note, and we appreciate that your perspective on that and the points made today. So thank you very much for your time. We do value your time and the information that you've provided today. If there's anything further that you would like to provide to us that you think would be helpful, please do so within the next 2 weeks. Provide to the Secretariat. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. I would just say we will now suspend and be back at 1 o'clock to continue on with the hearings this afternoon. Thank you for everyone in attendance today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome representatives from the National Disability Insurance Agency, the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, and the Department of Social Services, who are all in the room with us today. And thank you for taking time out of your day to be here. We're really looking forward to a constructive discussion. I note at the commencement of the 48th Parliament, the committee's resolution was expanded to include the requirement that the committee examine the annual reports of the NDIA and the NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission, in addition to its role to inquire into and report on the implementation, performance, governance, administration and expenditure of the NDIS and any other relevant matters. I remind officials that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I also understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, I will now ask you just to, if you could introduce yourselves, but before I do so, I will also just let you know that I have Senator Mulholland in person with me today. Thank you for being here. And online we have the Deputy Chair, Maria Kovacic. So lovely to have you, Deputy Chair, online, along with Ms Carol Berry and Mr Steele-John, Senator Steele-John. So what I'd like to do first is invite representatives of the NDIA. If you could introduce yourselves, and then we will invite Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Department of Social Services in that order. So over to you.
Good afternoon. It's Penelope McKay speaking. I'm the acting CEO of the NDIA for this week while the acting CEO is on leave. I'm joined by some of my deputy colleagues and other colleagues from the NDIA, and if it's all right with you, Chair, we thought we'd get the appropriate person to come to the table when the questions relevant to their area of expertise are asked.
From the other departments?
From the NDIA.
Oh, just from
I'm
the NDIA.
speaking on behalf of the NDIA.
So look, well, we go through this way and speak to you firstly and then move on to the other departments. So once again, thank you so much for your time. And would you like to make an opening statement?
We're not going to make an opening statement, but thank you for the offer. And I do just want to overt at the outset, I have a hearing impairment, so I'm relying on the captions through the course of this hearing as well. So thank you for that.
That's okay, and it's we understand hearing impairments, and to have someone with a disability who's actually in your role is commendable.
Thank you.
So thank you. So look, I would like to begin with a question around we've received today a number of statements and concerns regarding funding periods, and I wanted to ask the NDIA about these recent changes. So including the Section 10 lists, the funding periods, eligibility reassessments and the ICANN, could the NDIA outline how these changes are being explained to the disability community? And also just noting there's been comment about the lack of time provided for participants and their families to actually plan ahead for these changes as they've come about. So over to you.
Thank you so much for the question, and they're really important topics, both about some of the changes that we've made to date, like Section 10, as well as some of the changes that have been foreshadowed in the legislation and how we communicate them. I'm going to ask my colleague Aaron Verlin to speak to those questions that you raised, particularly around the communication of change and how we give notification, which is really important to participants to give them a heads up as to what's coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Verlin, Acting Deputy CEO, NDIA. There was a few different topics in your opening remarks, so I might start with funding periods.
Yes. Right. You want me to repeat them? You're okay.
No, that's okay.
All right. Well done.
So with respect to funding periods, so funding periods were introduced as part of the legislation in late 2024. And so Section 33 was a requirement. We undertook a whole broad range of communication around Section 33 and the introduction of funding periods to disability registered and carer organisations and also to the broader disability community. We did a number of webinars. With the introduction in October, it commenced with a 12-month funding period. That was due to our IT system. We weren't able to make the necessary changes in the timeline with the introduction of the legislation, and so we were very clear that it commenced with a 12-month funding period.
So by that, do you mean that did people have, how much time did participants have before these changes were implemented?
It wasn't a large change because the vast majority of participants' plans are 12 months. And so the introduction of the legislation of a 12-month funding period, in essence, neatly aligned with the vast majority of participants' plans today, which are 12-month plans.
So the issue that was raised today is that people with a disability, that they have a plan for the 12-month period, and that they are being locked in to spend in a certain incremental period. So it might be through a 3-month period, it might be a 1-month period, and they're only allowed to spend a certain portion of their allocation. And this was what the participants were saying was challenging for them because one, this is what they've said to us, so I was just wanting to get your feedback. They've said that they did not have a lot of time heads up on this, and then that they were finding it extremely challenging to abide by those incremental time periods. It would probably also benefit for people who are listening online to give us the rationale around why this is occurring and about the communication relating to it.
Yeah, and so during that initial consultation period, we had started to talk about where there would be circumstances where you would apply shorter time periods beyond the 12 months. And as noted in some of the discussions this morning, there was a lot of feedback from the disability community, some positive, some negative, around the introduction. We had some participants that did provide responses to say actually shorter periods would help them budget and be able to work through their plan rather than a single large item. And so in May, we then communicated the introduction of then the 3, 6, 9 and 1 month funding periods of this year, and that aligned with our system changes.
So how long were they given? How long were people given before the new system was introduced?
It was a very short time frame, and we acknowledged that the timing was very tight from when the formal announcement was made and then with the introduction. It was only a couple of days that we gave them notice. However, what we did was it only applied to when a participant had a plan reassessment. So the day it was announced, it didn't impact the vast majority of participants. It was only those that then had a plan reassessment. And we have only applied funding periods to approximately 15% of our overall participant numbers. So it is relatively low. And so what we did was communicated that from May, every plan that then is reassessed, these new funding periods, the shorter funding periods, would be applied. But I do acknowledge that the time frame for communication was relatively short.
Yeah, and I do think that that is something that the NDIA more generally do need to consider participants and families and the sector in its communication. That is something that's come, I think, through quite strongly today and also in other feedback.
And can I just add a recent example where we've understood that is with the introduction of art and music therapy.
Right.
We announced art and music therapy in October, and that in September, and that doesn't commence until the end of November. So we've allowed a 2-month period of time for people to understand the change, work through that. So we've used that as a recent example where we've listened about an appropriate time frame for change.
Yeah, which is really welcomed. I mean, the other issue around the review on travel costs, for example, was very quick turnaround again, and that feedback has come back to me individually, but I'm sure to many, and that, you know, I do understand there was challenges around the timing of the election and other things, but again, if it's something that I think our committee would be greatly appreciative of, the timing and the form of communication to participants on these matters would be greatly appreciated. So I mentioned also the Section 10 lists, eligibility reassessments and the ICANN. Can you please further explain those? Really, it's something about the rationale around changes and then how they've been communicated.
Yeah, so Section 10 again was a requirement as part of legislation, the change of the introduction of the new legislation. What we were very clear on with the community was that it was a transitional rule, it wasn't a permanent rule, which allowed a good opportunity to be able to work through where we need to make particular changes to the Section 10 list. Working with the department, we have done an evaluation and will continue to do an evaluation into Section 10 as it starts to inform the more formal rule.
And for people online, would you be able to explain what Section 10 is and the level of consultation that has occurred with the disability community in the lead up to those decisions?
So the introduction of Section 10 is defining what is an NDIS support and what isn't an NDIS support. And so what we had done is we had taken all existing guidance information that was already available on our website and drawn from that information to then form the NDIS support list. So our starting position was to draw upon existing guidance where we had within the agency, and then we've circulated that to the disability community to really educate that it wasn't anything new, it was drawing upon existing information.
And so there is some change though to what was previous. What is that change and why? What is the rationale for the change?
So what I would say was there wasn't any distinct different changes. In some respects, it was around providing greater clarity about how we had articulated it within our operational guideline. We always are seeking to be clearer in our operational guidelines, and our attempt was to deliver that through the Section 10 list. We know we haven't got it 100% right, which is why it was a transitional rule, which is why we've committed to a holistic evaluation with the community around Section 10 particularly to inform the translation of the final rule.
And when you make these changes, how do you communicate them effectively to individuals with a disability and obviously the sector at large?
So there's two mechanisms in which we engage with the disability community. We have our formal DRCOs, our disability registered and carer organisations that we meet with, and we have dedicated forums for those. And then what we do is we then do broad public webinars, and more recently we have a new engagement platform in within the agency, NDIS Engage, where we can have the opportunity to do real-time surveys and forums and opportunities for submissions from the broader community.
Well, thank you. We've had some comments today just about how it is challenging for particular groups of individuals with disability to actually, I suppose, engage in those more, I suppose, traditional processes, and neurodivergent, for example, and that's something that I think needs to be noted. How do we better support those people in ensuring they have up-to-date information in a timely manner?
Can I just add to that? We've now established a contract with Inclusion Australia as an example, where what we want to do is work with Inclusion Australia that works with that community to make sure that we have dedicated opportunities for forums beyond the reach of the agency.
Right, which is that is a good thing. And then the other two things were eligibility reassessment. So I'm going to hand over to my fellow committee members, but eligibility reassessments, if you can actually talk through what that is and how it's performing currently, and then the ICANN announcement recently using IA.
So I'll briefly talk about the eligibility reassessment experience. There's two things we've done with the community on the experience of eligibility reassessments. One is on the way in which we communicate the outcome of eligibility reassessments, the letter and the communication. We've done some deep co-design with the sector and the community on how do we best express that letter, what is the content that is most useful to participants around the letter, and then the second thing we've done is really step back and think about the overall end-to-end experience of an eligibility reassessment. How do we engage with participants and families about the process? What is the information that the community needs in order to have a better experience about understanding what eligibility reassessment is? And so we've worked with the community. We've done focus groups with families about the experience to make sure that we're improving that as best we can.
Okay, and then just finally, ICANN. Can you tell me about why this system? I think there's been, on the whole, from my feedback, people have said that they're open to the use of artificial intelligence to assist the process of planning. I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about, again, the rationale for this change and why you've done it and any the potential benefits.
So firstly, the support needs assessment was one of the clear recommendations from the NDIS review. And so what the agency has done is we've established separate co-design and consultation working groups, and one is on assessment and budgeting as a result of the NDIS review. What we did is we then worked with the group about defining a statement of requirements about what a support needs assessment should look like, and then clearly we went to market to procure a tool, an off-the-shelf tool. What we wanted to be really clear was that the agency wasn't going to be standing alone in designing a tool. We wanted to have something that was off-the-shelf and available to undertake a broad assessment. As part of that assessment evaluation, we had a separate lived experience advisory group that was involved in undertaking the evaluation and providing advice to the core evaluation group. And then what we've been really clear on is that we would work with the dedicated co-design and consultation group on implementation of the ICANN and the support needs assessment, which is why we've got a number of months to do testing, design hub, to work with the community about how do we best implement the ICANN.
So there's a 12-month period, is that correct, in testing, reviewing of this concept?
It'll be until mid-2026.
Yeah, and so can you tell me why has the NDIA just decided to go this path? what would be the benefit of this approach, potentially?
Yeah, so the agency is implementing the requirements of the Act around undertaking a support needs assessment to inform a total budget. And so that's the first part of the agency implementing that requirement. What we've done is there's two real benefits around the implementation of the support needs. The first one is a holistic understanding of the support needs of the individual across many domains of that individual's life. That's the first one. The second one, what we've heard and what the review also heard, was the level of inequity around some individuals being able to fund a whole lot of reports and others not being able to fund a whole lot of reports. And so our starting position is we should be undertaking a broad assessment of an individual's support needs without requiring a number of expert reports.
Well, look, thank you very much for that. I'm going to open up to questions, and I'm going to invite the Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic, to ask her questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody, for your time today and for your evidence. I'm going to take a little bit further one of the questions that the Chair asked in relation to some of the very short timeframes, and I acknowledge that the NDIA has acknowledged that the couple of days' notice on those changes wasn't sufficient. I'm curious to understand why that was proceeded with. Why didn't you actually just wait a little bit longer?
I'm happy to answer that one. The first one was we had spent a long time talking about the introduction of funding periods. It was only to apply to those participants that were undertaking a reassessment. There's no change to the overall funding within the plan. The overall funding within the plan doesn't change. It's really about an opportunity to introduce a period where the delegate was having a conversation with the participant around the introduction of funding periods. And so on those three, the agency did make the decision to introduce that change. But as I've acknowledged, we needed to do better, and we have done better in that time period.
No, I do understand that, and I acknowledge that you made those comments. What I'm curious about is, did anybody go, hey, a couple of days is really not sufficient? It doesn't matter that not that many people are impacted. It doesn't really matter that it's, only for plans that are being reassessed. Our participants probably deserve more than a couple of days' notice for any change to their plans. I'm trying to get an understanding of the rationale that went, yeah, it's Friday, we'll go do it on Monday, or whatever the time frame was, because normally change in the NDIA doesn't happen that quickly.
Yeah, I acknowledge that the timeline around the change was insufficient, which is why we've improved our processes.
I understand that. What I am trying to understand is why that decision was made, and at any point was there resistance? Like, was there a thought process around maybe we shouldn't do it that quickly? So what was the reason that the change was made so quickly?
As I said, Senator, it was on the balance around the introduction that there was no impact on the overall funding within the individual's plan, and that it was for an introduction was for those participants, and that it was a starting point discussion around the introduction of funding periods. Okay, so you guys didn't think it would really matter that much in the scheme of things? As I said, Senator, that the decision was based on those circumstances. Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because in my mind, particularly if someone's gone through the stressful process of a plan reassessment, even though there's no change to their funding, they probably need some time to take that in, and I can't understand why that wasn't a key consideration, even to give people a week rather than 2 days. I just want to get an understanding of the thought process around that
And perhaps you knew how many people were going to be immediately impacted, so it was a very small cohort, and you thought, well, it's only a very small cohort. So if you could, I'm happy for you to speak to that if that assists. So if you knew the number that would be impacted and then made that decision.
We had some level of understanding around how many. Of course, we weren't able to predict how many unscheduled reviews were coming forward, so it wasn't like we had a level of accuracy around the overall numbers. The other thing, of course, was we are still providing 3 months' worth of funding within the first funding period where it did apply, and so it was a sufficient amount of funding with that introduction, which was on the basis of that decision.
Yeah, I get it. That's that's not really the answer to my question. So my question is why and what were the thought processes and did we know the numbers? But I get where you're coming from in terms of that you guys accept that it was short and you'll do better moving forward. But I just wanted to, what I'm trying to understand is why it happened. And when we know why something happened, then we can ensure it doesn't happen again, I guess, because we don't want things like this to continue. And the reasoning for my questions on this is based on the evidence that we received in the prior session, where there was some incredibly distressed individuals on the basis of their experience under the scheme. And it was disturbing for me to hear that. And I'd seek your feedback on this next piece, which connects to that. The individuals talked about, the changes causing fear, causing illness, causing exhaustion. And this doesn't just relate to this, just overall changes, including changes to rights of appeal and independent review. And they talked about the fact that the co-design wasn't legitimate. They called it co-design theatre. Could you let me know what you think about that? Because I noted that you talked about the different forums you have, the DRCOs, the public webinars. What kind of feedback that you're getting from that is being implemented in a way that actually shifts perhaps the path that the NDIA was on? So can you give us some examples of that so we can have an understanding of how that co-design is working in practice and examples of where it's worked?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Of course, in any engagement co-design, there are always going to be differing views around the implementation of a change, and there are going to be those individuals that support the change and those individuals that don't support the change. And that's what true feedback and true opportunity to engage and co-design works. And so I acknowledge that with all of our changes, what we are committed to do is working with not just our disability registered organisations, we work with our Independent Advisory Council, and we work directly with participants in varying forums. And as you can appreciate, they all come back with differing views and feedback. What we always try to do is then play back what we heard, and we've initiated documentation where we capture the insights from those sessions about what we've heard, but really importantly, what have we done with that feedback and where have we made changes. There are some examples where we have been working through, as I mentioned before, the eligibility reassessment is a perfect example where we got a really strong reaction around the language in the letters that the agency disseminates, and then we literally sat with the community and our sector and said, well, you provide some changes and suggested views. We then recirculated that draft letter and then we made some further changes. And so that's a good example where we've genuinely taken on board the feedback and made changes. Another example is when we looked at the construct of the overall plan and we looked at the way in which we describe our plan approval letter. And again, we're a 2-day workshop directly with participants about what is the most important information that you would like see contained in the core parts of the plan, and made the appropriate changes there and then on the spot, and that plan is now in production.
Okay, I note your evidence about the letter in the previous answer to the chair. But can you give me any comments on how co-design principles have been applied in the design of actual policy, not just in some letters or something like that?
Other examples that we've been using more recently is in participant safeguarding, where we've been working with the participant safeguarding working group on what are risk measures and risk indicators that the delegates and the agency should be looking at and working through when making decisions around plan management type or those kind of arrangements. That's policy, that's not practice. We have had sessions, early sessions with a co-design group around the design of the navigator model. What we did is we worked with the group to say, what are the most important moments for you along the pathway today, and what are the particular challenges which the way in operates today in order to inform the design of new models. And so they are other examples where we are talking about scheme policy and working not just with the community, but we're working directly with participants.
Okay. When you talked about, when we were talking about the changes before, and we were talking about the number of people captured or the number of people impacted, do you have an actual number on how many people were impacted by those short-term, by that very small window of change notification?
As I said, Senator, we would have the number of participants that were due for a scheduled review, but certainly it is very hard to predict the number of unscheduled reviews that would be in place.
Senator, Mr Gifford, the scheme actuary, can give you a bit of an overview, if it would help, of the number of scheduled and unscheduled reviews that typically occur and what data we have on what actually occurred from the first day of the new interval period coming into place.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not asking for a future prediction. I mean, that change has eventuated, it's done. So I was just curious as to how many people were impacted by that change. My initial question before was, did you know how many people would be impacted? And I understand that answer, that you couldn't predict all of it because they were scheduled and unscheduled. But now that it's done, my question is, how many people were actually impacted at that time?
Senator, it's David Gifford, the scheme actuary. So we've had the funding periods have been in place for about 4 months now. So since May, as Mr Verlin set out, we've got 110,000 participants who have had a reassessment since the introduction. So that's sort of a little, I guess, probably 20-something thousand participants per month. So that would represent about 3% of scheme participants per month, let's say. I just don't have to hand the split of those between unscheduled and scheduled reassessments. I can take that on notice, but the majority, I mean, very large proportion of our reassessments are unscheduled. So that would represent the majority of that figure.
Okay, well, if you could provide that on notice, that would be great. I'm just curious about the comments around that funding hadn't changed, that it was just, other elements of the reassessment, but not the funding. But we've seen submissions which state where, people have had to wait for 9, 10, 11 months to be reassessed, and there's been a price increase. Well, then their funding will change, won't it? Because they will get less for their money. So while the dollar value of the funding might not have changed, the purchasing power effectively of that funding will have changed. It will have deteriorated. Is that not right, or is my understanding wrong?
I think, Senator, there's two separate things. I mean, I think what Mr Vlin was saying was that when funding periods were introduced, all that would mean is that, if a participant had, for example, a plan of $100,000, assuming it were split over the 4 3-month periods, that would be $25,000 per period. I mean, what you've referred to, of course, there are reasons why participants' plans will change at reassessment. I mean, price changes is one of those reasons, but obviously participants' needs can change, and that can be a reason why their plan increases. So I think what we're just trying to do is separate funding periods themselves did not, directly change the total amount of funding in a plan. It just allocated it across the periods. But there are, of course, other reasons why participants' plans would change at reassessment.
Got you. So it wasn't the implementation of funding periods itself. It may have been the delay in assessment, but not the reallocation.
Yeah,
okay.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, effectively the pot of money remained unchanged, but how they could use it or how that was calculated, that could effectively impact the purchasing power of their funding, particularly how it was measured over different periods. I just want to understand clearly because there's a little bit of inconsistency between the different submissions and the evidence.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think in terms of the purchasing power, I mean, certainly, a couple of comments, when price changes, when the new prices are reviewed and released, an adjustment is made to the unspent proportion of participants' plans. But then when there's a reassessment, yes, that takes into account the new prices. So all else being equal, if a participant's, level of need does not change, but the price has changed since their last reassessment, then yes, the value of the plan should go up to, as you said, to maintain purchasing power.
So what happens with a large purchase, right, now that we have funding periods and they can't, so if they have an allocated period and they can't afford it in that allocated period because the cost of that acquisition is too high, how do they then afford it? Then they're obviously having to wait for the next period in order to purchase it.
Yeah, so...
And what if the price of that goes up in that next period?
So Mr. Maitland might be able to comment a little bit more. I mean, I think so for example, if there's, if we think of the supports the scheme provides, there's, more sort of recurring supports such as disability supports, and then there will tend to be one-off capital items. I think that certainly the intention is that where there are one-off items that are included in the plan, that be factored into the way that the funding amount is determined, and it not just be divided, equally, because it's acknowledged that the funding needs to be available for those capital items. I know Mr. Maitland might want to just expand on that a bit.
Yeah, and if I could interject for a moment, and I acknowledge that might be the intention, but has that been the practical outcome?
It's Aaron Berlin talking again. It's that there is an ability, we call it front loading, where you can apply exactly for the example that you've used, Senator, a large cost item, the opportunity to front load. We have seen where participants have been working with delegates to describe what are particular supports that they require funding for, and we have, as I said, there is an opportunity to do apply a level of funding within a particular funding period to cater for that.
So, what's the time the time frame that's required for that front loading to be approved? So, how long will? So, let's just say I've got a quarterly thing, and I come to you halfway through my quarter and say I need this, and you tell me, well, you have to apply for the front loading. How long will it take, and how many quarters may I be in for that process, as a general rule?
Senator, thank you. Andrew Maitland, Acting Deputy CEO, Service Delivery for the NDIA. At the point of the plan being approved, the funding periods are created then. So if the funding is put into 3-month quarters, it is determined at the outset. What we can do and do now is front load for certain support categories more money into the first period. If it's quarterly, as an example, we will front load it into the first quarter. Often that's to help set up that support need of the participant, and then the remaining quarters in a yearly plan.
I get how that works. I do understand how a budget does operate. But what I'm trying to understand is what is the process for a participant if they have begun their plan and there is a requirement for a capital item that they can't afford in that quarter of their plan, but in the terms of the entire budget, they can afford it, but they can't afford it now. How long is it going to take them to be able to have their plan amended, changed, whatever we want to call it, to bring forward so that they can get that piece of equipment or meet that capital expenditure? And the reasoning for my question, so you have an understanding, is my concern is around what happens to the individual while they're waiting for something that they need, when the funding is there for them, but we've added extra layers of bureaucracy that say we're going to phase your money unless you tell us that we need to change it. So I'm trying to understand the process and then the impact to the people who we're meant to be supporting under this scheme.
Thank you, Sandy. Yes, the process is the participant can have a Section 47A, what we call a variation, depending upon...
How long does that take?
Depending upon the urgency.
On average, rough. You know.
Our KPI will aim for 28 days to complete a planned variation. However, if there's an urgent situation and we identify that there's a risk to the participant, we accelerate those ones. We triage them and accelerate the decision making on that.
Do you have available the data of the longest and the shortest periods of time for that? For different individuals who sought variations to their plan in that same nature?
When it was first introduced, funding intervals, so just for further to Mr Gifford's earlier explanation, in the first month of May, as this came in just after halfway through, a total of 11,570 participants in May received a funding period, which is about 2% of the total population of the NDIA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just a clarification on that 28 days, because I missed it. Is that a KPI or just an aim?
No, that's through our...
Or the
It's through our PSG KPIs.
Okay, it's a PSG KPI.
Oh, sorry, forgive me. Participants Service Guarantee.
Yeah, okay, got you. So, and is that, do you know if that's generally met? Is that an average? Is that an under or an over? But you'll give me the full set of data, but just what your sense is on how that is met.
My sense, so generally the PSG target is 95%, what we're aiming for. For that particular PSG, we're not at that at the moment. I can get you the exact data. It's just over 80% at the moment.
Okay, so about 20% of people are waiting longer than the 28 days.
Not perfectly proportional, but there are a group of people that will go beyond that time frame. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, I'd be very interested to see that. Chair, do I have more time, or are you seeking to rotate the call?
I think we do need to move on because time is becoming short, but that was a valuable discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on now to Senator Mulholland.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to take a step back and just get a bit of a lay of the land about how we have, I suppose, the journey of the NDIS to get to this point. So, prior to the introduction of the NDIS, who was funding services for the largest sort of cohort of bill participants? Where was that funding coming from?
I'll give an initial answer, Senator. So yeah, it was funded by sort of a combination of states and territories and the Commonwealth. There was a range of programs that did vary from state to state. I think a comment is that they were generally sort of budgets were set as many programs are, so the budgets were sort of effectively fixed for the year, and they were the funds that were available. Sure. In each jurisdiction.
Okay. So it was a mix of state and federal funding through programs. And when the NDIS commenced in, I think it was 2013, what was the modelling looking like at that time around who the participant cohort would be and what that was going to look like as far as numbers and a general sort of characteristic of what that cohort was going to look like?
Senator Luke Mansfield, Acting Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. We could take on notice the detail, sure, Senator, but at that time there was work done by the Productivity Commission to look at the number of people with disability across Australia that were getting support through various means, and looking forward at what was projected in terms of demand for disability supports. Mr Gifford is right that there was quite a lot of variation in the nature of supports that existed and programs and services that existed across jurisdictions. There was significant inequity in the outcomes that people with disability experienced through those systems. And so in the creation of the NDIS, there were a series of trials that then led to the full creation of the scheme in a phased way over time, and that sought to, in many cases, roll in a series of programs and services that were in place in different jurisdictions in terms of the funding associated with those into the scheme, and ultimately that was reflected in bilateral agreements between the Commonwealth and states and territories.
Thank you. So one of the submissions we received said that the number of participants at the moment is around 740,000. Does that sound about right?
Yes, 739,000 something as at June, that's correct.
39,000. Yeah. And that I think that's on its current trajectory projected to surpass 1 million in the next 10 years?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And with that trajectory, the number of children would double on the NDIS without the Thriving Kids program and the transitional arrangements. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I mean, we could take a precise number and figure a notice, but most of the growth in participants does relate to children. That's correct.
I think I was looking at some data as well in the submission that said the number of people with autism make up about half of the people on NDIS, and there are currently around 11% of participants who are 6-year-olds. You can take that on notice as well, but it's sort of rough.
Yeah.
Rough. Okay, so and I think there's about a sort of a subset of that of particular sort of 6-year-old boys as well, who are a large cohort. So obviously we've heard the announcements from the government around the Thriving Kids program, and is it an additional $2 billion that is going to be added to bring that program in relation to a specific cohort of children and young people?
Yes, Senator. So some of the statistics that you were referring to were outlined in Minister Butler's speech to the National Press Club in August, and the government indicated its intention to put $2 billion in additional funding on the table.
Sorry, I don't want to jump in, sorry, Mr Mansfield. Just on that point of additional funding, because I think there was a little bit of discussion earlier today about whether that cohort would sort of transition out of the NDIS along with the money with them, and I suppose I just want to be clear about the funding, because I think that was a bit grey in some of the questioning that was earlier this morning.
In the National Cabinet agreement between First Ministers in December 2023, governments agreed to invest in additional supports outside the NDIS. Thriving Kids is effectively the first example of that, or would be the first example of that. It was agreed at National Cabinet that funding would be split 50-50 between the Commonwealth and states and territories, and so the $2 billion effectively represents the Commonwealth's commitment to the establishment of additional supports for children 8 and under as part of that reform, with an expectation that that would be matched by states and territories.
so that that the Minister indicated that those funds are available and ready from a Commonwealth perspective for the establishment of Thriving Kids from 1 July 26, with an expectation that that would then scale up over the subsequent year to 1 July 27. So that's the Commonwealth's commitment, and obviously through negotiations with states and territories that are underway, we are working with states and territories, both around the design of Thriving Kids, as well as obviously the funding and agreement arrangements associated with that.
Thank you for that, Mr Mansfield. I just have a couple of questions about legal aid, Chair, and I'll hand back. I just wanted to ask about the national legal aid, and if someone could, I'm not sure if you've got the right person at the table or not, just to touch on the funding for national legal aid as far as assisting participants with going through that appeals process. If someone could give a bit of an update about that funding and support for participants.
And I'd just like to say I really appreciate the way you're organising yourselves to step up when required. Thanks for that.
Find information about that.
Sure. What I might do as you're finding that information, the reason I ask is, as probably a number of senators and members on the committee, we have a lot of people who come to our offices from time to time who have gone through a process with the NDIA and may not be satisfied with an outcome and go for an internal review. And then may not be satisfied with the internal review and then seek to go through a process of reviewing that with the Administrative Reviews Tribunal. What we're talking about here is often a cohort of people who are vulnerable, who are at their wits' end, who don't have a lot of capacity to be navigating through a process. And yes, the tribunal is a layperson's forum where anyone should be able to appear, but often that is not the case, and those processes are very confronting when you have to go through a conference process with a government agency. So we know all of our community legal centres are under pressure right across the board with resourcing. So I just wanted to get a bit of a sense of what support is available from a national legal aid process for participants to go through that process. Is there funding available?
Yes, so Senator, the Australian Government funds the NDIS Appeals Program, and that's intended to support people with disability and other people affected by reviewable decisions of the NDIA. It's intended to effectively provide access support when seeking a review of a decision through the Administrative Review Tribunal. It helps people appealing internal decisions of the NDIA before the Administrative Review Tribunal can access a skilled disability advocate who acts as a support person. And then with legal services, where there's a wider community benefit, it can also assist with that. Services are provided free of charge, and support persons are also National Disability Advocacy Program advocates, and they're available in every state and territory. I could take on notice, questions about existing funding levels. I am aware that that the government continued ongoing funding of this program. I just don't have the information immediate to hand.
That's okay. It is a very valuable service, and it helps people when they get to that, I think, pointy end of a review process to navigate it. So that's helpful information. Thank you, Mr Mansfield.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your evidence so far today. I want to go now to a line of questioning around the announcement of the new proposed need assessment tool that was announced on the 25th of September and the process for delivering these assessments. First off, the needs assessment process will be completed by qualified allied health professionals, yes?
Who's in which capacity? You can answer that one? Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Senator Aaron Verlin. There is no requirement that the assessor has to be an allied health professional to deliver the support needs assessment. So I just want to, I think that was your question, Senator. Sorry, I just missed it as I was walking up. But it isn't a requirement that the assessor is an allied health professional.
Right, so it is not the requirement that they are an allied health professional. Okay, so what are the requirements then? If not that you are an allied health professional, what are the requirements for being a? What are the requirements that will be made of individuals completing these needs assessments?
Under the arrangement with University of Melbourne and the Centre for Disability Services, is that there's two parts. The first one is there is a requirement for a number of individuals within the agency that are essentially can accredit those individuals that become assessors. That first cohort of essentially the trainers, if I can use that language, that core will likely be allied health professionals. It's a small number of individuals that essentially can accredit someone from being able to undertake the assessment. Then we are working with the University of Melbourne about what is the training and qualification requirements, so the training that would need to be undertaken by an individual to essentially undertake the assessment. So, sorry, I don't feel like I'm answering it directly. So there's an accreditation, but then the assessors will undertake bespoke training that is delivered in order to undertake the assessment.
Okay, so a pool of individuals will be recruited by the agency that are largely made up of, but not exclusively made up of, allied health professionals. Is that correct for the purposes of training the trainers?
That's right. That's right. They will be allied health professionals that are the accreditors. It might be a number of around 60 that would then be the trainers. Clearly, we will need far more than those, but essentially they would then be able to sign off on that individual has undertaken the training to be able to deliver a validated support needs assessment.
Okay, so there'll be an initial pool of 60, most of which will be allied health professionals, but some won't be. What are the other professions that will be these individuals qualified to accredit other individuals?
No, sorry, Senator. The 60 will be allied health professionals.
Okay, so they will be allied health professionals. Okay.
Yep.
And when do you plan that you will have recruited and hired these 60?
So we already have an existing pool of allied health professionals within the agency. And so I might ask Mr Maitland to explain the workforce transition strategy. That might be more appropriate.
I think I just need from you, first of all, though, of this 16, you can provide it on notice. What specifically are there? What is the makeup of this pool in terms of, types of professions within the allied health space?
Thank you, Senator. Andrew Maitland speaking. So to just clarify, the number that we're planning for is actually 80. We will have those on board by the end of February to commence the accreditation and training of the future support needs assessors. They will be made up of a number of allied health professions, not one in particular, so we'll include people with OT, physio and other allied health professionals. We already have a number of them within the organisation who are part of our TAPIB or Technical Advice and Practice Improvement branch, who have long-term experience in giving technical advice, and a number of those staff members will support and move into those 80 roles to help us get the accreditation team underway.
Okay, so we've got a pool of 80 allied health professionals, some of which you already employ, but other of which you will be hiring in.
Correct.
And do you have a target for the types of allied health professions that you want represented in this initial pool? So, so many OTs, so many physios, etc.
At this stage, Senator, we haven't finalised on a target, so I can't give you an exact number on that. We're working through that as we speak to determine it. Sorry, Senator, I missed that.
You are seeking to set targets in relation to different types of allied health professions represented in that pool?
We are trying to get a good blend of different skills and sets from the allied health profession to do that, yes. Whether it'll be a fixed target of, because with 80, whether you're going to have 10 of these and 10 of those, I can't commit that to you now, Senator, but we are trying to make sure we get the correct blend.
Okay. Can you take on notice providing us with the framework or guidance that you have for the types of professions that you are seeking to bring into this pool? That will be relevant to the committee's deliberations. Thank you. So in terms of then training the group that will then undertake the assessment, is it the agency's intention that the assessments will be undertaken by allied health professionals or by other non-allied health professions?
So, Senator, the support needs assessors, not the accreditors, but the more general population. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. It is not intended that they are allied health professionals or have to be allied health professionals. We envisage that the training is what will create the capability to deliver that support needs assessment. There will, however, I expect, be a number of allied health professionals in there, but we have no targets for that. And it's actually more the training to conduct the support needs assessment that our accreditors will take people through and ensure that they are accredited. That will create the support needs assessor, not the allied health professional qualification.
Okay, so the prerequisite, if you like, for becoming a needs assessor will be that they have been certified by one of the pool of 80 which you are seeking to hire. So an agency employed allied health professional who is qualified to become a certifier will certify a needs assessor, and that will be the prerequisite for being a needs assessor.
Correct, Senator, that's correct.
Okay. Will there be any other prerequisites for being a needs assessor other than being accredited?
Senator, my expectation is that as we hire the support needs assessors over time and some of our staff who are existing in the agency move across, there'll be a set of skills that we'll be looking for them to possess. Chief amongst those are their ability to interact with participants, their understanding of disability, and also making sure that they have what we often describe internally as the soft skills so that they can actually work with people. We don't want this to be a mechanical process. We want this to be a process that really focuses on getting the right outcomes for the participant and making sure that that support needs assessment captures the right information.
Okay. And so your current goal is to have this team of 80 in place and ready to begin certification by February of next year. Is that correct?
The current intends to have that team of 80 in place. We will then make sure that they've gone through the training to accredit, so that, and I just don't want to mislead you here, just want to be very clear that we're building them up right now, making sure we get the right people. As they come on board, we're working with the University of Melbourne to ensure that they become fully competent in the accreditation of the tool and the support needs assessment. And then after that event, we bring on the support needs assessors, the people who will conduct that role, and we'll start training them so that as we commence mid next year, they have had sufficient time to come up to skill levels and also to have done a number of trial practices on it. We're very keen to make sure that this isn't something that's left at the last minute, that we actually spend a lot of time preparing, practicing, if I may say that, to have them ready to commence mid next year, calendar year, sorry.
Commence certification, just so that we're clear. Not undertaking the assessment, but actually undertaking the accreditation process of an assessor.
Yes. And then, and no support needs assessor will conduct a support needs assessment without having been accredited by one of those accreditors.
Okay. And what disability training, neuroaffirming training, or trauma-informed training will people who have had to complete this accreditation been given before taking on the role of a needs assessor?
Thanks, Senator. That's like most of our staff, particularly our staff who go into our frontline roles and interact with participants, their families and supports. They will have gone through our core learning and development areas, which include our induction training, which provides training on disability awareness and inclusion. It also includes a number of the other more traditional organisational trainings, such as APS values, employment principles, work health and safety. We then have mandatory learning that they must all undertake, which includes training on contemporary disability rights. And then we have specific frontline learning, and that provides support for service staff to help them develop and deliver more confidently the plans with the participants, and it'll be the same training that would be deployed. We also have our disability site in the organisation, which is looking at how we're making sure that we improve our understanding of psychosocial disabilities, because that'll be a critical element for some of these support needs assessments and how we conduct them.
I understand that, Mr. Maitland. My question, though, because what you've described is your baseline training that you get when you come into the agency, as part of the accreditation process that a needs assessor will go through, what additional disability training, trauma-informed training, neuroaffirming training will they receive as part of that accreditation process?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. So that is what we are working directly with the University of Melbourne on at the moment, to ensure that we put it into both the accredited training and then the training that is rolled out upon which they're giving the accreditation. It's not finalised, Senator.
Yeah, but to be clear, trauma-informed training, disability training, neuroaffirming training, in addition to what you receive as a basic employee of the agency, is a requirement of this accreditation process that you are seeking to realise through your work with the University of Melbourne.
Yeah, with the University of Melbourne, and also within in our own development of some of those capabilities. As you say, trauma-informed, we're doing more training and continuing to develop that capability internally. So, yes, you're correct. It will be part of any support needs assessors basic training that must be completed.
Okay. Well, let's go then to the relationship with the University of Melbourne. So in the announcement of the new needs assessment tool, what has been announced by the government is something that will be adapted from the existing ICANN tool, which essentially makes it a new tool. Media statements have stated from the government that the NDIA has entered into a partnership with the University of Melbourne and the Centre for Disability Studies for the next 5 years. Can you confirm the partnership commencement date?
I'll just grab that for you now, Senator. The commencement date was 27th of August 2025.
Okay, thank you. Did the agency outline the top-line milestones to be achieved as part of this partnership over those 5 years?
Clearly there are the formal statement of requirements that were as part of the process. We are now establishing formal governance arrangements to make sure we oversight the requirements of the contract, and we've also commenced essentially an appropriate steering committee to make sure that we have good oversight of the obligations of the contract.
Yes, but what are the milestones of this partnership and of the contract?
I'll take the specific. I can provide the specific details on notice for you, Senator, and really sort of outline those particular components for you.
That'd be helpful.
Okay. What date does the NDIA? Thank you. If you could do that, that would be great. What date does the agency expect to begin rolling out the needs assessment tool?
So that's from mid-2026.
So from mid-2026, is that the beginning of the 12-month trial phase that has been mentioned, or is that a separate starting point?
So I might kick off initially to say, I mean, we are already starting to trial and test the ICANN now internally within the agency, and then we are setting a forward program of testing and trialling up to the commencement of the first support needs assessment in mid next year.
Mid next year, okay. And who will be the first cohort and how will they be selected?
So we are still working through the transition strategy. Now we have the tool and the procurement of the tool. We are yet to formally sort of have an outcome of who goes first and in which location, and so that's still in the design work.
Okay, when will that be finalised? When will we know?
Sorry, Senator, Andrew Maitland speaking. We expect to finalise that by the end of this calendar year, which will be an approach as to how we commence, how we would conduct a progressive ramp up that allows us to both adjust and tailor things as we learn. As we know, this is a big change, and when you start, you need to be cognisant of the fact that you will have to make adjustments early on as you identify anything that needs addressing.
And can I ask will people have the opportunity to opt in or out of being in the first cohort?
Senator, at this stage, we don't think it's an opt-out option. What we are expecting, and it's not finalised, so I don't want to give you the impression that that decision has been finalised, but the intent would be to say when we're starting with a particular cohort, potentially in a particular region, we will be looking for any participant that meets those factors as their plan comes up for reassessment to bring them through the process at that point.
Okay, but you'll meet a certain number of factors through what point of review in your plan you are. But this will be a period where you've said there will be, some testing and trial, but there won't be an ability to go, well, no, I actually don't want to. I want to opt out.
At the moment, that's what we're planning towards, that you won't have the ability, if you're within the cohort, to decide not to. But that decision hasn't been taken in final at this stage, Senator.
Okay. It hasn't been taken in final, but what I'm hearing is that actually, even though we're using the words like trial and test, we actually don't have a formal pilot for this needs assessment tool. It's in fact a kind of, let's put it in place, let's see how it goes, hope for the best. Is that correct? There isn't actually a formal process?
The testing and trialling will occur prior to the commencement of the formal SNA process in mid next year. So we're doing a lot of work on that now to test and trial, because at the time we go live...
You're not doing it on participants, are you? You're testing and trying... You're not doing that on participants, you're doing that...
At the moment,
testing and trial.
At the moment we're doing desktop activity, correct?
Yeah.
But as we get closer towards mid-next year, we'll be looking to engage participants who at that point can opt in to work with us to give a real-life experience. What I want to be very clear on, though, is that they won't be getting a support needs assessment based plan at that point. They'll be working with us to help us ensure that it is appropriate, but because of the way the legislation works, once we commence and a notice of transition is issued, the participant will move on to the support needs assessment framework.
I'm just wondering, sorry to interrupt, Senator, if we could, if you could move into your final question, because I just need to move on to Ms Berry.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just need to clarify this because I wouldn't want to leave it hanging for the community. So, at what point next year will you move from the desktop trialling you're doing at the moment through to this kind of optional testing with actual participants?
Senator, can I take that on notice to give you the exact right answer? But my expectation, and this is, I need to confirm it with the schedule that I don't have in front of me, but I'd expect that that will commence somewhere around about March. But please forgive me if I get that wrong. I'll come back to you with the timetables.
Aren't we kicking the whole thing off in February, though?
Training is, yes, for our support needs assessment staff, that's correct. Yeah, okay. But actually working with participants who volunteer to support us in the process, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I expect it's around about March next year.
Okay, so somewhere between March and June 2026, which is when the full rollout
correct, Senator.
Is. Okay. Now, I just wonder, and this is my last question, when we have done these kind of attempts previously to have a needs assessment tool or process, formerly it was the independent assessments process tool, the community did get quite a significant opt-in pilot, and that was under the previous Liberal government. Can you shed any light on why it has been decided not to undertake a kind of similar, larger and longer process for this new needs assessment tool?
Senator, could I just clarify the question? It wasn't quite clear as it came through, but you're asking why did we not provide a commencement where people opted in rather than focus on particular cohorts? Is that...
Well, I'm actually asking you, and I'm not asking you for a governmental opinion at all. It's from an agency perspective. You've got this large amount of corporate knowledge from the last time something like this was tried, where even if we want to argue that the tool is different and the intention is different, there was a significant, I think it was almost a year pilot of the needs assessment process with about 5,500 participants, where it was an opt-in process and you did receive a a full assessment at the end of it, and that did shed critical data for this committee on making recommendations as to how that will go forward. Now, with the best will in the world, you've outlined a timeline that is somewhere between March and June for the trial of this process, and I'm just seeking to understand why the agency has decided to make that operational decision to shorten that time frame and not actually to have that formal pilot process.
Senator, the government's decided to, consistent with the amendments that were made to the NDIS Act, that had quite a considerable amount of engagement as part of that process, and went back to what the NDIS review found, which was that there needed to be a more consistent and fairer process for needs assessment for participants in the NDIS, has decided to take the approach of selecting a tool, working very closely in partnership with experts in that tool, doing internal testing over a considerable period of time to understand how the tool might operate in relation to existing participants on the papers as the evidence has been given, to then work very closely with participants that wish to opt in to look at how the tool would work in a practical sense, and then from mid-next year, roll out the tool in a staged way over time that allows for continual refinement of the implementation of the new needs assessment tool in practice, and to be able to adjust that over time. The rules associated with the needs assessment process are intended to be transitional rules, so that it allows for change over time that reflects the experience, the real experience of participants and the agency in the implementation. And so that's the intention here. And of course, as the agency has represented, the intention is to work very closely with participants through both individually and through things like the Reform Advisory Committee that was established by the government this year, to ensure that the arrangements work very well and can be adjusted over time.
Okay.
I do understand that, but I'll have to come back to this. I'll pass the call now, Chair. Thank you.
Yep, look, thank you, Senator Steele-John. That was a worthwhile, set of questions, and I think we all learnt something through that, so thank you. The challenge is we just do not have enough time, and I have Miss Berry, who's been waiting very patiently, so I'd like to hand over to you, Miss Berry.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, but we've heard a lot of evidence today about concerns around the sustainability of the scheme, about participant rights, about ensuring that we have a market where people can get the supports that they need. And so my question is about market stewardship and how the agency is currently managing provider exits, whether there's parts of the market that you are concerned about in relation to recent changes, pricing changes in particular, whether you're contemplating any commissioning and the nature of that work, and particularly how you're managing the balance between self-management, plan management and agency management, and what that interface is like in relation to the overall regulation of the scheme, and how you're working with the NDIS Commission in that space. So there's a lot in that, so I don't know who would like to have a swing at those questions.
It's Penelope McKay speaking. Thank you for your question. Obviously, our primary focus is always on ensuring that participants are able to use their plans to get access to the services that they need. And in order to do that, we need to have a thriving market that provides high quality services. So we constantly monitor the market as part of our market stewardship responsibilities, which we share with the department and the Commission to ensure that there are sustainable and vibrant providers and innovative providers providing quality services. One of the ways that we do that market stewardship responsibility is, and discharge that, is through the annual pricing review process that we undertake each year. And as part of the annual pricing review, we look at the dynamics of the market in terms of how many new entrants there are in the market, as well as provider exits. And you'd expect in any market that there will always be some turnover of providers, with new providers coming in and some providers exiting. The reasons for provider exits are many and varied and relate to the individual business decisions and models and strategic directions of certain providers. So we look at that in a global sense, and we make sure when we are setting prices that the scheme is delivering value for money to participants, as well as ensuring the existence and availability of services. So what we've seen over the 10 years that the scheme has been in existence is that there has been a very significant growth in the number of providers in all of the markets that are funded through participant plans. There's currently approximately 270,000 providers, which is up from a number of about 216,000 in the previous year. So there has been very significant growth in providers. There's also a smaller proportion of them, approximately 23,000 are registered. There has been a growth overall in the number of registered providers as well, up from about 19,000 in the previous year. So we do look at all elements of the market. We only get detailed information about provider exits where it's in the registered market, because obviously when the providers are not registered, they could be entering and exiting, and we won't know the individual data. We do look at it where it's in relation to the registered market. We also look at plan utilisation to make sure that there's no significant change reflecting some market changes that need to be addressed. So in a very general way, we look at it through pricing. There's also other levers. The department sets policy levers. The Commission looks at regulation and registration. And we use all of those together to ensure that there's a vibrant market. I'm not sure if that sufficiently answers your question, but I'm happy to go into further detail if there's any areas that I could elaborate more on.
Sure. Just in terms of commissioning, we heard some evidence this morning, or discussed with the Grattan Institute, the current proportion of the scheme that's spent in relation to supported independent living, and wondered if there's any appetite. I know there's, the agency's been looking at innovation in SIL. Where are we up to in terms of supported independent living?
Thank you. The fundamental premise of the scheme is that individuals receive plans and funding in their plans, and that they are able to choose which providers they use. So we don't have, as an agency, a direct relationship with any of the providers, because it's a contractual relationship between the participant choosing and exercising their choice and control over which providers they choose to use, and they enter into a contractual relationship with that provider. So we don't generally commission providers. We have, through some pilots, particularly in relation to regional and remote areas, in a very small number of instances, commissioned services. where we were concerned that due to the nature of a thin market, participants may be at risk of not receiving the services they needed unless we had that type of a market intervention. And there have been and are some very limited circumstances where we do commission services in order to ensure the availability of that service. But by and large, the premise of the scheme is that the individual will have choice and control. I'm also going to just check with my colleague, Mr Mansfield, as to whether there are any points he'd like to elaborate in relation to that.
Thanks. In relation to the SIL market particularly, there is ongoing close dialogue with the providers in that market to understand their experience in the market, as well as with participant-focused groups about their experience of those services and ongoing engagement with that sector around how we can continue to focus on quality outcomes from a participant experience in that particular sector. That engagement is ongoing, and as the acting CEO indicated, there is ongoing deep engagement by the agency and the department with the provider sector to understand where there might need to be a shift in overall approach, including from a quality standpoint.
And if I could
Thank you. And so just... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just to elaborate on that, as Mr Mansfield referenced, we have a quality pilot program on the way where we're working with participants to get a better understanding of what quality means in the supported independent living context, and then also working with the larger SIL, supported independent living providers who we deem to have met certain quality standards, to say what are the market factors that we might need to take into account. And then there are instances where we do steward the market. We have a provider list for continence products, for example, and there are other areas where we can enhance choice and control by giving better information to participants so that they can make more informed choices, or choices within guardrails that help them get the quality outcomes that they're seeking in what can be a pretty overwhelming market situation.
Thank you. And sorry, Chair, just one final question. I was just wondering about the future of navigators and the agency's vision around the future of plan management, support coordination, and that navigator model.
Do you want me to start? Or? You can go.
Thank you for your question. In relation to plan management, the NDIS review did recommend a transition out of that sector and replacing it with a payment on claim kind of an approach. The government hasn't responded to that recommendation. In relation to support coordinators, they are part of the consideration in relation to what the review referred to as that navigation service, where people are given more assistance to identify the supports both within the NDIS funded plan as well as supports outside of that they could access, as well as their actual access to the scheme itself. So partners obviously do some of that navigation, plan managers do some of that navigation work, and support coordinators. So the agency has received funding from government to do some design and consultation and co-design work in relation to that. And we have done a considerable amount of co-design with the community towards the end of last year and earlier this year. And then government will consider some of those design issues. So I might now pass to Mr Mansfield to talk about government's role in that process.
Thank you. So at this point, as Ms McKay has indicated, there's ongoing work to provide advice to government around future model arrangements for navigation. Of course, there's considerations around that in relation to the scheme, but also considerations around that in relation to people with disability who may or may not be interacting with the NDIS and need navigation support. And of course, we're also considering navigation or wayfinding in relation to people who will interact with Thriving Kids, for example. So there's ongoing work to explore these areas and work through design options that can be considered by government.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Berry. I have one question and then I'm going to hand back to the Deputy Chair. It is for the Health, Disability and Ageing Agency and it relates to the question of registration. I'm aware that the department has recently completed public consultation on a national worker registration scheme for personal care workers in aged care where evidence was received from the disability support sector. And how might a national worker registration scheme help with the NDIS and those providing disability care and support?
Senator, I might have to take the details of that on notice because my colleague is just not here that's been leading that work. Right. But in the broad, there's been ongoing work to look at worker screening and worker registration issues. That work is ongoing. I might have to take the details about the current status of that, so I'll take that on notice, and or while the questions from the Deputy Chair are happening, I can potentially respond to that. If I can, though, just go to one other question that was asked by Senator Mulholland earlier in relation to the NDIS appeals program. The context of the question was around the amount of demand and support in the community around NDIS appeals, and I can confirm that in the 2025-26 budget, the government provided an additional $7.3 million for 25-26 to 49 individual organisations, including 8 legal aid commissions for that program.
Right, thank you, and they do a very good job. Just in relation to registration, it's come up today about registration and whether we should make it mandatory or not, and some of the presenters, witnesses have really spoken in favour and against registration being mandatory, and it is a challenging one, and I think our committee would benefit from hearing where this
Can I just
check,
Senator, whether Chair, sorry, whether you're referring to provider registration or worker registration?
Well, it's probably actually both.
Yeah. So I know in relation to provider registration, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission has been doing a lot of consultation work to explore those issues, and that's occurred over the course of last year and I think into this year. The government's currently considering that in terms of the future of provider registration. Obviously, there are significant impacts of action in relation to registration, particularly decisions to require registration across the board. And so, of course, the government is carefully considering those implications and options associated with provider registration. So it's an ongoing process. Decisions haven't been taken at this point in time, but decisions in relation to that would, of course, consider impacts on markets as well as the diversity of participants. And we've heard a lot from different participants, both as you represented in favour of across-the-board registration and those who have indicated that they do not favour that type of model.
So it is provided, but it is also worker registration as well, because that's something that did come up today, and it would be good to get further information.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you so much.
Chair.
Now,
Thanks.
Thank you for being so patient. Deputy Chair, over to you.
Thank you. I just want to finish up the couple of questions that are connected to my previous questions. One relates to the co-design and the consultation with participants, particularly as it relates to eligibility assessment. So a lot of the feedback and the concerns that I receive are around the requirement to, in assessments, to continually provide evidence of disability. So particularly when there is a lifelong permanent impairment of some kind, is there any work being done to take this out of the assessment process, particularly when we think about some of the evidence that we heard earlier today, but even just regularly when engaging with participants under the scheme, of the different stresses and anxieties and impacts that they can be subjected to, why we are asking them to reprove something all the time and something that will not change. And I understand needs can change, but, the primary disability may never change.
Thank you, Senator. It's Amity Durham. I'm one of the Deputy CEOs in the agency and responsible for the access and eligibility activities. I think there's a couple of elements to your question. And in terms of how we conduct eligibility reassessments now, we will only trigger, or there is only an eligibility assessment where, firstly, there are some set criteria where there are automatic referrals for an eligibility reassessment, and these generally relate to children who've entered the scheme under the early intervention pathway. So particularly children with developmental delay, when they turn 6, they are, under the legislation and our rules, they will be automatically referred for an eligibility reassessment. And that is because the early intervention pathway and that access has different criteria. So once that child turns 6, we need to reassess them against the disability criteria for the scheme. There are also triggers for children with global developmental delay when they're 7, and also people with a hearing impairment are reassessed at age 25. We also have the ability, when we're conducting planning reviews, our planners can also refer a person for an eligibility reassessment, but that is generally where there is evidence and that planner believes that an eligibility reassessment is warranted. Aside from that, people's plans are generally determined based, they have a time frame for their plan, and once that plan is coming up for expiry, they will be also triggered for a new plan reassessment, but that does not necessarily include an eligibility reassessment. We do understand that people do find the process of eligibility reassessment stressful. As Aaron mentioned, Mr. Berlin mentioned earlier, we have done a lot of work with participants to look at the process for eligibility reassessment, and we have made some improvements. Some of them Mr. Berlin spoke about, which is around being clearer in our communications about what's involved in an assessment and what information is required. The second thing we've improved this year is we've extended the time frame for people to provide information to support their assessment, and that was extending it from 28 days to 90 days. So that gives people some time to collect the information to support their access to the scheme.
I think that's great, and I support those measures. I guess my concern is around where we are creating time and resource cost and financial cost to keep reiterating something that will not change. So, perhaps a specialist report that, confirms a condition is ongoing. There is a cost, a time constraint and an impact to that, and a human impact of needing to go prove something that will never change. I'm trying to get my head around why we're asking people for that. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, we will request information with an eligibility reassessment because we are reconsidering their eligibility under the scheme. So we have to apply the criteria for that, and that goes to that person's functional impairment. Or if they are, it could also include information about their diagnosis, for example. So there we do have our access lists, and for some listed diagnoses, that also streamlines the assessment process. So we do require that information and evidence to make decisions that are in line with the legislation to enable continued access to the scheme.
So it's a legislative problem?
Look, we administer, obviously, the legislation in terms of access, and so, yes, any changes to that would require changes to the legislation.
But what I'm trying to understand is this requirement for, someone with a lifelong disability to have to keep reproving that's a problem within the legislation, not the implementation of the legislation. I just want to understand that in my own mind.
Yes, look, I don't think it's a case that somebody with a ongoing permanent disability would necessarily have to go through an eligibility reassessment. There would have to be those triggers that I spoke about that would mean they are referred for that reassessment.
Yeah, but their needs could change and their needs could increase, and they could self-refer for a reassessment, which would mean that they would need to reprove the condition that we already know that they have, or the disability, right?
I see. So there's two different types of assessments I think we're talking about. One is the eligibility reassessment, so that is their continued access to the scheme. The second would be a request to change their plan. And obviously when we are making a plan reassessment, we'll also consider information that supports their request, that their needs and circumstances have changed and that warrants a change in their plan.
Thank you. Chair, I'm happy to cede my final question to Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Returning to the new ICANN assessment tool, is the University of Melbourne responsible for the evaluation of the suitability of the tool, or will it be done independently?
Clearly the government has procured the ICANN, and so as part of the contract there is essentially a joint evaluation in partnership between the agency and the University of Melbourne, as Mr Mansfield outlined. We've committed to a 5-year transition, and we've committed to consistent engagement with the University of Melbourne and the Centre for Disability to ensure that we have opportunities to mature the ICANN as we progress. But it's done in collaboration with the agency and the department.
Okay, so the university and the agency will evaluate it together before it begins to be used on participants from June, onwards for the purpose of actually building plans.
Yeah, and that's also, as Mr Maitland outlined, I mean, part of that is not just the desktop, but it's also undertaking what we're describing as a design hub, where we're working with participants around the outcome that the assessment is producing ahead of the engagement in mid-next year.
And what's the framework for that evaluation? Like, what's the matrix that will be used?
Look, I'm happy to provide that on notice and provide some detail on that for you.
But no independent evaluation. It will be the person who sold you something and the person that bought it will evaluate it together to see whether it worked.
That's part of the contractual arrangements.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. I just want to clarify, in the past, a participant would have a number of different conditions, and there was a primary condition and then other conditions, and that the primary condition would be named and then that would be the focus of a plan. From my understanding now, that's no longer the case. It's more of a holistic approach. Is that correct?
There's also, under the legislation, it talks about impairments, and so I might make sure we have the correct information, but it's certainly moving away from primary and secondary disability, and that's certainly was picked up as part of the NDIS review. And so we're moving to notice of impairments and an individual understanding the impairments for which they met access for. But you're right, the requirement under the ICANN is a holistic assessment of the individual support needs.
Right. Well, it would be good to get a bit more detail regarding that, if that's possible.
Happy to take that on notice.
Did you want to add to that?
Just to check, your question is it about more about the future and how
I mean,
it will
I
work?
think I wanted to just clarify that, but the future is, yes, it would be good to get a bit more, just some more detail.
So I can comment on more the way our access arrangements work at the moment, but Mr Verlin is, yes, he's responded on how it would work into the future and explained there will be a connection between the impairment that person has met access for and then the support needs assessment. It needs to take into account the support needs related to that impairment or the impairments the person has met access.
Several impairments, and then
there could be more than one.
Yep. Oh, I'm pleased to hear that. That's a good thing, good outcome. I think it's been something that a number of us on this committee have pushed for a number of years. I think including Senator Steele, John, and myself. So that's very good. Now we've got 5 minutes. Did you have anything?
No, that was actually what.
Senator Mulholland?
No.
Okay. Ms Berry, was there any final questions? We have a small window of opportunity here of 5 minutes. Do you have a question you'd like to put? Or you're okay?
Look, just finally, I think, it's fair to say that a key theme in the evidence that we've received today has been around the pace of change and that level of engagement that people feel that they can have with the changes which are impacting on their lives. And so, we've heard from you today that there's clearly a real effort around engaging with participants, but could the NDIA representatives here today speak to how you feel that you could continue to improve your approach in terms of engaging with people so we can manage the inevitable anxiety that change creates for people, which is real and causing genuine concern and trauma?
There's two parts to that. Firstly, what we know has to be really important is a good, clear narrative on the reforms so that everybody out in the wider disability community understands what the reforms are, when they will be delivered, and really importantly, for the benefit of participants. I think it's really clear that we need to make sure we get that overarching messaging right, and we know we need to continue to do that and do that more broadly. Then what we need to do is to continue to engage in consultation and co-design and engagement on the individual pieces of change. But we know that only meets and engages a certain number of individuals, and so we need to broaden that opportunity to the broader community. And as I said, whether or not we use our NDIS Engage or whether or not we do more bespoke activities, we have Participant First. Participant First is an initiative in the agency that now has over 5,000 participants that essentially have signed up to say we would like to be part of the engagement, opportunities to consult, and so we need to utilise those mechanisms beyond our formal engagements with our disability community. We are also doing a number of public webinars, engagement activities to make sure that we're getting the information out as much as we can and allow an opportunity for further engagement. So we know we need to do that. We've got a good forward program, but the first step for us is really getting this strategic narrative out about the reform agenda, and we want to do that with the community. Thank
you, Ms Berry, for that question. I think it really wraps up our discussions. We started with that, and I think it is good to end with that, because I think the one thing that did come through so far today is that need for improved engagement and the timing of change, so that it doesn't have the ramifications in terms of anxiety and stress for a number of participants and their families. And there was an organisation that was with us earlier today, Nobody Worse Off Coalition, who were saying that they'd very much like to be involved in co-design. So we will pass on an opportunity for them that they should get involved in and help to ensure that the outcomes of the NDIS and the way it's implemented is working and is not stressful and causing anxiety. It's a challenging process, and it's a constant change of sort of a challenge to continually improve. But look, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who's here today. It's been a very good discussion, and it's a considerable time out of your day, and I know that hopefully together we can keep working. We will come up with recommendations from this inquiry, and we look forward to response back from the NDIA and other agencies about our recommendations and how we work together to improve the system so that people have good lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll now suspend till 3:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We will now go back in session. We have on board with us Senator Mulholland, who is with me in person. We have the Deputy Chair, Maria Kofasik. How are you online there? As well as Miss Berry and Senator Steele-John. And now I also would like to welcome Dr. Stevie Howson, who is with us in the room today. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Yeah, hi, my name is Stevie Howson and I'm just appearing as an individual. And yes, I have received the information you mentioned.
So thank you very much for giving us your time today and your perspective on the NDIS and how the scheme's travelling and its impact on yourself. Would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair. All right, Chair and member of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak about my experience with the NDIS. Today, I would like to focus your attention on the way that the NDIA organise our supports around the concept of a primary disability and the way that automated systems appear to generate plans that are not reflective of our needs or of our lives. And I want to share my story about my experience in the NDIS appeals process and how, unfortunately, my experience with the NDIS has led to me losing capacity rather than gaining it. As I said, my name is Stevie Howson. I'm 34 years old and I live in Armidale, which is in rural northwestern New South Wales. I'm the parent of a 10-year-old child. I'm autistic and I was diagnosed with autism in 2019 as an adult. I was asked by the diagnosing psychologist if I wanted to seek NDIS support at the time in 2019. And I said that I didn't want to. I believe that the scheme should be reserved for the people who need it the most. I was coping with my life at the time, and I wanted to save the supports for people who desperately needed them. After I turned 30, I began experiencing progressive issues with pain, fatigue, balance, and my mobility in general. After things really came to a head when I was no longer able to get around the property that I had purchased with my then partner, I was diagnosed with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that affects joints and muscles throughout the body. I applied to the NDIS in September of 2023, and I did that because I'd become completely dependent on my partner at the time. They were shopping, cooking, cleaning, looking after my kid, all of that stuff. I needed support so that I could be independent, and I'd just gotten my first wheelchair, which I'd purchased second-hand off Gumtree with an occupational therapist's guidance because I couldn't stand or walk long enough to get my child ready for school. At this time, I was still trying to work. I had a good job in the union movement, which I loved. I was paying for occupational and physiotherapy privately at huge expense, as well as paying for all of these specialists and everything else. I needed support to just keep my independence and get back on my feet. And I thought that the NDIS might offer me, it's not very well known, but there's an adult stream of early intervention where they kind of meet you at the early stages of your disability to try and reduce what support needs you'll need over time. I thought that perhaps I'd be eligible for that and that the NDIS would help me stabilise my situation and be more independent. I had a planning meeting with my local area coordinator and it went really well. We developed a plan that included most of what I needed and I left that meeting feeling really hopeful about my future. But then a couple of weeks later, I got a call. The NDIA had told the local area coordinator that we could not have the supports like physiotherapy and assistance with finding an appropriate mobility aid that we had discussed. I was told that you are only on the NDIS for autism and that if I wanted support with my physical disability, things like physiotherapy, I would need to apply to the NDIS again.
So can I ask you?
Yes.
When was this? When did this take place?
This was November 2023. Okay. So this was before the amended legislation.
Yes, thank you.
I was really confused and distressed by this, and so was the staff member at the local area coordinator. She didn't know what was going on. She'd met me, she'd seen me, she could see that what I was dealing with was a mobility impairment and just couldn't understand why I was being told that I needed support only for autism. I did get my NDIS plan. It looked like it had been written for someone else. It funded speech therapy at the cost of about $3,000. It funded a behaviour support plan and training at the cost of $15,000. At the time, I was an adult living independently in my own home. I was working in mainstream employment. There was no one who could implement or manage a behaviour support plan. A behaviour support plan is for people who have behaviours of concern, and I have never had behaviours of concern. I was not presenting with behaviours of concern. I needed support with my mobility. I suspect that this plan was generated through automation. I suspect that what happened is that I received a template plan for autistic people, and that because my circumstances were so unusual, the planner had not edited or changed it, but just given me speech therapy, behaviour support, occupational therapy, and 8 hours a week of support work assistance. I later found out that the cost of the $15,000 behaviour support plan would have funded an appropriate wheelchair. When I went to see a behaviour support practitioner, she laughed at me. She later wrote to the NDIA, despite a thorough assessment, no restrictive practices were found, no behaviours of concern were identified, and Stevie's quality of life is impacted not by his behaviour, but in deficiencies in his disability supports, particularly around mobility challenges. I then did an internal review, so a review of the decision with the NDIA, and the decision was upheld with no change. I applied to the Administrative Reviews Tribunal in March of 2024. I was contacted by the early intervention team for the Administrative Review Tribunal group at the agency. They did agree that behaviour support was not an appropriate support for me and agreed to replace it with psychology support. I later found out by doing a Freedom of Information request that this staff member in the early intervention team had suggested resolving my matter in a way that would have been entirely satisfactory to me by including some supports for finding an appropriate mobility aid and recognising my physical disability. However, their advice was overruled by the Technical Advisory and Practice Improvement Branch at the NDIA, who we heard mention of earlier, who are apparently the people who will be training the support needs assessors. The technical branch said that this was too complex and that it would need to go to a hearing, so it did, and the NDIA engaged lawyers. At this point, my matter was listed in the ACT here in Canberra, and this was a stroke of profound good luck for me because it meant that ACT Legal Aid was able to represent me throughout the whole process. So I had a solicitor working alongside me throughout the whole process. And it's very hard for me to say this, but were it not for the support that I received through Legal Aid ACT, were it not for the responsibilities that I have as a parent, I think I would have been at high risk for completing a suicide attempt as a result of my experience in the appeal tribunal process. The process in the Administrative Review Tribunal, which started off as the Administrative Appeal Tribunal and then sort of transitioned partway through my time there, it's really long and difficult. There's a number of case events, and in between each one, there's kind of months of waiting. And there's various different statements that need to be made by you, but also by the agency. The agency were consistently late with providing their evidence in my matter or providing their statements of issues and the different positions that they needed to take. It was often late, there were often requests for extensions of time, and every time this happened, it would just send me into a panic and I would lose my ability to kind of function completely because I thought that I was getting something, say, on a Friday afternoon, and then late on that afternoon there would be a request for an extension of time, and then suddenly I'd now be expecting the thing in 3 days' time. They also asked for an independent assessment to be done of me by an occupational therapist of their choosing, and she came out to my house. She was lovely. She identified that I needed a lot of support with my mobility, and so they never referred to that assessment again. Eventually, a hearing was listed for the 23rd of July of 2025. I started getting ready for the hearing with my lawyer. As I said, I was profoundly lucky to have a lawyer. Most people going through this process do not have a lawyer. Many struggle to even get a non-legally trained disability advocate to support them through this process. Most people go through this process alone. So I was preparing for the matter with my lawyer, and on the 2nd of July, so approximately 2 weeks before the hearing was scheduled to begin, the NDIA offered to settle my matter in full. They accepted that Ehlers-Danlos syndrome met the disability access criteria for the NDIS. They increased the value of my funded supports by more than $100,000. I was relieved to not have to go to hearing, but it was also extremely upsetting to have had to go through this process. It was deeply hurtful. I became extremely depressed. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that prior to settling, we had a conciliation. So that was in November of 2024, so approximately 1 year after my first plan. A conciliation is meant to be an alternative dispute resolution process that you go through. So I went to that and my lawyer made an offer to settle the matter. We were told that the agency couldn't settle the matter or do anything differently without them going and getting technical advice. So they went to get technical advice from the Technical Advice and Practice Improvement Branch, again, the TAPIB. And then on the basis of that advice, they didn't settle. I did an FOI of that advice, and I got it. And it said things like, my wheelchair was not evidence-based, despite the fact that it had been prescribed by an occupational therapist. There were a lot of things in this advice that they said were unclear or not known. They thought that I'd only done 8 sessions of physiotherapy because they didn't have the full information in front of them that I was travelling to Brisbane to see a specialist physiotherapist who specialises in my condition, but was also seeing a local physiotherapist. So they only thought I'd been seeing that one in Brisbane. There were so many things that could have been cleared up if the people writing this advice had have just spoken to me or the professionals working with me, but instead I had to read this document saying that my wheelchair is not evidence-based, and hear the NDIA saying that they didn't think that the impairment caused by Ehlers-Danlos syndrome caused significantly reduced functional capacity. Becoming a wheelchair user in your early 30s and hearing from a government agency in Canberra that that is not significant is extremely difficult to hear. I have lost years of my life to this appeal process. I have lost years of my child's childhood that I will never get back. He was 7 when I applied to the NDIS, and he is now 10. Throughout all of this process, I was without the supports that I would have needed to prevent my condition from progressing. I had to leave the job that I loved in the middle of the appeal process because I just couldn't cope. I'm still working, but only 14 hours a week and only from home. I thought that the NDIS was here to give people who have disability or acquire disability at some point in their life the promise that if this happens to you, you will not be alone. The Australian people, who are extremely generous people, have funded this scheme so that no one needs to suffer in the way that I did, and so that people who become disabled are able to continue to live good, ordinary lives with the support that they need to do that. The NDIA spend a lot of money, including on me, but the way that this scheme is being administered is not delivering the promise of independence and a good, ordinary life. In my view, this is the result of deficient administrative systems and processes that urgently require government scrutiny. The way that the NDIS is being run is not worthy of the trust of this Parliament or the generosity of the Australian people who fund this scheme. All of us need to be looked at as individuals. Our disability is not our diagnosis. It is the gap between that good, ordinary life that is the right and entitlement of every Australian and where we are now because of our impairments. I think I'll probably leave it there. Thank you.
Look, thank you. It's very emotional for me, let alone for you, having listened to your
I held
story.
it together. See that? I didn't need the tissues.
But I reckon I might. But your resilience and your determination to be heard and to be treated with respect is outstanding.
Thank you.
You do note in your words that we have a copy of in your submission. You talk about some recommendations there.
Yeah.
And there are a number of them. There's 7 of them.
Yes.
You talk about a notice of impairment and a team be set up to specifically amend these impairments at the internal review stage.
Yeah.
I did ask a question of the NDIA relating to the primary condition, and that's what you're referring to, and the fact that they are saying now that is changing. I'm just wondering, is that's relating, I think, to your recommendation 1. Did you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, I will. This is all really quite confusing, and I think that, unfortunately, I have a lot of respect for the people who work at the NDIA and for the people trying to administer the scheme and look after it from the government perspective, and also for all of the providers and for us participants, right? We're all trying to get this good outcome of people having good ordinary lives. The way that we're trying to do it, though, is through these systems that are really confusing. And at the moment, there is really inadequate clarity about what is a disability for the purposes of the NDIS governing legislation, what is an impairment, and what is a diagnosis, what is a diagnosed condition. All of those things can be relevant in different ways. For example, the permanence of your impairment might be determined by what diagnosed condition you have. But a diagnosis is not an impairment, and a diagnosis is not a disability. The NDIS legislation has been amended in the legislation that came in last year. And so now, in part in response to this, and I think in response to the committee's recommendations at the inquiry that was held into the capacity and culture of the NDIA that called out the primary disability as not sufficiently grounded in the governing legislation. The NDIA has proposed, well, not the NDIA, the legislation has been amended to propose that we'll get this notice of impairments. Now, what a notice of impairments will do is not really clear. I don't think they've happened yet, but an impairment for the purpose of the NDIS is a broad category, right? So I would have a physical impairment, right? But then I would have a diagnosis sitting behind that. What I'm really concerned about is that the notice of impairment, they need to work out what kind of impairment people have, but at the moment they're only storing diagnostic information. I'm so sorry. Is this making sense? Do you need to ask a clarifying question?
No, keep going.
Yeah, they're storing diagnostic information in our participant record, but they need to work out, right, is it, do I have a physical impairment, or do I have, say, what they might consider a neurological impairment from autism? I don't know how they're going to do that. I don't know that they know how they're going to do that. But they do need to, the legislation says, give us all a notice of impairment, right? Whether we have physical impairment and impairment attributable to a psychosocial disability, a neurological impairment, a cognitive one, etc.
Right, so the legislation is saying that you...
The legislation says that they have to do that, yeah.
They have to inform you...
They have to give us a notice of impairment.
Notice of impairment, which actually defines what your... the impairment is?
Yes, for the purposes of funding supports and also for the purposes of spending, because both what support can be funded in your plan but also what you can spend your money, NDIS money, on is now in the new legislation can only be spent or funded in relation to an eligible impairment, right? One that meets the access criteria. That was part of the changes that were brought in with the new legislation.
Right. So look, it's worth noting that, and I think that we will certainly bring your voice to the attention of the NDIA.
Yeah, thank you.
And look, they have been listening today, and there has been an officer here for much of the day. But I think what you're saying is you're talking from your experience, which is really powerful. And I shouldn't. But are you happy to take further questions from members of the committee?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Does anyone have a question that they would like to raise? Senator Steele-John?
Yes, indeed.
Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Look, thank you so much for not only for your evidence today, but for the very detailed nature of your submission that you placed in evidence to the committee and the way in which you've laid it out. I'm going to go to specific paragraphs of your submission, if that's okay, to form the context of my question. So, going to paragraph number 45 of your submission, do you want to just let me know when you've arrived there so I'm not going too far ahead of where you are?
Yep, I'm in.
All right. So, paragraph 45, you say, and I quote, changes to the NDIS were announced around this time. At first, I became excited because the then Minister Bill Shorten said that this would be an end to the reliance on primary and secondary disability, as the NDIS review recommended and as this committee has also recommended. Paragraph 46, you say, however, once the new legislation was introduced to the Parliament, it became clear that it legislated an idea of eligible and ineligible impairments, which is correct. That's what it did. In the context of the new legislation, impairments are supposed to be broad categories, things like physical or intellectual. The new legislation said we were supposed to get, quote, notices of impairments that would allow us to review the impairments that we have listed with the NDIA. And then in paragraph 48, you say, however, the NDIA did not give me a notice of impairment. Throughout my appeal, they proceeded as though I had an eligible diagnosis, autism, and an ineligible diagnosis, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Can I ask you, just so that we are very clear, one of the recommendations that you are putting to us is that Ehlers-Danlos syndrome should in fact be included by the agency as an eligible impairment.
Yes. In my personal circumstance, yes, that is what I needed.
Yes.
Yeah. But I was not given a clear process through which to actually appeal what was recorded on my participant file. The only way that I could seek to change what was recorded on my participant file was through an appeal in the Administrative Review Tribunal of my funded supports. And unfortunately, even to this day, Senator, my NDIS participant record still does not list Ehlers-Danlos syndrome as an active disability. So I am still to this day.
And have you been given any clarity as to why that is the case?
No.
Okay. Can I just clarify as well? You say, and I think it was probably part of your submission that made me the most incandescently furious. And it was a hard-run thing. There are a lot of sections of your story that are completely unacceptable and should never have occurred to you. But you state that at paragraph 71, a hearing was scheduled in the Administrative Appeal Tribunal on the 23rd of July, by which you had been pursuing your case with the agency for over a year, if I've understood the timelines correctly.
I applied for an internal review. I believe it was maybe the 25th or 27th of November of 2023. So that is when I began the appeal process and applied to the AAT, as it was then, in March of 2024.
And it was on, so from March 2024, they then give you a date of the 23rd of July. And on the 2nd of July, the NDIA offered to settle your case in full.
Yes, that's correct.
Did they give you any explanation as to why you had in fact what had materially changed for them that caused them to in fact settle a case that they'd been otherwise expending large amounts of money, public money, to say nothing of the physical and emotional impact on yourself and your family, resisting to that point?
Throughout the process of my appeal, I didn't have direct contact with the NDIA because I was represented by Legal Aid ACT. No explanation's been offered to me for any part of it. I believe it was quite a, it was a process involving lawyers and they spoke among themselves, but no explanation was offered to me.
But in settling your case, they didn't provide any context to the settlement that said, in the light of new information, we now settle a case or anything like that?
Nothing was provided to me of that nature.
Okay. And if it isn't too much of a personal question, can I ask were you given a date for a schedule for your plan review?
Oh, sorry, do you mean when I'll receive my next plan?
Yeah, when you'll receive your next plan.
I was only given a plan for 12 months. I asked for longer, but I only got 12 months, which is common for plans at the ART. So my next review will be in July 2026.
Given the pattern of behaviour that we see too often as a committee, where the agency will take matters back to the ART that have been previously settled in ART cases, in flagrant violation of their obligations as a model litigant, but they've done that, continue to do that. Are you concerned that by July next year you could actually be back at the beginning again, having to re-go through this entire process?
Yes, Senator, but unfortunately it will be before then. The wheelchair that I'm using right now was not funded by the NDIS. It was funded by Job Access. So Job Access is a scheme that does not provide for maintenance and repairs. And unfortunately, the power assist device that I need to use, because I can't self-propel like long distances, the power assist device that I need to use, Senator, it no longer works. So I need to apply for AT through the NDIS, and which will require a plan variation. Unfortunately...
Sorry to interrupt. There was an NDIS, an officer here earlier, and we will put them in contact with you. You may have spoken to them already today.
Yeah,
that's good. So, sorry to interrupt. But
no, that's fine. But obviously because my physical disability or physical impairment is not listed on my participant record, I suspect that when I make this AT application it will be rejected, and then I have to hope that the internal review will accept the decision at the ART, and if not, then I will end up back in the tribunal.
Yeah, okay. Look, thank you so much for taking the time to share this with us as a committee. It's one of the most compelling personal pieces of evidence that we've received that I've read in quite a while. I can very much hear from your evidence today and in reading your submission the way in which this process has ground you down, and the extent to which you have, you put some of your last bits of energy into this evidence and sharing this story with the hope that we can affect some change, not just for your individual circumstances, but more broadly for the community. And I want to assure you that it is incredibly useful to receive this piece of evidence, and it has not gone unheard by myself and other committee members today. And I would encourage you, if there is any issue with your plan processes in the future, to reach out to your local MP so that they can use their processes to advocate on your behalf, because you shouldn't have to do this alone.
Thanks, Senator.
Yep. Senator Kovacic, you wanted to make a comment?
I did. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Howson for your submission. I referenced it when making some comments and questions to a number of the witnesses earlier, and I just wanted to reiterate the comments of Senator Steele-John that it does make a difference. So thank you for taking that time, and I recognise that it is both a time-consuming and onerous task in terms of putting that all down, but you have assisted us greatly in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just quickly say something on that, which is that I obviously came to Canberra for this, which was expensive and also quite difficult. I did that because there is no other way that I can raise or complain about these matters. If this had have been Centrelink, then there's processes for addressing deficient administration. If this had happened at work, right, there would be processes to seek to be made whole. But I've lost what I described here, and there is no one that I can complain to. The Commission does not regulate the NDIA. It's up to you. So thank you for allowing me to appear here. It's been really personally meaningful.
Yeah, look, it's been emotional, I think, for myself and obviously for Corinne and for all of us to hear your story and, you know, the impact that the processes you've had to go through. You know, we hear you. We hear
Thank
you.
you.
And I do think that, you know, your local MP and the NDIS itself are opportunities for you to be heard. And the officer that was here today, I think, you know, will listen to you and will take it on board, and I'm hopeful that there can be improved outcomes. But not everybody can be here today and speak to that specific officer, and this is where we have to get, the system has to be better. And I think that it is, of the process being here today, it actually gives voice to some issues that we need to deal with. So, look, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, the effort you've made to be here, and also just the emotional sort of, I suppose, level of anxiety that comes at coming to present your experiences to us. So thank you. You're heard. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we would now like to welcome Mr. Peter Gregory, who is joining us via video conference. Hello, Mr. Gregory. Thank you for sharing your story with us. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Before you begin, if you could just state for the Hansard record your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Gregory, and I appear before you today as nothing more, nothing special than an individual citizen who's been deeply embedded in the disability rights and institutional reform movements for 50 plus years.
Well, thank you. Now, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Before I do that, I just feel compelled to pay tribute to now I'm going to get upset, to my colleagues and friends around Australia who have battled tirelessly for the last 2 years to bring attention to the diabolical impacts of these changes. And for some of us, this is not just 2 years, It's been going on for over 5 decades to try and get justice for our disability community. My academic background is in architecture and occupational therapy and community development, but my knowledge and understanding of the practice of disability support derives from time spent with community development practitioners in India, fabulous mentors locally, internationally, and nationally, including the wonderful late John O'Brien, who have shared their wisdom about personalised and individualised supports with great generosity. And through my own experience as a neurodiverse child and young adult, growing up in a world of education and work that did not tolerate difference and suppressed it with brutality and violence. Most significantly, I appear before you channeling the wisdom gained from thousands of people with disabilities, their families, and fierce supporters who have generously allowed me to join them as they explored, designed and implemented support services that were uniquely tailored to their needs. My submission to you, Restoring Balance to the NDIS, a rights-based co-designed future, was designed to put on the table what 5 decades of experience says an NDIS could look like if we decided to genuinely implement the original intent. The scheme was built to empower people with disability to design and direct the supports they need to live ordinary, meaningful lives. But over time, it has become dominated by administrative control, compliance cultures, top-down processes that prioritise cost containment over human rights. The heart of the NDIS, choice, control and community, is being replaced by a framework of uniformity and risk management. Therefore, the challenge before us is not to abandon the structure, but to rebalance it, to ensure that structure serves people rather than people serving structure. My submission, therefore, uses yin and yang and head, heart and hand frameworks as a metaphor to describe 2 complementary forces that make any human service work. That is the individual form of service delivery that symbolises flexibility, relationships and personal meaning, and the service form which represents organised structures, policies and systems that deliver stability and resources. When these forces are balanced, the NDIS functions as a living ecosystem, responsive, accountable and humane. When the balance tips towards the service form, bureaucracy overwhelms individuality and participants are processed instead of being understood. This imbalance shows up in multiple ways. Through prescribed support lists that replace judgment and creativity with standardisation. Through one-dimensional assessments such as ICANN that seek to classify people for the purpose of allocating predetermined supports and funding. And through the growing gap between the NDIS and the communities that once sustained its founding vision. Restoring balance means rebuilding the bridge between people's lived experience and formal mechanisms of policy and funding. In my submission, I say that the first mechanism for achieving this balance is co-design, not as a consultation exercise, but a governance principle. My submission promotes that this can be achieved through mechanisms like a National Disability Co-Design Assembly and community design circles that bring participants, families and allies directly into decision-making about policy, evaluation and local innovation. Co-design ensures that those with the most complex needs, those most often excluded from these discussions, are central to shaping the reform. These are the people who I spend the majority of my time with. Genuine co-design reframes the NDIA's role from gatekeeper and regulator to facilitator and partner. It builds capacity at community level, funds local design leadership, and embeds lived experience in every stage of governance of the scheme. In practical terms, co-design becomes the operating system at the core of the NDIS. The second element that I proposed as necessary is a principles-based approach to determining what supports are reasonable and necessary under Section 10 of the Act. The current list-based model undermines flexibility, as has been spoken about much today, locks out innovation and contradicts a decade of tribunal precedent. A principles-based framework restores balance to combining consistency with discretion. The principles of reasonable and necessary support are well documented and are grounded in ideas such as reasonableness, that is, the support must make sense in the context of the person's life. Necessity, it must enable genuine participation and inclusion. And equity, that people with complex or fluctuating needs must not be disadvantaged. And transparency, that decisions must be clear, reviewable and publicly accountable. These principles move the scheme from mechanical compliance to ethical reasoning, providing flexibility without chaos and introduce fairness without rigidity. There's a human cost to these prescribed lists. My submission warns that when we go down this path, we essentially shut out the vast array of flexible options available to people as they explore unique service responses to their own unique circumstances. Similarly, proposed tools such as ICANN is a cost classification mechanism masquerading as reform. It measures deficits rather than relationships and efficiency rather than participation. It disregards everyday supports such as trust, belonging and interdependence that make inclusion possible. The alternative that I propose is a more relational assessment model built around concepts such as circles of support and building social capital that recognises that belonging and connection are themselves forms of support, not optional extras, but the foundations of a good life. When we bring all of these strands together, balance, co-design, principles, relational practice, they all converge in a single practical proposal that I put before you today. That is the implementation of a self-direction registration category within the NDIS. Implementing a self-direction registration category, as recommended by the Registration Task Force, is now imperative. With the rapid-fire implementation of changes that is currently occurring, we are seeing and have heard today of their significant consequences for participants. Without immediate implementation of a self-direction registration category as an option for individuals to explore, people with complex support needs face a future of shrinking options, declining well-being and renewed institutional dependence. With it, they can reclaim what the NDIS promised, a life shaped by self-determination, community connection and genuine inclusion. Acting on this recommendation from the Registration Task Force would not only protect people from these harms, but would also stabilise the NDIS by providing a lawful pathway for flexible participant-led practice, enable consistent national standards for self-directed arrangements, and reduce appeals and conflict by clarifying participants' right to design their own supports. Every month of inaction compounds the risk and cost to individuals, families who are at the core of the relationships that I have every day and undermines trust in the scheme. This submission describes a different pathway to reforming the NDIS to bring it back in balance, and I commend it to this committee for consideration. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gregory. I am so impressed with your submission. It is significant. And this is something you've put together on your own, is that correct?
Correct. Based on 5 decades of sitting with people, institutional reform, listening to their stories and us designing together what we think makes a difference. Yeah.
And how long has this submission taken you to put together?
I can't count the number of hours. It's a blunderbuss, that's for sure. It has taken easily 14 days, the equivalent of 14 days continuous work to try and put it together.
Well, thank you so much. Your knowledge and your experience of the NDIS is significant, and I can assure you that it has been read and that it will make a contribution to this inquiry. I have a question from the Deputy Chair. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you, Chair.
Kovacic?
Yes. Thank you, Mr Gregory, for your submission and for taking the time to be here with us today. I'm particularly interested in your comments around co-design, and I did ask the NDIA some questions about this earlier, in particular around the view of some of our other witnesses as well, that the co-design as it currently stands is somewhat theatrical. It's not legitimate or genuine, and you've made some similar comments in relation to that. When I asked the NDIA, they said, they've got DRCOs, they've got forums, they've got public webinars, they've got all of these opportunities for people to, participate and influence what the NDIA looks like. What is the lived experience of the people that you talk to in relation to that? Is that a listening exercise only, or is that something that you do believe they take away and try to implement, or is it a ticker box? What is it? What is happening? Because it takes people a lot of time to provide information, to turn up and to participate and contribute, and perhaps they even get an apathy to that after time if they're not being heard. So I'm very keen to hear your thoughts on that.
Senator, I just have to concur with my colleagues around Australia who have pointed out that we are not experiencing co-design. Okay. At the best, we are experiencing a form of consultation where it appears that the outcomes are already predetermined, and that the people asked to contribute to that conversation are pre-selected. The people who I spend my time with are those who are regarded as people difficult to serve. That is, they are complex in their support needs. They usually don't communicate in traditional ways. They require very special arrangements to be made for you to hear their voice. Those people are simply not present in any shape or form in these consultations. And you will note that my background in community development has led me to believe that we could implement an Australia-wide co-design process that invites all people with disabilities to make their contribution, including those with complex needs. And we've done that work already. We know how to make it happen. But what I do know is that when you sit and you listen and you have to struggle to hear that voice that is rarely heard, you gain insights that you have never understood before. And from my perspective, once you work out ways to support the most difficult to serve, to fully participate in community, you have solved some of the most fundamental questions of support that face the NDIS.
Thank you, Mr Gregory. That's all from me, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr Gregory, for your evidence today and for your extensive submission. I think I've lost count now over the last 8 years how many times this committee has taken evidence from you, and it's always been of the highest quality. We could spend the next couple of hours going through your submission in detail, but I just want to drill down on, first of all, the last thing you said, which is you kind of came to a culmination of what you were describing as the problems you identified here as being solved or partly addressed by your proposed self-direction registration category, or not quite. Not to imply that it wasn't also recommended by the task force, but your take on it. Would you be able to explain in a little bit more detail how this would be put into action and why it would be such an important reform for those with complex needs?
Yep. Thank you, Senator, for the question. As you're aware, there was a registration task force that came into being as a consequence of significant concern and advocacy about the recommendation for universal registration, particularly of providers of core support. For the individuals who I spend my time with, those are people who do receive 24/7 support. That is, they require somebody there with them all the time. And under that recommendation, those people would have been required to use registered providers. Many people in that cohort choose not to use registered providers because they have either experienced abuse, neglect and exploitation from those providers, or they have experienced a poor level of care to such a degree that they feel as though their lives are simply not in their control. As a consequence of that, we put a proposition to the review that says there are many people around Australia who are successfully directing their own supports, have worked out how to do that in ways that ensure that they are compliant with the spending expectations of the scheme. And for those who direct supports on behalf of another, they've worked out ways that that person will be central to the design of the supports and have governance structures and safeguarding structures in place. So as a consequence of that, the task force recommended that there be a self-direction registration category. What's significant about that, Senator, is that for the first time we get acknowledgement that there is a legitimate form of service that is directed by the person and not by a service system. So that this is a unique response to unique circumstances for an individual. It is a service for one person. It is not a service for many. And as a consequence of that, I can tell you from my day-to-day experience, the outcome for those people who have managed to craft around them a unique solution for their unique circumstances and to negotiate the funding to meet that, those outcomes are superior to any individual who I work with who is supported by a mainstream service provider for many. Therefore, from my perspective, if we don't address the question of implementing a self-direction registration category right now, people in my networks will, as a consequence of the reforms that are being rolled out, most likely be required to use registered providers from whom they have escaped, they've liberated themselves. They will be required, if we don't resolve the question of shared support, they will be required to share their support with other people. They will at their next plan review, more than likely through the categorisation process, be labelled as people with high supports and have their funding benchmarked against some arbitrary shared support framework. And these people, not only have they escaped the nefarious activities of providers, that they have already experienced domestic violence in shared support. So if we can't create a space for people with complex needs to be able to direct their own support, that is, to be recognised as self-directors, and to be able to implement these unique and special arrangements. Senator, if we don't do that, then what I can see is the systematic reinstitutionalisation of people who I love, and I'm telling you, it ain't going to happen.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Get emotional about this.
No, I do too, and it's very understandable that we do feel deeply about this. We are coming up to a limitation on time. I just want to give you the opportunity to expand on your comments around the ICANN tool, which was I think a prescient observation given its proposed introduction. So would you like to tell us more about your concerns in relation to that tool?
I'm a bit of an assessment nerd, Senator. I'm an occupational therapist. I started out with the belief that I could assess and then identify needs and implement those needs and design a program and it'll all be hunky-dory. Until I started spending a lot of time with people and realised that those assessments really only provided 30% of the information that we needed to design a comprehensive support arrangement around people. ICANN is one of those tools that simply is nothing more than a way of categorising people through the way in which it scores certain attributes, certain activities of daily living, certain supports. And in doing that, what I believe is the intention is to use tools like ICANN, then to categorise people. And by categorising people into different groups, that categorisation will be used to define the supports that people in that category will receive. And you've already heard Stevie, Dr. Howson, refer to this. And that, therefore, having that categorisation of supports, an amount of money will be allocated. This is what they call flexible supports, but with the cohort of people I work with, it's not flexible. It will be stated supports. So I see simplistic tools like ICANN as nothing more than a way of categorising people in the groups into groups for the purposes of allocating predetermined amounts of funding. It's as blunt as that.
Thank you. Look, if you would like to provide to the committee any additional observations specifically on that tool and its appropriateness for this process, that would be useful. The government indicated, the agency indicated, working with the University of Melbourne and the Centre for Disability Studies to in some way modify the tool to make it appropriate for the NDIA. Any observations that you might have around what modifications would be required to make it appropriate, or whether that is indeed even possible, what we should be looking for in whether these tools are being used appropriately, would be greatly appreciated. You've got 2 weeks to do that if you wouldn't mind, but it's certainly something that's coming up again and again in submissions to this inquiry.
Yeah. Senator, I'd make my final point that until the agency gets their head around the fact that they must discuss these matters through co-design with our disability community, it doesn't matter what a group of academics say, I can guarantee it won't work on the ground.
Yeah,
we'll have to leave it there at that point. But look, I'd like to, on behalf of the committee, Mr. Gregory, thank you very much for your very fulsome submission. I don't think I've ever seen someone talk so enthusiastically about the scheme and the capacity of it to do better with the right mechanism and changes. So I'd like to thank you for the effort that you've put into this submission. It is greatly appreciated, and we thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much.
I'd now like to welcome representatives from the Australian National Audit Office who are with us in the room today. And thank you so much for taking time to come and present to us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate committee has been provided to you. and I'll give you a moment to sit down before we continue. So again, thanks so much for being with us, and I'd like to invite you to introduce yourselves and then to make an opening statement.
I'll start. Carla Jago, Group Executive Director of our Financial Statement Audit Services Group at the Australian National Audit Office.
Thank you.
George Soteropoulos, Group Executive Director of Performance Statements Audit Services Group.
Catherine Powley, Acting Executive Director of Performance Statements Audit Services Group.
Peter Lane, Group Executive Director of the Performance Audit Services Group.
Freya Matthey, Acting Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Thank you very much.
We provided an opening statement, which I'm hoping you have a copy of.
We do have a copy.
We are happy to table that and to not read it out if you would prefer to go directly to questions.
I think, would you like to make just a couple of key points? It's really more for those who are online, who are listening in, just to explain the purpose of the Audit Office and whether you have any other statements you'd like to make briefly. Thank you.
I can do that. So good afternoon, Chair and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The ANAO's purpose is to support accountability and transparency in the Australian government sector through independent reporting to the Parliament and thereby contribute to improved public sector performance. The Australian National Audit Office supports the Auditor-General to conduct a full range of audits and related services under the Auditor-General Act of 1997. These include financial statement audits of Commonwealth entities, companies, subsidiaries and the whole of government accounts for the Australian Government, conducting performance audits, auditing annual performance statements of Commonwealth entities, other assurance reviews, reporting directly to the Parliament, and the publication of audit insights and key lessons that assist the sector. So the National Disability Insurance Scheme has been examined through a number of pieces of our audit work. This includes performance audits and financial statement audits of both the National Disability Insurance Agency and the NDIS Commission. And we have also done performance statements audits of the NDIA, but not of the Commission. The primary risks that we have identified for the NDIA relate to its ability to maintain scheme integrity and financial sustainability in the context of achieving the Australian Government's 8% growth target from 2026. Robust governance and risk management practices are required as it implements legislative and policy changes from recommendations accepted by the Australian Government from the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability and the independent review into the NDIS. We have tabled in Parliament 3 performance audits in recent times, so in 24, 25 and 25, 26. I won't go into detail on those, we're happy to take questions, but they relate to the effectiveness of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission's regulatory functions, the National Disability Insurance Agency's management of claimant compliance with the NDIS scheme claims compliance requirements, and also the effectiveness of the board of the NDIA. Our opening statement also sets out some key themes emerging from both our financial statement audits and our performance statement audits, and we're happy to take questions on those as well.
Well, thank you very much. And look, I'll put a question or two to you and then we'll open it up to other committee members. Could you, as representatives of the Australian National Audit Office, summarise the main findings? You talk about the audits that you've done, performance audits, the main findings for your performance audits into the Quality and Safeguards Commission, and recommendations that you have made to the Commission for change.
Senator, I can give you an overview of that audit report. The purpose of that particular audit was to assess the effectiveness of the Commission's regulatory functions, and it looked at its activities in 3 areas: information gathering and sharing arrangements, risk-based strategies to guide its regulatory decision-making, and its monitoring and compliance and enforcement activities.
The overall conclusion of the audit was that the Commission's regulatory activities were partly effective. Across those three areas, we found that the effectiveness of the Commission's collection, correlation and analysis of information was limited by the systems that it had in place for managing and storing information, and it also assessed its own system as being non-compliant with Australian government record-keeping requirements. We also found that documentation supporting arrangements for information sharing with Australian government and other entities was either incomplete or under review. And the Commission also did not have processes to ensure information disclosures meet legislative requirements. In relation to other information sharing activities, we found that the systems used for storing information had not been sufficiently documented in accordance with its own information management policy. And the Commission also had not implemented arrangements for assurance over the quality, accuracy and completeness of the information held. Probably one of the key findings of the audit was in relation to the absence of risk-based strategies. So the audit found that regulatory decision-making was not guided by a risk-based approach. So without a framework governing how risk informs regulation, the Commission is limited in its ability to ensure regulatory activities are targeted toward the areas of highest impact or highest risk. In terms of responding to potential non-compliance, while the Commission publishes annual compliance priorities, the audit found that these were not risk-based or informed by data. The Commission has also not established or documented an approach to monitoring and mitigating the risks of unplanned service withdrawals, which is a core function of the Commission. And we also found the Commission did not have quality assurance processes in place for compliance activities, which limits its ability to assess the effectiveness of the activities it's undertaking for addressing non-compliance. I would note the report made 10 recommendations. I could just briefly outline the areas in which those recommendations were made. They covered things like the importance of implementing a risk-based plan and guidance to support how it gathers and uses intelligence and information, the importance of meeting legislative requirements for sharing information with entities, developing and implementing processes for setting, implementing and reporting on risk-based compliance approaches and priorities, implementing a framework to assess, prioritise and manage regulatory risk, developing and implementing an entity-wide compliance monitoring strategy. I covered implementing quality assurance processes, also importantly finalising and documenting policies, procedures and guidance for compliance activities, and addressing the issues and deficiencies identified in information holdings and the accuracy of performance reporting. We did also note that at the time that the audit tabled, there was not a current ministerial statement of expectations and corresponding regulator statement of intent in place, so we did also make a recommendation to progress work in that space.
Thank you very much. I just have one other question. So looking at your work program, does the ANAO, do you anticipate any future performance audits that may involve administration and performance of the NDIS, the scheme?
So, Senator, in our 25-26 annual audit work program, we have noted some potential audits in this space. One is in relation to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, which is touched on in the audits that we've been talking about today. There's also one on market stewardship of the care and support economy, design and implementation of the participants platform and processes program, which is about an information system called PACE, and funding of assistive technology supports under the NDIS, and NDIS Quality and Safeguard Commission's management of restrictive practices. So these are all potential audits on the current work program.
If we go back, you've mentioned you were talking about the there was the third one you mentioned there. I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Design and implementation of the participants or market stewardship.
The design and implementation of the participants. Was it?
It's a customer relation management system.
Okay.
It's currently used within the scheme.
So, what would be its purpose?
So, did you want to touch on that one, Freya?
So, in terms of the audit, what the audit would look at, so the potential audit would assess the effectiveness of the National Disability Insurance Agency in the design and implementation of its new customer relationship management system. So they've called that system PACE, and looking at the broader program they have around implementing PACE, known as the 3P, which is participant, platform and process. So our understanding is PACE is replacing their existing business and payment systems and portals, and it's intended to improve system control. So the audit would sort of look at their implementation of that program.
All right, well, thank you. It'd be interesting to see the outcomes of that. I'll now open it up for questions from other committee members. Ms Berry, do you have any questions that you'd like to put forward?
I do, thank you. Just in relation to, I've got a question in relation to both the reports. To begin with, having a look at the report related to the Commission, we heard evidence today that, and I can't remember the exact numbers, I apologise, but we've got approximately 260,000 providers in the market, of which 23,000 or thereabouts are registered. You talk in your report that you did into the Commission around, there's a principle, you say regulators need complete, accurate and reliable data to understand the risks relating to who they regulate and the market that they are regulating. I wondered if you could speak to that challenge around regulating a system where the regulator has limited oversight over that system.
Senator, while we didn't specifically recommend particular actions in relation to regulating the segment of the market which includes unregistered providers, I think what we've noted in the audit report is that there is a lot, noting that there's work already underway, but there is a lot more the Commission can do with respect to regulating the segment of the market that it does have visibility of. So I think what we've said in the report is there are a range of things the Commission can do to better understand where non-compliance is concentrated within those registered providers. It can use information intelligence more effectively, including through some of the education and campaigns it's currently doing to inform where non-compliance might be occurring. So I think what we've observed in the audit is there's an absence of intelligence and risk-based approaches being used to inform the allocation of resources to regulate the market that it does have visibility of. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you. Just in relation to my second question, which is about your report into the NDAA, I wondered if you could speak to, related to that, you know, we've got 3 different types of plan management around self-management, plan management and agency management. And I wondered if you could speak to whether or not your review looked into the current compliance mechanisms around self-management and whether or not the agency needs to do further work in that space.
Senator, that audit didn't dive deeply into the compliance activities by plan type, I guess. We've talked about the different plan types and we've talked about the different compliance activities, but we haven't gone more deeply to segment those. I'll just check if Ms Matthew's got anything she'd like to add to that, though. We're just consulting a page of the report. Bear with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think as Ms Lane said, that we sort of looked at it in terms of compliance as a whole rather than sort of specifically into the 3 different types of plan management. So looking at what they're doing across those 3 different types.
No problems. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Berry. Deputy Chair, Senator Kovacic, would you have a question?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm curious around what mechanisms the ANAO has to monitor the implementation of its recommendations in real time, particularly for high-risk portfolios like the NDIS. Like, how do you keep track of what is going on and when the problems arise?
I might start with that one and others can add. It does vary a little bit depending on the audit product. So for both our financial statement audits and our performance statements audits, they are annual products. So we go in every year and do that work. As part of that, we look at how they've been going in addressing the findings that we had raised in the previous year and report back on the status of those findings, and then we report to Parliament on the outcome of that work, usually in around December each year, for both of those audit products. So that we do look at on an annual basis. For performance audits, they are not an annual audit. We don't go in and do the same topic every year. It's different topics all of the time. So we actually ask entities to self-assess within 2 years of our report being provided to them, how they are going in addressing those findings. We include that in our own performance statements as one of our targets that findings are implemented, but it is based on a self-assessment, which we haven't audited. There are some other elements we do though, and that is a series of audits on implementation of recommendations. We usually pick either a portfolio or an entity, and we go in and have a look at how they have gone at implementing both parliamentary and Auditor-General recommendations over the past, usually it's a period of about 4 to 5 years. And what we find from that work is that generally, and this is an average, not individual entity specific, generally there's about a 20% overstatement from entities as to how they're going in addressing recommendations. So they will say that about 20% more are complete than we find when we go in and do the work. So there's those types of work. Then we can also do performance audits, which are follow-on or follow-up audits. So there might be a particular topic that we did a number of years ago that we think it's important that we go back and see how the entity is going with that specific area and whether they have addressed the recommendations. If that's the case, we'll go in and do another performance audit and actually report on how they're going addressing those recommendations.
And those follow-on audits would typically be within at least 2 years on from when those original recommendations were made to allow some time for implementation to occur.
And are those follow-on audits the only mechanism by which you can review whether recommendations have been basically taken up or adhered to?
So the follow-on audits and our implementation of recommendations audits are the two where we really dive into the evidence underneath it to see what has been actually done by the entity, as opposed to taking the information the entity gives us as to whether they have addressed it.
And particularly in the case of the NDIA, do you feel that the self-assessment process is an appropriate or adequate one given the scale of the challenges, particularly the financial challenges?
So we haven't gone in and done an implementation of recommendations audit in the NDIA or a follow-up audit to be able to have evidence as to whether their self-assessment is accurate or not. In the financial statement audit and performance statements audits, we do see active work on the recommendations that we put forward.
Okay. How long ago did you do any of those audits on the NDIA?
The commission was tabled in the current financial year. Is that July?
September.
That's right.
So recent.
Okay, but the audits that you referenced that you haven't done, the follow-up audits, so when was the last implementation or follow-up audit that was done on the NDIA?
We have not done one on the NDIA.
Oh, that's never been done?
No. So we usually do one entity or portfolio every year, every 12 months. And we haven't done one on the NDIA yet. Okay. So they will be considered in the next round as to whether we pick them up soon.
Okay. And is that like a priority list? Is that how you look at it? Is that how you make this determination of who to look at?
There's a range of factors that feed into that process, including what we're observing across the sector, engagement with entities across the sector, but also input from the Parliament. So the Joint Committee, which is the committee that that has oversight effectively of the ANAO's work, and other parliamentary committees and other Parliament members can make recommendations to the Auditor-General about areas of focus for the work program, and we're about to enter the planning process for the next work program.
So would you consider a recommendation from this committee for that audit process? Would that be one of the mechanisms by which you would make a consideration?
The Auditor-General will consider any recommendations that come to her from any parliamentary committee or member of Parliament, or indeed from the public.
Okay, thanks. My other question is, how long after an initial audit would a follow-on audit happen, or a follow-up audit happen? What's the usual
usually
sort of
be
time frame?
Around 2 years on, just to provide sufficient time for implementation to occur and for us to be able to make an assessment of the effectiveness of that implementation.
And then, to what extent did the ANAO find that data governance deficiencies, for example, the lack of integrated provider databases, contributed to limited visibility of market risk? We've heard a lot today and in the submissions around the lack of data and data sharing.
We certainly observed some gaps within the processes that the Commission had in place for both information gathering and sharing arrangements. So while there are a number of information sharing arrangements in place, some of the information disclosure requirements were not meeting legislative requirements themselves. Some of the information sharing arrangements were either in need of or in the process of being reviewed or incomplete, and some of the Commission's systems and processes for storing information were not sufficiently documented. So we did make recommendations going to improvements to the way in which the Commission stores, manages and shares information.
Okay. And how long ago did you make those recommendations?
So that was just in the report tabled this year.
Just in this year's report?
That's
okay.
Right.
So with unregistered providers now making up more than 9 in 10 of active providers, does the ANAO have a view on whether this model remains sustainable or consistent with a risk-based regulatory approach?
We didn't make we didn't express a view in the audit report about that, but what we noted is that so we certainly recognise there's a challenge in the scale and nature of the market that the Commission is regulating, but what we've noted is that with respect to those providers it does have visibility of, there are still significant gaps in relation to the way in which it is regulating that segment of the market.
And I think you guys noted that there are fewer options for taking action against those unregistered providers as well if something actually does go wrong. So do you have a view on how we balance participant needs, particularly in rural and regional areas where there might not be many registered providers, and the continued, obvious unregistered participation uptake as a potential structural risk to the NDIA?
We didn't make any comment about that in the audit report, but what the audit report has noted is the Commission's processes and understanding of risks in the market it regulates could be improved. So I think the risk-based or lack of risk-based approaches used for both its regulatory decision-making and compliance activity needs improvement, and if improved, would assist the Commission's management of a whole range of regulatory issues.
Is it within your scope to actually make the recommendations as to how they could improve that, or is that...
We've certainly made recommendations about how it could improve how it is regulating the market. We haven't gone to the detail commenting on the question that you asked about growth of providers in certain parts of the country, although we've noted that the growth in providers is significant, and that puts more emphasis on the need for a risk-based approach.
Right. And one of my other concerns, and I'm not sure whether this is in your remit, so if it's not, please let me know, but some of the evidence that we receive over time is that there's a requirement, or, you know, there are more unregistered providers because the process to become a registered provider is difficult, challenging and onerous, and is more conducive to large organisations that probably only operate in metropolitan areas. So you're having the smaller unregistered providers pop up in sort of other places where there isn't scale. Is that something that you can look at in terms of a risk to the system and how to make the registration process less complex?
It wasn't something that we that was within the scope of the audit that we did, although I think the Commission's ability to understand its risk profile with respect to the market it regulates may help inform some of the decisions it makes about other aspects of the system itself. But we didn't comment on the registration process in this particular audit.
Okay. And my other question relates to general process in your audits. When you audit certain elements, what helps you determine what elements you will go into detail about and what elements you won't go into detail about?
We start by looking at what frameworks and requirements are set by others. So it's important that we're not auditing against something that we've set, because that would be an independence issue. So we look to see what frameworks, rules, requirements have been set by others, and then develop, I guess, a test program against that to assess whether entities have met that. Right at the beginning of the audit, we agree with the Auditor General an overall objective of the audit, which then drives what elements we focus in on, because, well, I mean, with just about any topic, but especially something related to, say, the NDIS, it could be very large, and so you do need to scope it down to something that's quite manageable within one audit. So we do have an overall objective that the Auditor General sets, and then under that there's a number of criteria. In most of our performance audits, you'll see either 2 or 3 criteria, and they are the key questions we're answering to try and answer that overall objective.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers. That's been very helpful. That's all from me, Chair.
Yep. Thank you. Very comprehensive, Deputy Chair. Thank you. Senator Steele-John, any questions from you?
Indeed. Thank you.
We can always rely on you, Senator Steele-John.
Yeah, you don't even have to ask the question, Chair.
Over to you.
So thanks very much to the office for the evidence that you've given and for the report, which was comprehensive and alarming from my perspective in many ways. Can I ask, one of the findings of the audit was that the regulatory decision making of the Commission was not guided by a risk assessment strategy. Could you please talk a bit about what that actually means in practice?
Sure. At a high level, perhaps I'll start with the whole of government framework that we used. One of the frameworks we used in this audit to assess the Commission against. So there is a whole of government regulatory performance framework, which outlines, if you like, best practice principles for regulating. One of those is focused on risk-based approaches to regulation. So that the importance of that being you have a defined set of resources which supports the Commission's regulatory activities, and a risk-based approach and understanding of the risks of the market you're regulating would help the Commission make decisions about where best to allocate those resources. So what we noted in the report was there was an absence of a risk-based approach, i.e. risk assessments were not being undertaken and were not informing how the Commission allocates resources across the breadth of regulatory activities it undertakes. So in order for a regulator to achieve the outcomes it's seeking to achieve, some sort of risk assessment would help inform how they allocate resources across the activities that it's responsible for. I hope that helps.
And it does, and I think I understand what you're saying. Just for the benefit of anyone following along at home, and maybe I've taken the wrong understanding from what you've said. When we consider this recommendation, what were the decisions that were in scope of that recommendation, and how did you find that, as in how are decisions currently being made in the absence of that risk assessment framework? Just so that we have a clear, kind of tangible idea.
I might start and then I'll invite my colleague Ms Matthew to respond. I think in some instances it was not clear what information or processes were being used to inform the decisions you're talking about. So there were no documented risk assessment processes in some cases we could see that were being used to determine how resources were allocated. But I might invite Ms Matthew to expand on that.
Thank you. So we did see the Commission was setting compliance priorities and also some regulatory risk priorities. So they sort of had those priorities that they put in over the years, but we couldn't see in terms of any documentation around that how they came with those specific ones being higher risk than, say, a potential other priority that might not have been included. So, yeah.
So just to check, what you found was, say, the Commission would articulate around compliance, which I'm familiar with as a member of the committee. Many of us will have read those kind of reports from the Commission around, say, the use of unregulated restrictive practice and a set of goals around compliance in that area. They have those goals, but it's not clear as to why they have them versus any other goal, benchmark of success, or even focus area. And it is certainly unclear as to what role any risk assessment process played in arriving at those priorities. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's correct. And I'd add to that in addition, what we could also not find was a process for quality assurance for the compliance activities that it is undertaking. So one thing that an assurance program would do is actually tell you how effective your intervention is in particular areas of compliance or managing non-compliance. So in addition to us not being able to determine how priorities were identified, we also couldn't see any evaluation of the compliance activities that were being undertaken, which would then help to inform whether things were effective or not effective, and how then to reallocate resources for compliance in the next cycle, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Now, is it common for government agencies to have a risk-based framework to guide decision making?
With the caveat of not necessarily having audited all the regulatory entities, it certainly is a principle recommended to all regulators at a whole of government level that they should be using risk assessments or risk an understanding of risk to inform how they regulate in a particular area. So certainly it's a best practice piece of guidance for all entities regulating.
Okay. You also found in your audit that the Commission had not effectively implemented what you describe as risk responsive and proportionate monitoring, and so too with compliance and enforcement activities. This finding included that the Commission, if I understand it correctly, has not been undertaking one of its core functions, which is to monitor and mitigate the risks of unplanned service withdrawal, which is something we hear about a lot as members of this committee. Can you explain to us what the Commission's role is under the NDIS Act in relation to this recommendation?
Yeah, so, sorry, just to clarify, so the NDIS Commission's role in terms of monitoring unplanned service withdrawal?
Yes, yes. So you found that they haven't been forming one of these core functions. I'm just asking you to explain for us as a committee what your understanding is of their role in this space under the Act.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just find my note.
In relation to the recommendation, obviously.
So our understanding of the role is that the Act sets out that the core function of the Commissioner is to provide NDIS market oversight by monitoring changes in the NDIS market, which may indicate emerging risk, and by monitoring and mitigating the risk of unplanned service withdrawal. So I guess what we were testing about and expecting to see is that the Commission would have had some sort of documented approach to how they were addressing that core function, and that's not something that we saw they had in place. They
had nothing in that space. It was kind of a howling void where it should have been.
So, as we've set out in the report, the Commission and the NDIA had established a market stewardship and oversight operational protocol. Yeah. So that original one was, they sort of hadn't updated that in terms of the specific roles of the Commissioner versus the NDIA in terms of that oversight. It did set out that they need to identify and monitor changes in the NDIS market that might indicate an emerging risk, but we sort of didn't see anything else that sat within that in terms of their approach to monitoring prospective service withdrawals and meeting the requirements of the Act.
Okay, so you basically found that there was a protocol and a bit of like I'm imagining really a document headed, we do this, but practically in terms of anything that you could identify that demonstrated them actually doing it or the result of their actions in this place, you were not able to identify that in the audit.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so did you then look at the result of the Commission not monitoring this area, not performing this function?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, so I'm just wanting to understand, so you identified what is quite a serious thing here, which is that they were not performing one of their core legislative functions. Did your report cover what the flow-through impact of that was? Or is?
Not in detail. I think what we've noted, though, while they may have been undertaking some monitoring activities, as Ms Matthews said, it wasn't, there was no documented approach, and it certainly wasn't clear how any activities the Commission may have been undertaking were being used to inform the broader regulatory approach to the market. And as it's a core function, as Ms Matthews said, we would have expected a clear documented approach about how it was actually fulfilling its responsibilities with respect to that activity.
Okay, and in reading this recommendation, one of the things that most alarmed me is that this is a core function of this Commission under the Act for a purpose. Like it wasn't asked to do this because it would just be fun to have this information. Yeah. Like this is a Commission established in the context of the existence of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which has a legislated role as market steward. Is the Commission supposed to inform the NDIA about the state of the market to inform decision making, such as pricing, for instance?
That might.
Not sure we've gone into that detail in the report, Senator, so we might not be able to answer.
I don't mean to push you at all beyond the scope of this report. What I'm asking is, you did identify a series of top-line documents for which there was then not any substantive demonstration that they were doing any of the things that are part of this core function. Yep. But in any of the documentation that you found in your report stating that they had this core function, was it also detailed that once they had done this work, they were to provide the results of it to the National Disability Insurance Agency?
The Commission itself, in response to the recommendation we made about this particular function that it held, did advise that it would respond to the recommendation through activities including working with the NDIA or contributing with the NDIA to the provider registration and exit schedule oversight group, one of its governance groups, which considers how it can monitor and mitigate the risks of unplanned service withdrawal and therefore contribute to informing a view of the market itself. So that was the NDIS Commission's response to that particular recommendation.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, look, thank you very much for the work that you have done on this report. It was very useful to read and useful to consider in the context of any future legislative reform to the Commission's role. And with that, Chair, I think I've come to the end of my line of questioning in this space, so I'll pass back to yourself.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Senator Stiljohn. And I would like to thank you, Australian National Audit Office representatives. Your knowledge of figures and statistics is very impressive. And I'm pleased we've got you with us today. And I would like to thank you for your time. And just to let you know, if there is any additional information that you believe would be beneficial or that you have been asked to provide, if you could do so and present to the Secretariat that information within the next 2 weeks, that would be much appreciated. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
And that concludes this committee hearing. I would like to thank all witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today. We've had a lot of very emotional and heartfelt witnesses present today, and some are still here with us today and have really spent the majority of the day with us, and really appreciate your input to this process, and it will provide us with information and food for thought regarding our recommendations. I would also like to thank all committee members who've been taken part today, and really thank my fellow committee members for your thoughtful and constructive questions and for the way that you've approached many of our witnesses. It's not easy when people are emotional and virtually in tears and are giving us information that is not always easy to hear. So thank you very much for taking part. As I mentioned earlier, where witnesses have taken questions on notice, the committee requests that information be provided within 2 weeks by the 5th of November. However, do liaise with the Secretariat if you need additional time. I would like to also thank Hansard Broadcasting for bringing this hearing to others today. And also I would like to thank our Secretariat, who do so much to support the committee. Thank you for the work you do. And so the committee now stands adjourned at 4:59. Thank you.
Thank you.